Chapter 1. Indian Theatre. 1.1 Introduction. Theatre concept is different from the lifestyles. Folk theatre is also not an exception to this, and also shows its distinction with the human feelings relating to ritual, religion, communal or ethnical thinking. Theatre encourages entertainment and above all provides an insight into the philosophical nature of life. Post-Sufi movement printed marks the modernization of society, cutting across the boundaries of basic life and rigidity, ignoring all these differences. With the advert of this freedom from rigidities, the term theatre widened its access to all such fields which have a direct pay on the living styles. Therefore, the development and scope of theatrical study has been enlarged to all aspects within the political matrix, to opening the ways for the study of theatre even to a micro level. Various disciplines like religious theatre, community theatre or ethnic theatre, ritual theatre, professional theatre, puppet theatre, etc., apart from certain other minor theatrical forms forming part of the broad concept of theatre, is a new development noticed in the studies carried out in the recent past. 1.1.1 Religious theatre. The Vaishnavism, Saivism and Shaktyam propagated their religions with the help of a variety of literary art forms existing throughout India. Vedi Bhagavathams, Chindu Bhagavatham, Yangadi Bhagavatham etc. are noteworthy art forms of Andhra Pradesh, have their roots in the religion. The fact of having the contents of mythology in these forms support this argument. The believers in religion were also used to organize the special teams to propagate the religions with devotion. 1. Ritual theatre. Indian philosophy has been considered to be encouraging the living of the life in ritualistic way. People habitualized to put these rituals in practice into each and every life situation. These rituals do involve religious gods, communal gods, village gods, home gods, and personal gods and goddesses. Maybe it is an occasion or event of birth, marriage, or death. On close examination, one can also notice that many functions relating events, festivals, ceremonies in human life cycle have been developed into a ritual form resembling similar to forms in theatrical lines, making it to be a social phenomenon. 1.1.3 Community theatre or ethnic theatre. Religion has been a source for community identification for the people, sometimes well delineated by community feelings. Thus people encouraged them by giving a push to it through the caste matters and mattered hypothesis. The matters used to operate the caste-propagating organization through the methods and forms like Purana Pravachanam, story narrative, scroll narrative, and Bhagavathams, drama, etc. The organizations depended on the lands, and on some Marathi systems. There are 4 to 5 groups for propagating the caste stories belonging to the sub-caste of that same caste, and one of them is in Guru Sthana and remaining are in low position. One of these sub-castes group remained as in low position, resorting to begging. Propagating Kula Puranam has been their activity. Madiga is the main caste, where people belonging to 5 subcastes to it, as dependent castes, used to perform Jamba Puranam. This is a story on Madiga caste covering Madiga Kula Puranam as its content. Bhavanilu are the people rendering Jampuranam in a page 2 story narrative form with the help of Jamudika instrument. They used to perform with a 3-member team. They are considered to be the priests for Madiga caste people. Masti, see photo number 39, is a warrior group of Madiga caste have been propagating Adipuranam, Jambapuranam, in drama FOM1. Similarly, the Dakala is another sub-caste propagated the Jambapuranam through scroll. They work as doctors to Madiga and they are in low position, i.e., completely depending status, begging stage. Chindu Madigalu, see photo number 42. Another group has been performing Jambapuranam as a dance drama. The dance drama is one form which is attractive and is being altered in tune with the current society trends. Nulaka Chandaya is Matad Hipathy, who has been controlling the entire Madiga caste and Madiga subcaste people throughout state. He is the supreme in Madiga caste, and he performs the Jambapuranam in Purana Pravachana method. Bhavanilu, Masti, Dakala, Chindu and Nulaka Chandaya have also been performing the Jambapuranam, and all these 5 groups belong to Shaiva cult, linking it with the Shiva and Shaivism. These are having a mat tam at Kolanupaka village of Aila, Mundal of Nalgonda district, Andhra Pradesh. Nulaka Chandaya is Matad Hipathy there. There are about 18 caste matters in Kolanupaka, viz. Mangali, Chakali, Malla, Gola, Kuruma, Goda, Sale etc. have a linkage with Shaiva culture. All these matters with Matad Hipathis constructed during Kakatiya period, patronized by Kakatiyas. More so, these 18 Kulapuranams are equivalent to the 18 classical Puranams which have been operated against Vaishnavism. Kolanupaka was a religious capital for Kakatiya kings. On the other hand, the Vaishnavism has been functioning with similar bodies to propagate Vaishnavism. Madalupuranam of Rajakas, Betalapuranam of Mallas, Gaudapuranam of Godas, Markandeya Puranam of Padmasalis, Birappa. Page 3. Malanakathulu of Kurumas, Kulapuranams, and Katama Raju Kathalu of Golas need to be mentioned here in the context of theatrical phenomenon, identified with community theatre or ethnic theatre. 1.1.4 Professional theatre. Indian mythology knitted well in so many ways into the society. Kings and landlords organized some groups for propagation of religion. These have functioned basically as a group of religious workers. Some of them even worked as professional workers. Due to breakup of the religious system, with the invasion of Muslim rulers into India, there has been shift from religious mood to a general life in a way towards a secular life. This led former employees, artistes, of governments, court artistes of previous kings to become professional artistes. This profession has been the livelihood for them and working for it as full-time professionals. Many of these drama artistes remained in groups. Professionals in communities, communities in profession and general groups, have been formed and protected the entire folk theatre. Vidi Natakam, Chenchu Natakam, Yakshaganam, Yangadi Natakam, Tulpu Bhagavatam, Bayalata, Chiratala Ramayanam are some of the art forms which have protected their place in folk society of Andhra Pradesh. There are some professional troupes engaged still in performing these art forms throughout the state of Andhra Pradesh. They themselves design and develop their costumes, dress and makeup material. The ornaments required for the drama performance are made up of thermocol with colors. Earlier such ornaments have been designed with the materials drawn from trees, leaves, soil, and some colored sands. In the similar fashion, the dresses also got designed and developed by themselves. Stage properties that are required for performance have been prepared and maintained on their own. Page 4. With changing times, they have started hiring such dresses from the costume companies associated with drama troupes, particularly in cities. This is new development took place seen very visibly. 1. Theatre of Andhra Pradesh. A stage-like theatrical qualities of square which was found in the excavations of Nagarjuna-Konda is the evidence for the theatre activity started in Andhra Pradesh along with other parts of India since Hollar's Garda Saptasathi. 1st century back Bharat's Natya Sastra mentioned about the Andhras and their taste in fine arts in 13th and 17th chapters. Nandikeswara's Abhinaya, which is very relevant to Natya Sastra, was in Telugu. It belongs to 3n1 century. Chalukyas in 9th century, Kakatiyas in 12th century, Reddy kings in 14th century, Vijayanagara kings in 15th century and Nayaka kings of Tanjavur in 16th century encouraged the theatre along with fine arts. In the beginning days the tradition was originated and developed as two branches as Natavamala tradition and Natyamela tradition. These two were grown as different branches in the performance. The devotional Aradhana Nrisha in the temples and entertainment Kelika Nrityas in the Kalyana Mantapas belong to Natavamala tradition. They used events for performances from Bharata, Bhagavatha, and Ramayana. The performances of dramas mixed with dance and music with elements and events of Bharata, Bhagavatha, and Ramayana as stories belong to Natyamela tradition. These were called as dance dramas. Events relating to God was called as Bhagavathams and performers were called as Bhagavathalu. If it was performed in the Vidi, it became Vidi Bhagavatham. During Nayaka kings many communities like Pichakunta, Enadi, Gola, Malla had learnt these performances and gave performances. Then onwards they became professionalists along with Brahmins. Page 5. This Natyamela become a division of Kuchipudi Bhagavathalu and other Bhagavathalu. These two groups were performing kalapas and story-oriented dance dramas along with Bhagavathas. Kalapam was again divided as Bhama Kalapam and Gola Kalapane, and dance dramas were stamped as Vidyanatakas and divided as Bhagavathas and others. Tuapu Bhagavatham of Godavari, Visakha districts belong to this Bhama Kalapam. This was great argument and elaborate study taken by Dr. Peets R. Appa Rao in his PhD thesis Telugu Nataka Vikasam. He discussed these arguments in 2 chapters from 89 to 188 pages, nearly 100 pages. Point 2. This is all background history of Andhra theatre, and after Nayaka kings the country was occupied by foreign rulers. Then onwards the fine arts, particularly the theatre activity, moved without directions. During that period, it got several shapes and became as many varieties as Padyanatakas, Surabhi Natakas, Yakshaganas as classical-oriented and communal titled natakas, and different varieties of folk musics and folk dances. During this transformation period, the element and contents were also added by political, social, communal, cultural, historical, science, and even fantasies in the dramas. Separate social dramas as natakas with lengthy ones plays and natakas as short onus playlets became popular with an event or incident as main theme. The social dramas became more open during the modern context. The scope has been extended up to total knowledge of the people. Many artistes are doing experiments, and that is also called as experimental theatre. Children theatre, women theatre, political theatre, street play, mask play, environmental theatre, communal theatre are the sum of names appeared in the modern context. Social drama. Page 6. In the modern context is unlimited scope, and it is growing like big tree along with contemporary science subjects. 1.2.1 Paginatakam, verse drama. Paginatakam as one of the theatrical forms is scene performance spread all over the state, touching in a way each and every village, and everybody sung the verses of these natakas. Chintamani, Krishna Rayabaram, Satya Harishandra, Gayopakyanam, Kurukshetram, Rama Vanavasam. See photo number 63, Bhakta Sabari, Ramanjanaya Yudham, Sri Krishna Tulabaram, Satisavitri, Sati Anasuya, Balanagama, Virabhimanya. See photo number 64, Bobali Yudham, Palnoti Yudham, Pratapa Rudriyam are noteworthy plays of this kind. Common folk has been attracted towards these dramas as they themselves used to involve as actors, directors, and helpers. Paginatakam used to be a mix of chromatic light music and popular ragas. These were popularized well by the folk. Almost everybody used to sing the verses, with the help of harmonium and tabla. Hindustani instruments are utilized for Carnatic music ragas. The villagers, they themselves forming into a group, collect donations to organize Paginatakam, the purpose of performance. With their amateur talents, the performances given by them are only for the purpose of entertainment. This may be a reason to consider the Paginatakam ones more than cinema, TV, etc. This phenomenon has been a striking one, and it needs to be studied from the angle of theatrical aspects to identify the specific factors contributing its edge over cinema and television. 1. Surabi Natakas. Paginatakam has been introduced with more modernized technicalities by Surabi villagers of Kadapa district of Andhra Pradesh. Surabi people basically belong to the Page 7. Discipline of leather puppeteering. They perform both the puppet shows and Vidanatakams. Vanarasa Govinda Rao, one of the puppeteers of Surabi Troop 3, had seen the Paginatakams performed with the help of modern technique by Karnataka Nataka Company at Bellary. He then adopted to play in the similar fashion at Surabi. Such modernized way performances have been given since then under the banner Surabi, established in 19th century itself. Surabi Company has attained subsequently a status of special community. It is considered that this group migrated from Maratha long back, at the time of Shahaji, who ruled Tanjavur in 18th century, and settled in Andhra Pradesh, engaging themselves in puppet theatre profession. Surabi Company has been split into number of groups to give its performances throughout India. Telugu cinema had the influence of Surabi theatre, or it because of the association of members of this group as artistes on one side and on the other side. Their techniques of presentation gained a place in filmmaking. 1.2.3 Folk performances. Kakatiya kings encouraged fine arts, particularly dances. Jayapa Senani in his Nrita Ratnavali analyzed everything. The king encouraged one or two new folk dance forms by recognizing them as court dances through funding every year. Like that way, many forms got good recognition and made the lakshanas for them. Those dances were made as classical from the year onwards and sculptured in the Romappa temple. This was discussed in the Nrita Ratnavali. 4. In the same way, during the Nayaka kings of Tanja, the theatre and the classical dances got good recognition. Many art forms relating to theatre homed in the name of Vedanatakam or parallel to Yakshaganam. The court itself worked on that line, and many Yakshaganas were written and performed in front of kings. Mass also entered into the field. Page 8. From different communities and had taken as profession and performed varieties of folk dances. Different folk performances were homed in the society and were encouraged by the public also. Individual and group performances in the aspects of musics, dances, and dramas, and many troupes were established themselves as professionals. Cultural activities were got good recognition and grown as parallel to the cultural activities in the king's courts. King's courts produced limited productions and maintained with limited audience, whereas in public the performances were grown as unlimited and audience were high in number, and that led to the improved the variety of dramas. Then the meaning for stage was clearly not marked, and it moved to the public according to the convenient of people. Folk stage it is called in Telugu with different names, and no fixed name is popularized. The stage for Bhavishya expression in Bonalu festival is called as Rangam. In Ogu Katha it is called as Pandiri. Gadi is name popular in village goddesses myths narrations like Bainidi Kathalu, Pamba Kathalu. The stage is called as Garidi in the performances of Karasamu Katisamu, Dapu dance, Kalatam dance, Cheka Bhajana, and Pandari Bhajana. The performers of any form select one place for performance and decorate it relating to the performance. It can be guessed the relevance of the stage within the qualities of ancient drama stages. There was no separate special constructions for Greek plays. They utilized the circle in front of the temple as a stage for the performances during Valley Festival Dionysus. 5. That was open stage and the audience were used to sit as half circle. Page 9. China and India had an important place in the theatre stages in the entire Asia, and they started as ritualistic and developed as social stages. With limited props, the stage was prepared. Particularly in China, a beautiful mat was arranged on the backside of the performance. The stage was categorized in the Bharata Natyam as Vikrushta, Chaturasra, Triasra Mandapas according to the shape of the stage, and divisioned as Jyeshtam, Madhyamam, and Avaram according to the quality of the stage. There was does and does not in the measurements for the stage in the construction and in the prayer also. Open place performances were also accepted by Natya Sastra. 6. But in folk stage, there are no prescribed rules, and sometimes the place of performance has to be said as stage. It can be divided into 4 groups depending upon the performance method of the performances. The performances of Uyala Patalu, marriage songs, grinder songs, Etam songs, Pola Patalu, Dampadu Patalu, etc., will take place at the situated site, and it can be taken as stage. The performances of working songs like Kalupu Patalu, Natla Patalu, fisherman songs, Palaki Patalu take place at their working spot, and that place can be taken as stage. This can be said as mobile stage because the performers move according to nature of their work during these performances. These performers are amateurs, and their performances can be seen as simultaneous performances along with their work. There is no audience participation in it except involvers or performers. Some performers like Ganjarejulu, Pagativ Shalu, Buddha Bukalavaru, Jangalu move for the performances and perform where they get the audience. They were paid audience and they need space for the performance. These are also called mobile stages, but here the audience part is. Page 10. Essential, and there will be no performance without the audience. The dance performances like Cheka Bhajana, Kalatam, Viranatyam, Garagalu, Goravayalu, Uramulu, Dapyalu, Tapatagulyu, and Ogudulu can be seen in a circle, and that circle is called as stage. But this is fixed stage, i.e., fixed space, and the performers give the performance from the circle only. The audience have to gather themselves at the performance place. There is some difference between these two stages, i.e., the performers of mobile stage has to identify the audience and give the performance, whereas in the case of fixed stages, the audience have to identify the performance. The circle will have to accommodate the troupe, i.e., the total artistes, and that circle is said to be the stage. There is no fixed measurements for that, and it will be existed on the availability of space. There will be no decoration or arrangements for the stage for these dances. Whereas in the narratives like Burra Katha, Ogu Katha, Pandavula Katha, Runja Katha, Pamba Katha, Jamudika Katha, the stage should be arranged on a small height place, i.e., on temple mantapas, village court places like Rakabanda, Kachiru Banda, Kachiru Arugu, Gadi, or Arugu at any spacious bazaar. This is a different stage than the folk dance stage and smaller than to folk drama stages. It is a unique in appearance and with small decoration. It is only the decorated stage among all the folk stages. Audience have to identify for the stage and have to arrange the stage for the performance. These audience are the donors. The performance will be seen in a dignitable manner. These narrators are all professionalists, and these will take special care about the stage and performance. So this stage has a special place in the folk stages of Andhra Pradesh. Folk dramas like Vidanatakam, Chindu Yakshaganam, Vidi Pagavatham, Chiratala Ramayanam. Page 11. Yakshaganam, Tupu Pagavatham will be performed in the fixed and arranged stage, and they need 10 to 15 feet square space. Temple mantapas and junctions of bazaars are used for stages. The ritual dramas like Chindu Pagavatham, scroll narratives, will be played on temporary stages in between the houses. During the performances of folk dramas, the humorous character performs himself in humorous way on the corner of the stage. This is purely meant for the attraction of children, to control the disturbance during the performance time. The main drama on the center of the stage and humor in the corner of the stage go on simultaneously, and this humored stage is called as Samantara Vedika, i.e., parallel stage. This drama stage is having one back curtain and 3 sides open. The audience will sit three sides and enjoy themselves as involvers. Folk stage is built on the basis of audience, the aim of the performance stage, the time of performance, the income of the player and their main role. The people's help is needed in the construction of stage for folk dramas, and there is no need for other forms of stages. The ritualistic stages are separated from the entertainment stages, and the ritual stage is decorated with maps, designs of gods and goddess, whereas in the entertainment stage is decorated with colorful attractive equipment. Stage props are needed more in the entertainment performances. The ritualistic stage is surrounded by the audience because there is no back curtain for it, whereas in entertainment performances the stage is covered one side and the audience are spreaded by three sides. Some folk performances are contained up to 10 to 15 days with only one story as a serial. There can be seen a fixed stage for that serial. Puppet theatre has a covered stage and the audience will see the performance through screen. Page 12. Like this way, folk stage is seen separately from general stage, and it has an intimacy character to attract the audience and with their environment. 7. 1. Theatrical elements in folk forms of Andhra Pradesh. 1. Introduction. Andhra Pradesh is also rich in its tradition and cultural motivations. It has a lot of formats in classical, folk and tribal performances. Classical has its unique in quality and variety and get more popularized throughout India. Tribal formats are very rare, and the major tribes like Gonds, Koyas, Savaras of India existed large in number in Andhra Pradesh. The performances of these tribes are propagated and the studies are going on all these formats. Folk forms of Andhra Pradesh also have a nice place in the cultural field of India, because it is also a big state in India with more population. Three major regions, i.e., Sarkar districts, Rayalaseema and Telangana regions, have three different cultures and political backgrounds. These have 7 to 8 language dialectical areas with cultural diversity. We can find out so many cultural diversities through micro-level observation in the folk forms on the basis of castes, social status, political influences, geographical natures, age, gender, lifestyles, rituals, traditions, arid life cycle activities. The folk forms of Andhra Pradesh are broadly divided into 4 groups according to their nature. These main groups can be divided as purely music-based forms, dance-based forms, narratives and theatre forms, i.e., drama-based forms, scroll narratives, puppet shows, etc. Some formats have an interlinked and intermixed nature with each other's qualities. They all are equal in absorbing the common elements like musics with dance orientations, dances with drama orientations, dramas with music orientations, dramas. Page 13. With dance orientations, etc. These can be called with the second title depending on the importance of the element in it and the nature of the art form as musical drama, dance-oriented music, music-oriented dances, and some of them also called as ballets. Andhra Pradesh has many such art forms considered to be popular forms. 1.3.2 Folk music forms. Folk songs of Andhra Pradesh generated from the profession, life cycle rituals, gender, social status, community, geography, cultural activities, political movements, local histories, etc. People of Andhra Pradesh mainly depended on agricultural times profession, and other village professionists depended on agriculturists. These professions in villages are existing interdependency method, and all are interlinked in the living styles. These songs can be categorized as ritual types, entertainments and working songs. All the professional songs belong to working songs category, and some of them belong to entertainment category. Many of the working songs have no fixed stage method, and they sing the songs by moving at their profession. These methods can be called as mobile stage systems, and no audience can be observed except involvers. These working songs include Kulupu Patalu, Natla Patalu, Itam Patalu or Kpila Patalu, Nuapila Patalu, Padava Patalu, Fisherman songs, Kotala Patalu, Mota Patalu, Bandi Patalu, Polam Patalu, Kalala Patalu, Poli Patalu, Palaki, Meena, Patalu, Kolu Gita Patalu, Maggam Patalu, Medari Patalu, Gala Patalu, Manjula Patalu, Zangadi Patalu etc., and all of them are the self-entertainment for the relief of their professional work. Point 8 here. The theatrical elements can be identified according to the nature of songs through singing methods, melody, expression of gamarkas, conversational method of songs, dialogues in between the songs, improvisations of events in the songs. The songs like Rokati Patalu, Uyala Patalu, Vijururati Patalu. Page 14. Ratnam Patalu, Kavam Patalu, Maggam Patalu, Chukarevu Patalu, Jola Patalu, Lolly Patalu, Lala Patalu have a fixed stage method, and their working place would be their stage, and no audience are there except self-entertainment. Padava Patalu or Jalari Patalu, fisherman songs, have mobile stage. Point 9. Though they are entertainment, they have mingled with the theatrical elements like movements with actions, singing methods including dialogue delivery styles, improvisations, conversational methods, and so on. Tunes of some working songs, gamarkas, can be observed in leather puppet shows through Ketigadu character to attract audience towards the performance. Songs of life cycle rituals include birth songs, puberty celebration songs, marriage songs, Srimantam songs, and other event songs. Lullabies, Uyala Patalu, naming ceremony songs, Annaprasana songs, Nalugu Patalu, Mangala Haratulu, bathing ceremony songs, marriage songs, Talupu Dagara Patalu, Sobanapu Patalu, Padakagadi Patalu have some theatrical qualities. 10 Action with shy, Abhinayam with cleverness, conversations, improvisations, mimes, mimicry can be seen in above songs, and stage type fixed place and audience including involvers could be identified. These theatrical elements could be creamed through theatrical study only. The songs are utilized in the puppet show according to life events in the performance to attract the audience. Jokes, proverbs, riddles are songs of children too can be observed in puppet shows in different communal lifestyles to pull the audience into involvement way of thinking. Gender-based songs include men's songs, women's songs in different occasions, and children's songs like festival songs, play songs, jokey songs, lullabies etc. are also having theatrical elements. 11 The qualities of different Rasas and Gunas influenced on some castes people, and the total community people behave like that way in their daily life. Page 15. These qualities would be imitated by others as a fun, and those could be observed as theatrical elements. These qualities of Rosas and Gunnis appear in songs on their caste names and became familiar in the society. But these cannot be spelled out at any cost to protect the delicacies of that caste. These are all known to everybody and nobody reveal them openly. These silent songs have full of theatrical elements and can be studied in a microscopic manner. Like this way the songs belong to geographical situations and local histories also have the elements of theatre. Songs relating to cultural activities include songs of people of all walks of life. They include ballad songs, entertainment songs, felicitation songs, jatara songs, festival songs, storytelling songs, non-story songs. Point 12 But all these songs maintain audience but not involvers and stage methods. These have theatrical elements and are suitable for theatrical study. Political movements create songs according to their ideology and they popularize them through stage performances. These performances appear like drama for every song. The dramas include conversation, action, imitation, mime and improvisation. Communist Party, Communist Marxist, Leninist Party entered into this field first and later Bharatiya Janata Party, Telugu Desam Party also followed the method. The above all political parties take the folk tunes, vocabulary, local dialects and idioms used to write the songs on the basis of their ideology and images of their leaders' times and give the performances. 14 This is the applied method and these came under applied folklore group. These performances have similarities with the dramas and these are having the qualities of theatrical study. Mr. Gadar established a style on his own with his political ideology. Thus folk music items have some qualities for the study of theatrical angles to identify the theatrical elements. Page 16. The participation of audience part is very low and the participation can be identified as involvers or partners. In the songs for entertainment give clear picture about the audience participation and can be studied the interaction too. Partners of the professional job cannot be said as pure audience, i.e., audience not only for entertainment and they can be guest involvers and getting entertainment. So interaction part also be in a limited range and that may be for group enjoyment. Thus music has a place and separate identify in the performing arts and it adds something to the art field to strengthen the theatre field. Kettigadu and Bangaraka are representatives on behalf of everybody in the village and introduced there in any manner through the ragas, tunes, gamakas, songs, gunnas and rosas of the people. This is a technique to enter into the other's way of life and convert them as committed audience. Like this way leather puppeteers utilize the folk music items of lifestyles of the people. 1.3.3 Folk dance forms. Folk dances include direct dance forms, music-oriented dance forms, instrumental-oriented dance forms, dance dramas etc. Such forms are identified distinctly and separately. Bonalu, Garagalu, Viranatyam, Kalatam, Chekabajana, Uramulu, Goravayalu, Tapatagulyu, Lambadanrityam, Kaya dance, Gondu dance, Madhya dance, Batakama, Jakiki, Dapu, Ogudolu are the dance forms and these can be traced well in Andhra Pradesh. All the forms utilize a stage, but no special preparation is done for the stage. This stage may be identified anywhere on a plain land appears like a platform. In Goravayalu dance, The artistes act as Milarudiva dogs sometime. They drink the milk like barking dogs. It seems to be a drama scene. In Bonalu dance Pocharaju with. Page 17. Costumes appears vigorously. This scene appears like a drama scene. In Chekabhajana, Kalatam, Tapatagalu the conversation is included and the conversations will be the songs or in dialogue method. In Uramulu, see photo number 18, the artistes sing the devotional songs in conversational style on village goddesses, and this appears like a drama scene. The artistes wear costumes with makeup. Thus all the dance forms follow some rules of the drama, i.e., makeup, conversation and a stage for performance, etc. Folk dance forms are generated from traditions, entertainments, rituals, political systems, social backgrounds, social incidents, and applied situations. These dances are the group activities and they have no concept of success in the general performances except in entertainment dances. Concept of success is main important point in the theatrical elements. Traditional dances are nothing but group activity relating to their beliefs, customs, and involvements with devotion. These traditional group activities formed on the basis of Vaishnavism, Shaivism, Saktayam, and gods and goddesses of other walks of life of the people, i.e., village gods, caste gods, home gods and goddesses, etc. These dances are mainly group works involving 10 to 30 members. Kalatam, Chekabhajana, Rama Bhajana, Tapatagalu, Pandari Bhajana, Murali Bhajana, Baito Bhajana, Chetu Bhajana, Panduranga Bhajana, Brindavana Bhajana, Krishna Kalata Bhajana, Krishna Bhajana, Jyoti Bhajana, Krishna Chenchu, Dhatu Bhajana, Dasorin Rityam, Naka Dasalu, Simhachala Talalu, etc., are formed on the basis of Vaishnavism. Kalatam dance with 2 sticks in 2 hands, see photo number 13, is being performed incidents of Krishna's glory event times wise, Bharatam as in scenic order like as dramatic way. 15 Ramayana events will be performed in scenic order 16 in Cheka Bhajana, see photo number 14, Rama Bhajana, Chetu. Page 18. Bhajana and in Datu Bhajana. Greatness of Pandarinatha and Pandari Bhagavatham will be performed as events in the Pandari Bhajana. They wear flags of Pandarinatha in left hand and charatas, instruments, in right hand. The life events of Krishna will be sung with dances in Murali Bhajana, Krishna Bhajana, Brindavana Bhajana, and in Krishna Kalata Bhajana. In all the bhajanas the performers wear Vaishnavate symbols on face, garlands on the neck, anklet bells at legs and chiratalu in the right hand as musical instruments. Sticks instead of chiratalu can be observed in Kalatam. Dasavataramulu is being performed in the shape of singing with dances in Dasorin Rityam and in Tapatagalu form. This form also needs circular stage for the performance and the artistes wear drum on chest, bells at legs. The drum works like as an instrument and story is sung in performance in scenic order. Simhachala Talalu is a form to perform Bhagavatha as incidents by singing. They wear the cymbals in the hands as musical instruments. If we observe the above forms in general we can get the total picture. The formats analyze the incidents or events from Ramayana, Mahabharata and Bhagavatha. Sometimes the glories of Rama and Krishna can be observed in the descriptions. Though they have traditional background, nowadays they became entertainment performances and sustaining with the absorption of secular qualities. These forms absorbed modernity and cinematic in dresses, costumes, and in dramatization methods. They need a circular open stage with mic, decoration, settings, extra musical instruments, lighting, and audience. More theatrical elements can be observed in these dances along with audience interactions. These are flexible in relaxing the traditional involvements than the Shaiva traditional forms. These became close to the people and moving towards entertainments with secular elements along with adaptations and applied methods. Page 19. The forms of Shaiva traditions have some more restrictions till today, but can be seen in entertainment programs too. But majority of the performers can be observed as strictly followers of Shaiva tradition. Ogu Dulu dances, Birapa Dulu, se photo number 16, dances use the drum as musical instrument and do dances. They used to sing the songs of Maulana and Birapa during these dances. Kuruma and Garava castes people perform this and they start the performance in front of God Maulana only. They wear traditional ornaments made up of wool of sheeps, shells, and bandaru, i.e. turmeric powder. They perform as a group on a stage for entertainment with beautiful costumes. Stage and audience can be observed theatrical elements in these dances. Gauravayalu, see phone number 21, is another Shaiva dance which the performers wear the bare skin throughout. Their body, bells on the waist, Dharmaruka in one hand, Trishul in another hand, bandaru bag, turmeric powder, on the waist, wool and shell ornament. 17 They behave like dogs with their dances and they believe that they are the representatives of Mailadeva dogs in the Gaurava Vaishya. Till now the Gaurava community people only do this dance and Shaiva traditions in this performance is being strictly followed. Their imitations and barkings like dogs, their actions remember the drama and theatrical elements can be observed in this dance. Viranatyam, see photo number 17, and Virabhadra Kadgalu represents the Virabhadra's vigorous movements and they dance with speed body movements. They wear costumes like Virabhadra and the Shaiva believers only do this performance. The stage, imitations, improvisations, mime, producing sounds reveal the theatrical feelings and audience observe this performance with very interesting. Garaga, Devara Pet, Sakti Veshalu, Bonalu Pocharaju Veshalu. Page 20. Viratalu and Uramulu are generated from Suktayam and existing as entertainment programs. Garaga, see photo number 15, is a pot which is wear on head, and the devotees of goddess use this pot to carry the Naivedyam to goddess as group of devotees. This was made as separate performance and called as Garaga dance. 10 to 15 members used to dance on a stage with costumes and decorated pots on their heads accompanied by musical instruments like madela, drums etc. They perform on the stage and do feats of different styles through their vigorous body movements only. It represents the image of Punakam, possession, of goddess. Many professional art troupes are existing in Tamil Nadu for this Garaga and is called there as Karaga or Karagatam. Variety of feats are being performed by Karagam artistes to attract the audience including stage techniques. Audience interaction will be in recognized manner and theatrical elements can be observed. Devrapet is prepared as a group performance recently. The goddess will be in the box which the performer carry on head, and Devadundubi or Viranam, the instrument, will be operated with hands. The songs, the whistles, shoutings, cryings and the mouth sounds all create vigorous atmosphere, and it maintains the silent observation among the audience. It needs stage, and the community belongs to Saktayam, which is being strictly followed. These are called as Peddamala in Andhra Pradesh. Shakti Veshalu is another form, the imitations of goddess Shakti. This is also a tremendous performance with vigorous movements, and it controls the audience. It needs stage and dress. Bonalu, see photo number 20, means the Naivedyam which is given to the goddess Maisama or Kali Mata. This method is imitated as dance form, and it is staging nowadays. Women with pots decorated by neem leaves on head, dapu instruments, Pocharaju with Viratalu, Gugalam smokes are. Page 21. The common items in the performance 18. These are all imitations, and this performance attracts the audience, and its existence in Hyderabad is created more and more popularity. It is being dramatized day to day, and the part of audience also is increased. Noises of words, beating sounds of Viratadu, whistles, cryings, shoutings, dapu beatings etc. all create mixed noise, and it gives dramatic atmosphere, and the artistes will be honored as dramatists. Theatrical study can help to cream the theatrical elements. Uramulu, see photo number 18, an instruments, and is also known as Viranam in Andhra Pradesh and Devadundubi in Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Kerala. This instruments is used for the Melu Kolupulu in Prabhata Seva of Goddess in Rayalaseema districts of Andhra Pradesh. 19. The performance in the temple is limited in nature, i.e. go round the temple and makes big sounds, and it creates vigorous atmosphere. This Uramulu is made as dance form with the same beating sounds and with the underscore songs of Shakti. They wear full of white or yellow gown, anklet bells at legs, and hanging the instrument up to knees from neck, and operate with hands. They sing goddess stotrams and songs according to the rhythm. Theatre elements can be observed in this dance form also. The Viradalu, see photo number 20, a dance originated from the jataras of village gods and goddesses. Viratad dance is purely generated from the village gods' jataras, and is made as a dance, and it appears vigorously. Artiste wears long rope in one hand and beats himself by the rope along with cries and shouts with loud noise. Village goddess Gangama, a water goddess for shepherds, is being prayed by the sheep growers, and they used to perform this Viratalu with self-sacrificial manner for the kindness of goddess. This was made as dance form and staged as a performance. 20. It attracts the audience and creates drama atmosphere. Page 22. Verabhadra Palelu is a community god celebrations, and made it as dance form. They wear the knives, talwar, and dolls and perform as a war. It attracts the audience and gets the interaction too. It seems like as Veera case of Karnataka. The above traditional dances are existing as traditional formats as well as entertainments and maintaining integrational lines. Some of them have improvisations, and some have mimes and actions, their songs and so on. Each dance form has one or two theatrical elements, and these can be utilized for theatrical study. Nowadays every performance became as an entertainment form with some limitations. The forms which do not have any limitations or boundaries are also existing, and they can be treated as pure entertainment formats. Puli Vesham, Tiger Dance, Ilugibanti Vesham, Bear Dance, Kilugaram, Nemli Nrityam, Dapula Dance, Dapula Kalatam, Gola Sidulu, Butterbomalu, Koya Kolu, Maragalu Nrityam, and Jakiki Nrityam are forms originated on the basis of social and geographical imitations and pure entertainment formats. Tiger dance is made on the basis of the imitations of tiger actions, and it is a famous format throughout South India, particularly in Andhra Pradesh. 21. It is existing in 2 to 3 varieties according to the tastes of the artistes. The team includes one hunting man with arrows or with gun in front of the tiger, 2 men both the sides of the tiger with dapu instruments, and 1 man acts as tiger. The tiger dances imitates the tiger actions and movements and attracts the audience. The hunting man and the instrumentalists act as escapers and killers of the tiger. Here action and imitation on the stage can be observed for theatrical study purpose. Ilugibantiv Sham, bear dance, is also formed on the same format. Kilugaram is the imitation of dancing horse, and it gives the clue about the horse of entertainment and the man. Page 23. Who rides it? The horse-shaped doll with stick frame is inserted by the artiste, and he himself moves and acts as horse. This is also an attractive form and gathers audience. Nemali Nrityam or Mayui dance is formed on the same format as Kilugaram. The artiste dances like peacock, and it is purely imitation. Dapu, see photo number 12, is a social instrument which is using for the announcements of village leaders' orders, news in the villages since long back. This dapu is also used in the village jataras rituals, felicitations, death ceremonies, and entertainments. This is made as a group dance form with 10 to 20 artistes, and this dapu became popular dance form. In folk dances, 22 they used to perform many rhythmic styles on dapu and sometimes with social songs. They imitate the sounds of nature, i.e. animals, birds, and other instruments, voices and other sounds which are nearer to the rhythm. This dance form creates a sensational sounds and attracts the audience. Imitations, expressions of different voices in romantic lines through songs, movements, actions, improvisations in sounds can be observed. Dapula Kalatam is also an art form generated from dapu dance, and they used to perform Kalatam with the dapu sticks. It seems like Kalatam and songs also can be sung. Gola Sidulu is a conversational form in drama time style. It is full of improvisation and imitation of social and political characters. Imaginations and dialogues create humor, and audience interaction can be placed in major role. It can be seen as drama form, but dance-oriented with characters, one who raises always doubts and another clarifies. Butta Bomalu is a form generated on the imitations of famous mythological, historical and social characters with life-size dolls, i.e. 6 to 10 feet in length. The artistes insert their head up to chest into the hollow of the doll from bottom, and set their head in the arranged time-space inside. Page 24. The doll along with the holes for eyes. They move here and there in the gathered audience, and that is said to be their performance. Lord Krishna, Rama, Ravana, Hanuman, a king, queen, common man, common woman dolls with colors will be appeared in the Butta Bomalu. 23 The small movements of the artists give good looking as actions of the dolls, and there is no verbal conversation in it. Koya kolu means long-sized sticks tied to the legs. They have to walk with those sticks. They are called as maragalu. Just walking with these sticks is an entertainment and create a joyful climate to the audience. Jakaki is a women dance form, appears in round shape, and artists move round the circle clapping each other. Instruments like flute, kanjara, and madela can be seen in the center. They sing social songs and express actions and feelings according to the songs. The above entertainment performances have theatrical qualities and theatrical elements too. These can be observed through theatrical study. Lifestyle of the people depend upon the beliefs, customs, and routine activities of the people. They follow the rituals to satisfy themselves according to their convenience. These rituals mingle with some activities, and these activities are imitated later and prepared as art forms for the entertainment purpose. Gobi, Batakama, Bodema, and Bonalu are examples for such forms. 24 These are all women-oriented performance with full of songs. Art forms like Kati Samu Karasamu, 25 Narmala Singadu, see photo number 61, are the forms and images of political movements, and these are having theatrical elements in their performances. The above all the traditional, entertainment, ritual, political and social-based formats are imitated and are made. Page 25. New formats, and these are being performed on the stages. The presentation is modernized and purely dramatized in full drama forms. Literature is fully utilized for this purpose, and these can be observed as theatrical forms. Thus dance forms have the quality of presentation and have followed the stage methods. Some forms follow the conversational methods, someone follows imitational, someone follows improvisations, someone follows the actions, some of follows imaginations, and some of follows 2 to 4 theatrical qualities in the presentation of performance. These forms can be observed through theatrical study for the screening of theatrical elements. The stage for folk dances can be identified 3 to 4 types, i.e. premises of temples, village court, Raka Banda, places, common places in villages, and specially arranged stages. Mantapas in temples and premises are used as stage for some dances like Uramulu, Cheka Bhajana, Gauravayalu, Verabhadra Kadgalu in some times. In additions to the temple premises, the village court places, common places in villages are also utilized as stage during the training periods for all the folk dances. The performances can also be seen during leisure timings of the village people, particularly summer nights for the above dances. There are no arrangements, decorations, and limitations for the stage during these timings. At the time of festival celebrations, special occasions, entertainment timings, the stage will be arranged with decorations according to their convenience and space availability. Instrumentalists occupy the middle of the stage in many dances and corner of the stages in Viranatyam, Bonalu, Garaga, Pulivsham, Gauravayalu, and in Ilugyabanti Vesham. Even in applied methods, i.e. govt policy propagandas, political parties, Private organizations arrange stage specially for the performance. Page 26. Each dance must has to follow some fundamentals like direction of leader or guru, seek the cooperation of instrumentalists, team activity, etc. All the dances follow the leader from the prayer song to the Mangala Harati, i.e., Bharata Vakyam. Every performance starts prayer first and every artiste moves individually in the prayer song. There cannot be seen group activity in the prayer song except singing. Most of the dances introduce Ganesh prayer except purely traditional dances like Uramulu, Ogudulu, Garaga, and Bonalu. They break the coconut, lighting the lamp, and use the turmeric and flowers are the common observations in the dances. Very slow and steady manners, peaceful behaviors, full of individual feelings but combined in the group can be identified in the artistes during the prayer time. But in the face of observation of the stage can be guessed. The prayer itself begins with the slogans as salutes the Guru of Guru, national leaders, Bharatamata, donors or organizers of the performance, and finally the present Guru. After the prayer and the salute slogans, the troupe leader gives the relaxation sign to the artistes and directs the instrumentalists for ready, observes the stage and adjusts the space on the stage with direction for the starting of the performance. Prayer will be appeared in sitting position in some of dances and standing position in some dances. The success of the performances depend upon the activeness and dynamism of the troupe leader. Dances also need to team work and group cooperation, but the total grip will be in the hands of leader. Audience participation in dance is two types. One is at the leisure periods, i.e. training periods, i.e. summer nights, and another one is at the celebration times or entertainment periods. Some people involve themselves as devotees in some dances like Uramulu, Devara Pet, Bonalu, Virabhadra Kadgalu, Batakama at the time of festival celebrations. This cannot be treated as audience participation. But this is partial and some people appear as audience. People. Page 27. Participate in the entertainment, give encouragement to the performers through whistles, shoutings and creating sounds with laughings, etc. Generally contexts are in leisure timings in the villages, festival days, auspicious days, arranged programs by the governments, political parties, private organizations for propaganda purpose and social groups at time of marriage and home functions are the main contexts for the all above dances as entertainments. Artistes, they themselves create the context in dances like Pulavsham, Shakti Vesham during the festivals like Dasara, Sankranti, and big gathering at the time of the other occasions. They collect the financial help from the audience individually. On all the entertainments, the costumes and decorations for the stages and artistes will be appeared except in leisure time performance. The leather puppeteers utilize the dance movements of all local dances, dance techniques for romantic scenes of Kettigadu and Bangaraka. They tap the music beats of instruments from dances, styles of tunes for their instruments. They express nativity through humorous character to attract the audience. 1.3:4 Folk narrative formats. Both direct music forms and music-oriented forms have been considered in this unit. Story narratives, instrumental and music forms, folk songs, Ballads etc. are very popular and have the theatrical elements in the performances. Burra Katha, Jangam Katha, Saroda Katha, Pandavula Katha, and Jamudika Katha are the main narrative forms in this unit. They accommodate 3 artistes each. Main artiste will be in the middle with tambura, 2 vanta artistes stand left and right to the main artiste with dakis. The 3 will wear the dress and have the makeup done pertinent to Burra Katha, but it will, page 28, be ordinary dress in the case of Jangam Katha, Jamudika Katha, Saroda Katha, and Pandavula Katha. Ogu Katha, a team of 5 members, main artiste and vanta will be in the front line and remaining artistes stand behind holding instruments. Pamba, Runza Katha, Kinera Katha are some more art forms, which are story narrative forms belong to Andhra Pradesh. They all arrange the stage for the performance in a limited space in square shape and follow standard stage arrangement methods. They need 6 by 6 feet stage and it looks like a distinct stage. Pamba, Runza, Kinera are the instrument names and these forms manage with 2 artistes each. All these art forms have a similar quality, that each contains the narration with action in the story narration. The artistes act as relevant character in the relevant incident as mono action. Sometimes if more characters happen to be in the incident, the vanta, side, artistes will take that responsibility. The artistes do with full action and expression suitable to the characters. These actions and expressions manifest the dramatic feelings of the relevant characters. The instrumental music includes instruments of music, music-oriented art forms. Jamudika Katha, Pamba, Runza, Kinera are instruments and the name itself formed on the basis of instruments. Though these instruments play vital role in the performances, the artistes will excel in the performance as the dialogue delivery is very distinct, depicting the nature of characters. Folk songs also use stage and are performed with actions and expressions. Nowadays in the modern context the government is taking advantage directly and exploring such folk art forms for effective communicative policies, particularly on adult education, anti-ARIC, illiteracy, and health programs. The support of folk songs for propagation purposes here is noteworthy. The artist's frame. Page 29. The songs and sing as a group on the stage. The artistes use Gola Sujulu for solo and group performance. They maintain and follow the dramatic methods like actions, expressions, conversations, improvisations, imitations, mimicry in the performance. Ballads are rendered by Palnativaru on rare occasions. They narrate the story Palnativira Katha with live characters like drama. They have makeup and costumes for each and every character and they perform in the street or near the temple. They utilize more space as stage and they won't prefer fixed stage. Except stage, all other methods what they use are distinct ones. With this view the total performance is said to be nothing but drama. But it is called of Palnativari Katha. But these music art forms use dramatic elements in their performances like actions, expressions, improvisations, conversations in dialogue form during the narration of the story etc. All the story narrate forms introduce humor by side signers in performing the story to entertain the audience and to alert for the next event. The humorous incidents will figure in the conversation form are nothing but drama scenes. All the narrative forms of Andhra Pradesh are generated from different customs, religious events, and rites. These forms became popular, decorative with current trends and rites. These forms became popular, decorative with current trends and tastes, intermixed with the events of other forms, attractive and moreover entertainment formats. Ogu Katha, Jangam Katha, Saroda Katha, Runza Katha are the Saiva religion-based forms. Harikatha, Tandana Ramayana Katha, Dasori Katha are the Vaishnava religion-based forms. Bainidu Katha, Pamba Katha, Ogu Katha, Kinera Katha, Pandavula Katha, Rumza Katha, Asodi are the caste myth-based forms. Nowadays almost all these forms are existing as entertainment forms and very few in begging profession. Page 30. Ogu Katha, see photo no. I has its own image in the formate, style of presentation, costumes, and instruments. 26 Damaruka plays main role in the Ogu Katha and its local name is Ogu. They believe that Lord Shiva gave the Damaruka to the ancestors of Kuruma people to propagate the Maulana and Birappa stories. The storytellers of Ogu Katha became priests among their caste people with a Mirasi, Vatanu. They tell the stories of Maulana and do the marriage firstly to Maulana at the time of marriages of their caste people. This is purely ritual. This form came out as entertainment form. Chukka Sataya was the first man who crossed the caste boundaries relating to this ritual form and brought it to the stage as entertainment form. His performance represents the theatre aspects. He changes the costumes in the middle of the performance and gives more importance to the action than storytelling. He plays mono-action of very character in the performance and it gives a clue about the dramatic presentation of the performance. Ogu Katha and Burra Katha are the more dramatized forms among the narratives and they equally expose the theatrical elements. Ogwa Katha gathers more and more the audience both in ritual in entertainment performances. Main storyteller, side assistant and 3 instrumentalists on the backside is the shape of the troupe. The total performance depends upon the dramatic movements and changes of the dresses of the main artiste only. Jangam Katha, see photo number 8, is originated from Shaiva tradition 27 and the artistes themselves called as Jangam caste. Once upon a time it was a propagation form by the preachers and later it was converted as a professional and presently they became beggars. They use it now as a professional performance for begging. They wander the streets and move house to tell the stories. One main singer with tambura and 1 or 2 side singers with dakis, drum instruments, is the shape of the troupe. The narration. Page 31. Always appears in dramatic way, particularly in dialogue version and still now it is performed by Jangams only. It can be seen as entertainment way in some arranged govt programs, All India Radio and Doordarshan. Saroda Katha is nothing but Jangam Katha and it is a regional variation in the name only. It appears in Telangana districts of Andhra Pradesh and it existing as Saroda Katha only. 28. Burra Katha, see photo number 2, is a peculiar format 29 with 3 artistes, i.e. 1 main storyteller with a string instrument tambura on his left shoulder, 2 andalu, cymbals, in the right hand, anklet bells to the legs, long gown, turban with tail, dhoti, and 2 chorus artistes with burras, drums, hanged near stomach from neck, anklet bells on legs with different costumes, i.e. one is as buffoon, and another one is as political civilian. Actually, this is originated from Jangam Katha for the purpose of the propagation of the policies of Communist Party during Second World War, and later it was converted as entertainment form. The tempo, temperament, speedy movements, sound of instruments are the main reasons for the creation of this art form. Mono actions for every character in the story by main artiste, buffoon actions of one chorus singer, and political questioning and explaining of everything by another chorus singer appear like 3-member drama. No doubt the artistes describe any story like a playlet with their theatrical behavior, and they became cause to influence the performer of the other art forms and arts too. It emerged fully dramatic elements and appears as mono action. Runza is a drum instrument, and 2 artistes play together the instruments and narrate the story of Runzasura, a communal story of Viswabrahmins relating to Shaivism. Conversations in dialogue versions, gamarkas in the songs, facial expressions, dialogue expressions are similar to theatrical expressions. They use very limited stage. Page 32. Harikatha, see photo number 5, is a form emerging as many as techniques of other art forms. 30. It is purely Vaishnavite form with single artiste along with harmonium and mridangam accompanists. It is a form mixed with full of music, dance and drama elements in performance, and includes the songs, dialogues, poems, mimicry items in literature. It is a format of all the people, i.e. both class and mass, and represents the mythical and social events. The artiste wear the garland, chiratas in right hand, anklet bells to the legs, and wears dhoti. He puts the Vaishnava namam, removes shirt. The artiste represents every character in action with full of facial expressions with dialogue modulation like mono action, and everything is like a drama. It can be said as a one main show with full of dramatic qualities. The formate uses minimum stage, the instrumentalists sit both sides, and the artiste uses the space in between them for movements in the performance. His costumes, dress, and shape appears like Narada, and the form itself is generated from Narada Sampradaya of Maharashtra. The formate uses elements of both classical and folk art forms of music, dance, and dramas. It is a unique in presentation throughout India and has special qualities in attracting the audience, both the class and mass at a time. Tandena Ramayana, see photo no, is a formate for the Kirthanas of Ramayana with on main artiste and one assistant as Vanta for arguments, interruptions the main storyteller, explanations, questioning like as Burakatha Vanta artiste. Point 31. The main artiste wears Vaishnava namam on the face, takes and in the hand, and tells the story. Harmonium, madella, and cymbals are instruments, and the main artiste tells the story without movements. Facial expressions, conversations, and dialogues are the main drama elements. Dasori Kantha form is Vaishnava formate like Jangam Kantha in Shaivism and has one main artiste with tambura on. Page 33. Shoulder accompanying with two Vanta artistes along with harmonium and cymbals. This is a simple formate, and dialogues and singing method give clue to identify the drama elements. Bainidu Katha, see photo number 11, formed for caste myth propagation and remained as Shakti cult form. 32 Bhavanilu is a priest caste in Madiga community, and they tell Jamba Puranam, the caste myth of Madiga caste people from Madiga community. They use Jamudika as instrument and also call it as Jamudika Katha. Main singer uses Jamudika and the assistant operates the Titai and Bura, the Sruti instruments. Bhavanilu only tell the village goddesses stories for the villagers, and they became popular through these goddess myths. Dialogue delivery method, singing method about the characters remember the dramatic elements. Pandavula Katha, see photo number 3, is a format generated from Pandavan Katha if Gandhi_Thotia tribe. Times depends on Gandhi for their livelihood by singing their community myth, i.e. Bhima Puranam. They use Kikiri, see photo number 4, a Shrithai instrument which is very similar to Sarangi of Rajasthan, Madela, and cymbals. Some Thoti people migrated to villages and learnt Telugu, and they started the narration of Bhima Puranam in the name of Pandavula Kantha. Main singer uses tambura decorated with peacock hair, and side singers use Madela and Daki. They tell their story to Telugu people in Telugu language. They use cinema songs, actions like as in Burakatha, and introduce all popular methods, and it seems like a small drama. 1.4 Folk theatres. Folk theatre forms are broadly divided into 4 to 5 groups like folk dramas, doll narratives, map narratives, scroll narratives, puppet shows etc., according to their nature. These forms have an interlinked and intermixed nature with page 34. Each other's qualities. They all are equal in absorbing the common elements like music with dance orientations, dramas with music orientations or dance orientations. In such a context, these are also said to be depending on the musical drama, dance-oriented musics, music-oriented dances etc., briefly termed as ballets. Andhra Pradesh has many such art forms in existence, and in a way they are also considered to be popular forms to some extent. 1. Folk theatre formats in Andhra Pradesh. Introduction. Usually the scholars and well-known outstanding experts mark some lakshanas to some folk forms, and they make them as classical after familiar. Like this way folk people too imitate classical formats, and they use to prepare art forms on their own tastes. Particularly Indian mythology is observed and followed by every Indian on his own way in different methods. Many art forms are generated for the propagation of myth on the interest of the folk people. Along with music, dance, and narrative formats, the theatre formats are also generated. Folk theatre formats have sufficient similarities like as classical theatre, and these forms represent the pulse of the folk people through folk methods, colloquial language and literature, folk behavior etc. Folk people maintain parallel society through these forms in entertainment, traditional beliefs, customs, and underscore in lifestyles. These folk theatre formats have stage, lighting, scenic orders, instruments, interaction with audience, performative techniques etc. These formats have its scope in existence. Some of them are purely entertainment forms, some are partially entertainment, and some are the fully customary-based forms. We can observe them in cross-division as an other type classification like as religions theatre forms, communal theatre forms or ethnic theatre forms, ritual theatre forms, professional theatre forms and entertainment forms. Page 35. Art forms are the same in both ways, and the scholar chooses the group division as folk dramas, scroll narratives, and puppets. 1.4.2 Folk drama forms. Folk drama of Andhra Pradesh is existing with different names according to their dialects, traditions, geological and biological conditions, and each format is distinct from the other. Vidi Natakam, Vidi Bhagavatam, Bayalata, Dodata, Chenchu Bhagavatam, Yangadi Bhagavatam, Chukaluri Rama Natakam, Kangundi Kupam Vidi Natakam, Yakshaganam, Chindu Bhagavatam, Chindu Yakshaganama, Chiratala Ramayanam, Masti Bhagavatam, and Tuapu Bhagavatam etc. are the folk drama forms in Andhra Pradesh. The folk drama forms described above need first to arrange the stage, and they perform with costumes. Vidi Natakam means play exhibited in a street. The plays with the backgrounds of historical, mythological, and fantasies are fit to be performed as Vidi Natakam. The principal motive here is to only entertain the people. Bhagavatam is a concept of propagation of mythological stories in different ways. The impression is that these mythological stories create in the minds of audience is unique. Bayalata is the name attained from the place of its performance, and it means street. This name happens to be popular in the Rayalaseema region of Andhra Pradesh, just behind the Karnataka state border. Dodata means a mega show. This is prevalent in the districts of Karnataka state and bordering districts in Andhra Pradesh. Chenchu Bhagavatam means the myth of Chenchu Lakshmi. Chenchus perform only Chenchu Bhagavatam performance. Yangadi caste people perform the folk drama, and that is called Yangadi Bhagavatham. Chukaluri Rama Natakam and Kangundi Kupam Vidi Natakam are folk drama forms. These names have been attained from the names of page 36. Chukaluru and Kupam villages, as the villages are famous for Vidi Natakam. Yakshaganam is one of the pure folk drama form which is mainly performed in the Telangana region of Andhra Pradesh. Chindu Bhagavatam denotes the performance of Chindu caste people who are dependents on Madiga caste. Therefore they perform the caste story of Madiga, the Jambapuranam, for the Madiga caste people. Chindu performers perform historical, mythical and social stories for entertainment purpose meant for all castes under the name Chindu Yakshaganam. Chiratala Ramayanam is a dance drama in Telangana area. The characters in Chitratala Ramayanam hold Bhajana Chekalu, i.e., Chiratalu in the right hand, and they form into a circle before performance. While performance is on, each character comes to the center of the circle to deliver its dialogue and gets back to its place the circle after having said the dialogue. Masti caste people, who are dependent on Madiga, perform Adipuranam, i.e., Jambapuranam. Tuapu Bhagavatham is performed by Godavari Brahmins. It is believed that some script possessed by them from Kuchipudi Yakshaganam has been the basis for the Tuapu Bhagavatham. Retaining the original format of presentation, this has been developed into the Tuapu Bhagavatam. Tuapu means east. The performers of eastern parts of Kuchipudi have been performing the play. The dramas have their own costumes and dress materials. Then again each troupe follows its own way for its performance. The performers must be all-rounders and should have the capacity to perform any role from the drama. They operate instruments like madela, cymbals, harmonium etc., while the players sing the story the other performer follow in chorus. They are all community professionals from different walks of life. Similar folk drama forms can be traced from other states also, such as Terikuttu of Tamil Nadu. Page 37. Mudalapayatittu and Dodata of Karnataka, Tamasha of Maharashtra, and Bhavai of Gujarat. Vidi Bhagavatham, Chindu Bhagavatham, Tulpu Bhagavatham, Melachuri Bhagavatham, Masti Bhagavatham are the main Bhagavatha forms and are having similarities among them. These are generated for the propagation of mythological themes. The artistes of these forms are called as Bhagavachalu. 60 years back Kuchipudi Yakshaganam was recognized as folk form, and later the form itself became classical according to its qualities and lakshanas. These Bhagavathas have ritual climate and some way or other, they are all connected in ritualistic approach with the people. Bhagavathams were performed by dependent castes, mostly lower caste people except Kuchipudi. Vidi Natakam, Chenchu Natakam, Yangadi Attakam, Chiratala Ramayanam, Yakshaganam, Chindu Yakshaganam, Chukaluri Ramanatakam, Kuppam Vidanatakam, Bayalata are the entertainment formats from the beginning itself, and some communities have taken the performance of these forms as profession. Majority of the middle-class people and farmers, i.e., other than Brahmins and low-caste people, learn these Vidyanatakas and perform for entertainment purpose. This is followed by, and these forms are existed. Vidi Bhagavatam is a performance, see photo number 47, with ritualistic approach with limited and selected audience. 13. The stage has its own importance in decoration to create ritualistic climate with portraits of relative gods and goddesses with limited space. They perform only with one side curtain, and the instrumental and other chorus artists stand behind the curtain. Only men perform the Vidi Bhagavatam for all characters including female characters. The main social role occupies by the Asagadu, i.e., Hasyagadu, the humorous character like as Ketigadu in page 38. Leather puppet shows. Vidi Bhagavatam is performed in the streets and visible by three sides. Entry of first and main characters through a curtain shadow, and they operate the instruments in high pitch at that time. This method can be seen in leather puppet shows also. Donors are limited in number, and they belong to that ritual-related group. Artistes are the professionalists and are some dependent castes. Vidi Bhagavatham simply transformed as entertainment performance, and they are performing other plays like historical, fantasies and Puranic plays along with ritualistic routine performances. Chindu Bhagavatham, see photo number 41 to 45. Chindu means dance, and Chindu Bhagavachalu are the dependents on Madiga community people, and they perform Jamba Puranam, see photo number 43. Yelama, the universal mother goddess, is only the female character in Jamba Puranam performed by woman, see photo number 41. Pure ritualistic Chindu Bhagavatham artists won't allow any other community people for eyewitness except Madiga people for their Jamba Puranam performance. 34. They perform in front of the Madiga community people and depend on them for feeding. Though they are socially in low position than Madiga people, they get more respect through the Bhagavatham performance. They go round the houses of Madiga community for donations with the costumes after the completion of the performance. All the men involved in the performance either acting in characters or through instrumental operation. The women of Chindu participate in the performance as chorus singers. It can be observed that women in Chindu forms and in leather puppet shows have relevance in chorus singing. Gasanji, Barman, and Yelama are the main characters in Jambapuranam. Sometimes they use Barman characters for the humor in the performance. Gasanji, see photo number 44, and Brahmin give. Page 39. The total performance on the arranged stage and Yelama character performs around the houses along with troupe for collection of donations. They need small stage and sometimes space for performance. They prepare their costumes and dresses with available leaves and trees material, and mostly they use vegetable colors. Maduga for red, black ash of chimneys for black, yellow dust for yellow are some of their using colors. These above colors and material can be observed for the application of puppets too. They use stage props, weapons, arrows, costumes with lightweight carks of available trees and use them as their traditional dresses. Puppeteers use remaining prices of leather after making puppets for the stage props like as above. Due to social changes and financial need, they also take up that performance profession as earning profession. In that transformation they are performing all the historical, mythological, social fantasies for the people of all communities. They transferred their performance as Yakshaganam and they ask everybody for money. Women participate in the performance as helpers in chorus and in instrumental operation. Only men perform the Chindu Bhagavatham. The content is moderated up to modern society and the main characters are Gasanji and a Brahmin. Gasanji is representative of Jambavanta and Brahmin is a social character represents the society. Brahmin questions the existence of Jambavantha as untouchable, ugliness of the living style. Gasanji answers greatness of his living by helping all castes in either way. Gasanji praises the leather profession and says without leather there will not be a single profession in existence. Gasanji explains that all communities in the society depending on Madiga community for all purposes. So, the total society is dependent on Madiga caste and they take the responsibility of helping in all. Page 40. Respects. Gasanji questions the highness of all castes than Madiga. This gives clue that the argument of the two opposite characters in self-boosting method in equal status like in leather puppet shows. The force of the questing and reaction in answering is very spontaneous like as in leather puppet performance. Masti Bar Gavatham it is a folk drama form based on caste. Masti is another caste, who depends upon Madiga caste people for feeding. They have also Mirasi system and their main job was border security in the kingdoms and give the training to Madiga people in martial arts. These were the famous marshals during the kingdoms and they prepare the warriors from Madiga people for the border force of the kings. Every border village of each country had protected by these Masti people and in the later stage i.e., in British rulings they became the performers of the martial arts for the entertainment. They are living on depending method till today on Madiga caste, but they shifted their activity from martial performances and martial training to drama performances of Jamba Puranam. In the total cultural field, a warrior group's converted into preaching way is a peculiar point, and in fact both the professions are the negative poles. Martial arts teach do or die, i.e., kill or die, and the preachings teach live for peace. The Masti people transferred from their lifestyle from negative pole to positive pole according to the changes of the political and social systems of the society. They have taken up the performances of Jamba Puranam and they call it as Adipuranam. See photo number 39 and 40. They perform the Adipuranam for Madiga caste people and depend for their feeding on Madiga caste people. This is purely mythological one, and the origin and greatness of Jambavantha, who was their ancestor. 35 Adisakti, see photo number 40, the sister of. Page 41. Jambavantha tries to attract him and offers him for her love. He refuses and explains the relationship, how Jambavantha is elder than Adishakti and 3 Muthis, and the behavior and entity of Jambavantha, becoming as their ancestor, forming of Madiga caste, and all will be explained in the Adipuranam. Because Jambavanth is Adipurusha, they call it as Adipuranam. They perform this Adipuranam in front of Madiga caste people. This tells only mythological links to their caste, and this is only performing source for them. Patam Katha is performed by Dakli caste people, but that is only descriptive through scrolls. So, Madiga people are encouraging the Adipuranam. They perform like as Vedanatakam, but they make it as ritualistic climate. Their performance is not an entertainment program and only ritualistic performance. In the drama they introduce a Sigadu, i.e., buffoon character only for humor, and the character maintains limitations. Singing ragas, music styles, dialogue methods have relevance with the leather puppet shows. Chindu Bhagavatham explains the ups and downs of the society through their Jamba Puranam. Main purpose is to teach the awakening and social awareness among the community people. Masti Bhagavatham, see photo number 39, tells the religious way and sentiments of the people. They break the coconut fruit and do puja and follow the total devotional methods. They have one humorous character like as in other folk dramas, but it is less in humor activities. They prepare themselves the costumes and dresses. They use barks of the light wood for the dress material, i.e., flowers of flame of the forest for red color, black chimneys ash for black color, lime for white color, turmeric powder for yellow, and use all vegetable colors. The ornaments, kiritas, and makeup costumes are very attractive like as in leather puppet shows. These are very dominative position than other folk drama forms of AP. Page 42. Masti Bhagavatham is performed only by male except one female character, i.e., Adisakti. They won't feel shy to use black spectacles and wristwatches during the performance timings. Tuapu Bulzagavartham, see photo number 46, is generated from Bama Kalapam of Kuchipudi. Bama Kalapam is based on Satyabhama's Viraham, and the total theme runs in single way. Chintalapativaru, Vankayala Balarama Bhakta Garu taken away the theme of Bama Kalapam of Kuchipudi Bhagavatham and prepared a script for dance drama on a title Satyabhama Viraha Vedana. This activity was shaped at East Godavari, and then spread towards Visakhapatnam, Vizianagaram areas. 36 This activity was started in the east to Kuchipudi, so it was called Turpu Bhagavatam. Turpu means east. Music, dance, and expression are main points in this dance drama, and dance is in prime position. Costumes are made by wood in these dramas. Instrumentalists, particularly mridangists, stand behind the artistes' times and operate the instruments. The character sings itself, and it differed from Kuchipudi Natavangam method. They follow the total dance traditions of Kuchipudi, but the dance elements are not equal to Kuchipudi. Dance movements, drama methods what they follow resemble Vidanatakam. But they perform with only one character, i.e., Satyabhama, Sutradhara, a neutral, who acts as a servant and friend to Satyabhama, sometimes questioning about the viraham of Satyabhama, and encourages the eagerness in her with his dialogues. Bangaraka, a humorous female character, wife of humorous character Ketigadu in Puppet, expresses feelings of viraham and proudness like as Satyabhama. Though Bangaraka is humorous character, it maintains the dignity. Madela, cymbals are the main instruments, and they stand behind the character along with two more chorus singers. The Jada is famous in it, and the total drama runs on one character and on. Page 43. One event. But they perform throughout night with that single point program. Vidanatakam Vidi means street, the way to which the people using for their movements in between their houses. The play performing in the Vidi is called Vidi Natakam. It was the propagation of mythology purely imitated from classical methods. It was originated for the purpose of prabodham, mythological preachings, and knowledge. It was used as non-formal education. Later it is accommodated so many social, historical, political plays along with mythological subjects. The purpose also shifted from traditional to entertainment. Then it emerged so many styles and became multi-dialectical branches, multidimensional with different names. Chenchu tribe people presents Chenchu Natakam, Yangadi tribe people presents Yanadanatakam, Chukaluru of Kudapa people presents Chukaluru Ramanatakam. People perform before curtain is called Teranatakam. Kuppam people presents Kuppam Vidanatakam. People of Karnataka border districts presents Bayalata and Dodata. Chindu people presents Chindu Yakshaganam. Mitirai Dasalu of Telangana area present Yakshaganam are the names appear in the Vidanatakam style. 37 Amateur artists are existing along with professional artists and troupes. At the beginning in the Vidanatakam, the artists operate all the instruments at a time and perform all the talks, rhythmic styles, both in ascending and descending order. That is the symbol for the beginning of the play. Then they sing Ganapati Prathana and Saraswati prayer. After these two important prayers, applause the other gods and Ista Devatas. Then they praise the elders of that village, and then their guru. Then Chopudaralu, i.e., Vidushaka enters into the stage with Pravisa Daruvu. Each character is performed by men only. 38 No female artiste can be seen in Vidanatakam. Page 44. Performance. Each artiste knows everything, i.e., he can act any character and operates any instrument. It shows the potentiality in the performing profession. Sometimes one artiste acts many characters and many performers act in single character due non-availability of artistes or excess of artistes in the troupe. Harmonium, medela, cymbals are main instruments. Songs, dialogues, daruvalu, verses are performed through relevant styles. They prepare themselves the dresses and costumes with the available banks, leaves and other material. Vidushaka of classical play is called in Vedanatakam as Sutradhara and Arsegadu. Some areas represents with the local name for this Sutradhara as Hasyagadu, Arsegadu, Chopudarudu, Buddan Khan, Ketigadu, Sahayakudu, Sevakudu, Pradhani, Mantri etc., whatever may be the name, but they follow the link-up methods and the character is the same. The character raises the current issues of the society times directly through the play characters. He can stop the scenes whenever the play is weakened, he can enter in any scene at any time and can interrupt the other characters. It is only the character to take all relevant and irrelevant issues throughout the play according to the taste of the current audience and current situations. This humor character is as powerful as Ketigadu in leather puppet shows and can be recognized as equal character in humor. But this humor character cannot raise the financial issues, discussion about the donors like as Ketigadu in leather puppet shows. Vedanatakam requires 10 to 15 artistes for the performance. Comparatively, both classical and folk dramas are equal in view of performing aim. The classical or general drama follows only text and there is no scope for deviation or change in the performance, whereas in the folk drama there is a chance to deviate or change the text according to the convenience of the performers. Different music patrons can be seen in classical and in general. Page 45. Dramas. Whereas in folk dramas the music is in only one patron for entire drama also. In the case of scenic order, scenes, prayers, introducing the characters, stage etc., indicate the qualities of theatre in folk drama and can be comparable with the leather puppet shows. Sometimes leather puppet show performers perform the Vedanatakam with their puppet show's script as it is. Then the leader performs in humor character to raise all the problems, who has full of knowledge about the current problems. Chiratala Ramayanam. Agriculturists generally pay their devotion towards God in many ways. Rama Bhajana is one among them and it is performed with Chiratalu, i.e., instruments. These Chiratalu are called as Chekalu also, and the performance is also called as Chiratala Bhajana and Cheka Bhajana along with Rama Bhajana. This is purely devotional and sometimes it existed as dance form. It is converted into drama form in Telangana districts and existing as Chiratala Ramayanam. See photo number 28. Chiratala Bhajana or Cheka Bhajana is purely devotional dance form about Rama, and the Chiratala Ramayanam absorbed the folk drama methods and qualities and is existing as drama. They wear dresses and prepare costumes themselves. They wear Chiratalu and follow in a circle and walk round the circle with operating the Chiratalu. A pair of instruments Chiratalu are made by wood and with small iron sheets. These are very convenient to catch with hand and to operate easily. The name of the drama form originated from these instruments Chiratalu. 20 to 30 youth follow as a group and select a guru, teacher, who is called as Chiratala Panchulu. 39. He is the director and Sutradhara for the play. He decides and musical fitness of the actors among the gathered youth. He teaches day and night for a period of a month or two. After completion of the learning they give the performance. There. Page 46. Seniors will be given chants for characters like gods and demons. The juniors will be given a place in Vanta circle, i.e., chorus singing. They wear cymbals to legs and chiratalu in hands and move round the circle with singing. The characters wear the costumes and dresses according to the nature of the character. Senior artistes play female roles also. They gather ornaments, saris, and costly items from rich people's houses for the performance. Centrally located spacious bazaars will be selected for the performance and will be arranged a stage-like height place called dibba. The performers walk round the dibba and the relevant character comes to the dibba and sings his songs and joins with the circle. They arrange one kagada, a country lamp, for lighting purpose. In the later stage they changed then style in dresses and getting dresses from dress companies, and they follow full dresses like yakshagana. They do the Ganapati prayer from top of the dibba stage and come down and follow as a circle around the dibba while they are moving roundly in that circle, and the characters come to the stage one by one and introduce themselves and mingle with the circle. Then they start the performance. Cymbals, chirutalu, madella, anklet bells, harmonium are the instruments which play the main role in the performance. Songs, verses, kirtanas, and dialogues are main verbal parts. They give importance to set designing along with the musical items, vocal music, songs, verses, and expressions. Rama Patabhikam, Ravana Sabha, Kishkinda in Ramayana, Uttara Gograhanam in Virataparvam, Dwaraka, Cattle Group in Mahabharata are the main settings they prefer. They prepare big settings like as separate houses or forts, and they perform from there in olden days. Chervirala Bagaira's 15 books on Chirutala Ramayanam out of 24 are in circulation among the Telangana people for performances. Page 47. He is the prominent writer on Chirutala Ramayanam. It is said to be originated during the independence movement in the Telangana, and then it was established as a familiar folk drama in Telangana districts of Andhra Pradesh. Ravana, Rakshasa, and even Dasaratha character also praise firstly Rama as Ramachandra Prabhuki J.40. The villain character praises the hero character is great symbolic among the folk to express their devotion. Through they have dialectical diversities in literature, dialogues, and also in music. They follow same rhythmic and music patrons like as yakshaganam and leather puppet shows. We can find similarities in presenting the events or scenes both in Chiratala Ramayanam and leather puppet shows. Puppeteers fix the puppets on the screen and pick up the concerned puppets to present on the screen according the event, and after the scene is over, he fixes the same on the corner of the screen. Like this way artists in the Chiratala Ramayanam comes to the stage from the circle, perform his character and goes back to the circle. Yaksalza Ganam Professor S.V. Joga Rao discussed in his PhD thesis Andhra Yakshagana Vangmaya Charitra about the Yakshaganam and analyzed detailed. According Velagoti Venkata Ramanair aimed that Yakshaganam is the evolution of puppet. Religious purgations were followed by the ancient society to show the mythological stories as eyewitnesses. The tours are the advantageous timings for the propagation of religious propaganda. Performances were arranged to propose Dharma through these entertainment programs. These performances were started through wood puppets, leather puppets in the beginning and later transformed into manual performances. These performances were Mukha Natya, without talk, and later they started the performance 41 with singing and acting according their singing. Page 48. Professor Jogarao argued that Yakshaganam homed in tourist places and landlord houses and travelled to village court places, Ratchabanda, and then reached to king's courts places. Texts also transferred from the hands of village officers, coronoms, and farmers to cities and royal court poets. Yakshaganam became an entertainment piece both the court people and at the villagers. Point 42. This argument can be supported in view of Karmataka Yakshaganams, i.e., Tenku Titu, Mudalapaya Titu and Badgu Titu, which are existing in classical method, and Bayalata, Dodata and Sonata, which are existing in folk method. If we observe in Andhra Pradesh, we can find out slight differences between the Yakshaganam, Chindu Yakshaganam, and Kuchipudi Yakshaganam. Later can be identified as classical and depended on Natavangam, but other Yakshaganas have their own style for singing and dialogues through characters only. Chindu and Melachuri Yakshaganams have similarities in facial expression and dance. Yakshaganam of Gatapalli, see photo number 30, Karimnagar district, and Chindu Yakshaganams have similarities in music and in literature, like as in Vidanatakam. Yakshaganam in olden days, particularly Tanja Nayaka kingdoms, got a place in Marga style, classical, however it cannot be seen in existence now as it was. Literature is taken from Tanja Nayaka period by Kuchipudi Bhagavachalu and performing as dance-oriented performance with Natavangam. Many researchers argued that Tanja Noyak period Yakshaganams were music-oriented, Yakshaganam performing by Mittiri Dasalu, see photo number 29, Chindu Yakshaganam are in pure folk style both in literature and in performance. These are similar to Terukutu of 1, Milnadu, Bayalata and Dodata of Karmataka, Vidanatakam, Chenchunatakam of Andhra Pradesh. Ragas, Daruvalu, music patrons, dance rhythms are. Page 49. Appeared similar leather puppet shows like as Yakshaganams. There are differences between these forms in the case costumes, performance, style of music, dance, facial expressions, organizing the performance, preparation of dresses. There are differences between these forms. Everybody follows his own style to retain their tradition and identity. Malas can be seen in female characters in all the forms except in current days Kuchipudi Yakshaganam. Chindu Yakshaganam. This is originated from Yakshaganam with some local dialectical peculiarities. Chindu means dance. Chindu Madagalu is a subcaste of Madiga caste. These people depend on Madiga for their livelihood and they give knowledge for them through Jamba Puranam, Caste Puranam, see photo number 42, as performance. Along with the Jamba Puranam, they perform Yakshaganams for the entertainment of all castes. These Chindu people adopted general Yakshaganam plays both Mahabharata, see photo number 33, Ramayana and other mythological plays, see photo number 32, and historical contents. Vineswara prayer will be as usual like in other performances, like in puppet shows and folk dramas, but they won't keep any map or any doll of Vigneswara. Puppet shows have Vigneswara puppet, except singing of prayer song. 43 No dance or action can be seen in this scene. But in puppet shows the Vigneswara puppet dances according to the tune of the prayer song. Small dance will be played after prayer which is not relevant to the play. That gives clue that the performers do alert the audience towards the performance. Sometime they introduce mythological characters like Balakrishna or Ramba to entertain the audience with the humorous dialogues with the Sutradhara. Ketigadu and Bangaraka start the humorous discussion after the prayer in page 50. The leather puppet shows. Vanta also participate in chorus singing. The play will be started immediately to this entertainment scene with the introduction of coming king. Sutradhara runs the play from this point onwards and introduces himself as minister. The troupe members are called as Mellam in Chindu Bhagavatham. The same term Mellam can be seen in Chindu Yakshaganam also. The adopted daughters from Chindu Mellam will act as instruments in Yakshaganams, whereas in Chindu Bhagavathams 44 they act as Yelama, the mother goddess character. See photo number 42. Adopting the girl in the name of goddess means she will be the representation of goddess. At the end of every Bhagavatha performance, she will possess in the name of Yelama. Since the adoption, she will be called as Yelama. Male persons, who act in the female roles will express their action, see photo number 34, and in modulation of dialogue like as females. All the male persons of Chindu community will try for the growth of their head hair for the hairstyles of female characters. Savitri Paranayam, Chenchu Lakshmi, Rukmangada Karitra, Dharmanagada Karitra, Balanagama, Sarangadhara Karitra are some of the plays, which they perform as Yakshaganams. Children of Chindu community will learn the performance from their childhood through their parents only. The children of puppeteers follow their profession on the stage from the childhood onwards. The stage is covered stage in the puppet shows, so no disturbance to the audience can be seen with them. Chindu artistes, children will learn on the stage and the puppeteers' children will learn inside the stage. Both are giving training from the childhood. Parents are the first gurus for them like as in puppeteers' tradition. Chindu artistes adopt the music and literature from Yakshaganam for their dance dramas. Folk literature and dialogues enter in these dramas according to their knowledge level. These Chindu Yakshaganams can be seen as equal with the page 51 Yakshaganams in literature and music and can be seen as equal with the Kuchipudi Yakshaganam in dance, see photo number 33, and expression. Through these have dance, they themselves sing and say the dialogues but not depend on Natavangam. This is more powerful form because it absorbs both the qualities of Yakshaganam and Kuchipudi Yakshaganam. On the title of Yakshaganam Karnataka is having 4 types of Yakshaganas, i.e., Mudalapaya Yakshagana, Tenkutitu, Bhajatitu, Kundapura Titu. 45. These are classical in all aspects like as are Kuchipudi except in costumes, and Bayalata and Dodata are the pure folk, like as our Vidanatakam and Yakshaganam. The above are the major and popular forms in folk dramas of Andhra Pradesh. These have some common qualities in the performances, basic ideologies, social and cultural values, music patrons, and rhythmic trends and similarities in some angels with the leather puppet performances. Background history. Classical drama forms have historical evidences. Folk drama performances have also reasonable historical evidences. Buddhism had used art forms from all quarters of people to propagate the religion with a view to educate and entertain the people. Buddhism used the puppet shows, drama forms, scroll narratives. Saivism, Vaishnavism and Saktayam followed the footsteps of Buddhism and advanced in utilizing the art forms of music, dance, narrations, and dramas, particularly folk art forms. Jayapa Senani himself told in his Nritaratnavali that Pratapa Rudradeva helped to convert many folk art forms as classical during his ruling. 46. They encouraged narratives and folk dramas for religious propagation. They divided the society as caste. Page 52. Segments with same mythological link of Shaivism. Each caste had subcastes, and those are dependent castes. This was general practice in 10th to 13th centuries AD. Each dependent caste had an art form for propagation of caste myth. Dances like Viranatyam, Gauravayalu, Parini, Ogu dances, narrations like Jangam Katha, Ogu Katha, Runza Katha, scroll narratives like Goda Paranam, Goda caste myth, Markandeya Paranam, Padmasal caste myth, Jamba Puranam, Madiga caste myth, Betala Paranam, Mala caste myth, and folk dramas like Mailaru Devyuni Charitra, Vidi Natakam, Mallikarjuna Kalyanam, folk drama, Bhakta Markandeya, folk drama, and all formats were supported by the king. These art forms are still in existence in Andhra Pradesh along with leather puppet show performances. On the same way Vaishnavism and Saktayam encouraged the artistes and arts. The artistes who perform the myth were called as Bhagavatyalu, and the performers who perform in the king courts for entertainment were called artistes. Like this way Vaishnavism introduced dance form like Cheka Bhajana, Tapatagulyu, Pandari Bhajana, musics like Harikatha, Tandena Ramayana Katha, Dasori Katha. Scrolls like Bhagavatham, Bharatam and Ramayana events and drama events like Chiratala Ramayanam, Chenchu Bhagavatham, Chukaluri Ramanatam, and other mythological activities. Saktayam also introduced dance forms like Garagalu, Bonalu, Uramulu, music forms like Pamba Katha, Runza Katha, Bainidi Katha, Asada Katha, Saroda Katha, and drama forms like Mandhata. After some time these were converted into entertainment performances. After the collapse of the religious rulings, the propaganda missions became helpless for their livelihood and taken up the entertainment profession. Jangam Katha homed in Shaivism time. Burra Katha adopted the qualities of. Page 53. Jangam Katha and came into the existence around 1940, which was born at the time of Two World War. 47 Ogu Katha also generated at the time of Shaivism and probably 12th century. D. 48 All the forms and formats got an encouragement, and so many new forms were generated at the time of Shaivism and Vaishnavism around 10th century. Burra Katha, Chiratala Ramayanam banned in the independence days for enlightenment in the public. During the religious struggle of Shaivism and Vaishnavism, caste system was born on the basis of professions as lower and upper castes. Though castes from lower strata have the system of underscore dependency. Particularly some castes depend upon another castes which are having relevancy in all traditional proceedings. These are the subcastes of that main caste group. This system can be seen in Maratha group puppeteers too. The subcastes are further divided into 2 or more. In Madiga and Malacastes there are more than 14 subcastes. Among these subcastes, one works from the top position, i.e., from Gurusthana, and another works from low position. Some subcastes survive for just dependency. The main caste has to take up responsibility as a host and has to feed all these subcastes. But in puppeteers no dependency method can be seen. These subcastes tell something about the caste legend through an art form. Among these subcastes, some have taken up story narratives and dramas for explaining the legends. The subcastes are being fed by the host castes in different ways, i.e., through mirasi, a permanent donated landed property or right to ask the money or grain from the host caste people in some villages, and through financial assistance to the performers, or in begging way. The begging has also been referred to as one type of mirasi or vatanu. The top subcaste people like Bhavanilu, Pamba would be honored as priests, and they tell the legends through story narration. Page 54. The mirasi system, dependency system, deals with almost all the castes of Andhra Pradesh with a degree of variation in dependency. Some castes have more than 3 dependent cates, but more or less all the castes have at least 1 or 2 dependent castes. The host castes and their dependent castes follow the same traditional and religious methods during their life cycle rituals. Each caste has its own identity in the traditional line, and some resemblances can be seen within the group of dependent and host castes. Some dependent castes like Gauravayalu work as priests for their host castes and codependent castes in the life cycle rituals. The performers of Chindu and Masti people too beg for food, clothes, and money and treat their host castes, i.e., Madiga, as upper caste. Madiga caste people treat the Dakla caste people only as untouchables. Thus the Bindla, Pamba, Chindu, Masti people have independent movements and separate identity in social status and in cultural relationship. Rituals, traditional barriers, cultural integrity, social relationship, devotional atmosphere, life cycle rituals are common to be seen with them. Such events exhibit the significance and dignity of the above caste people. 1.1.6.3 Performative strategies. In the beginning of the performance, the troupe starts the performance with prayer song in all the narrative and drama forms. Naturally, an elder man in the troupe sings the prayer song. Audience sit facing the performance. The narrator stands in the center of the troupe, and other performers stand either side of the narrator with their instruments. These supporting singers follow the movements and narration of the main performer as a vanta, chorus. The instrumentalists operate the instruments like madela, cymbals, harmonium. Page 55. I.e., rhyme and rhythm follow the main performer and repeat the songs as chorus. The narrator completes the prayers of Ganapati, Saraswati, and their caste goddesses. Then in the Bindla and Pamba Katha's leader in the Chindu and Masti performances starts the story, starting with his introduction along with his troupe, and explains his main purpose to have the performance at that particular place. He greets all the elders of the caste and touches the caste sentiment to attract the audience. The usual routine business can be seen in the movements of performers, and all the artistes cautiously try to bring the seriousness in the atmosphere for the good performance. They involve seriously for the best production of the performance. During the prayer songs, no domination can be seen in the performance like in the general performances. After the prayer songs, the main narrator starts the story in Bindla and Pamba. At the end of the story, the leader creates sacrificial atmosphere in Chindu, Bindla, and Pamba performances, and the audience offer the sacrificial animal to the god. The performers convince the audience to involve in the legend. Some troupes collect the money in the middle of the performance, and some troupes collect the money at the end. Thus the performative strategies cover the starting of prayer song, and up to the end of the concluding prayer, i.e., Mangala Harathi. It deals with different behaviors of the artistes in different events and timings, like in the prayer song, after prayer song, instrumentalists and their operation methods, refrains and supporting stories, simultaneous alternative arrangements for the performances in problematic situations, and at the Mangala Harathi also. Page 56. 1.1.6.4 Relationship and interaction between the performers and audience. The performers and the audience have social relationship, and that cannot be separated. Almost all the narrators and Bhagavathilu have inter-relationship. Painba is a dependent caste on Harijan community, i.e., Mala caste, and they perform the caste legend of Mala caste people. Masti, Chindu, and Bindla are dependent castes on Madiga, professionally Chemakaras in Andhra Pradesh, and they perform Jamba Puranam for Madiga caste people. The dependent castes are the performers, and the host castes people are the audience. The performance is not only pure entertainment but also a ritual. The performers are not only the entertainers but also preachers of their caste legends. In that way, the audience not only enjoy the programs, but involve in the programs for its rituals. The host people arrange the program for themselves, and they involve as participants with devotion in the ritual. They protect the sanctity of ritual by behaving in an honorable manner. The performers are having hold on the host caste people, and socially they have respectable relationship with them. Some are in priest position to the hosts, and some dependents are in low level to the host caste people. The dependent castes like Bindla, Pamba are in priest position, and socially they are given higher respect by their hosts. The dependent castes like Chindu, Masti like Gurupuvaru are in low status than their host castes and professionally in begging stage, though they perform caste legends. Socially they are neglected and are treated in low level, like puppeteers. All the dependents who are giving the performances are given culturally equal respect at the time of performances. As the host castes people recognize the devotional greatness of performers and honor the performers irrespective of their age and social status. Puppeteers also get the same respect. Page 57. Though the puppeteers are not dependents, they depend for livelihood through performances. The caste myth narrators perform for mental purity and peace, but not in an entertaining mood. So, no interaction can be seen like an entertainment program, and only devotional reaction can be seen with them. There cannot be seen any social interaction between the performers and host caste people in the shape of jokes, or other humorous events other than the story, like as in other art forms. From the cultural point of view, The audience pose questions during the performances to know clearly the sanctity of the legend, and the performers too react accordingly. The same method can be observed in the puppet show of Ramayana like Sundarakanda only. Here the social, cultural, devotional and personal relationship between the caste myth performers and the host caste people can be observed along with the interaction between them. Contexts. Generally, the community people request the performers for the narrative drama performances, and organize the performance once in a year as a collection effort. Somebody takes initiative on behalf of the community to bring forth the program, and the same person take the responsibility of collecting the money for performers, fixing the date, time and venue and other supporting items of the performance. The same method can be observed in the case of leather puppet show performances also. The performance will be arranged at spacious temples to make comfortable for all. The nearby villagers of the same caste to gather at recognized village and observe the performance. Generally, the host castes organize the Bindla and Pamba performances at the time of annual ceremonies of the Page 58. Caste rites. These rites are in the shape of Milatujupulu, i.e., to bring the community into the sanctity or purity by conducting the puja program. These can be observed in the houses of puppeteers by themselves only. They feel pure by cleaning all the mila. They do conduct this type of holy activities during the festival days and at the time of marriages. When the births and deaths occur, they feel the community gets mila, i.e., impure, so that no sacrificial activities can be taken place without purifying it. This is also a context for the performance, Bindla and Pambas, along with the annual ceremony. Madiga, Mala communities arrange performances of Bindla and Pamba stories of their caste story at the time of marriages at their homes. The communities of Goda, Mala, Madiga, Padmasal, Mudaraju arranged the scroll narrative performances on some occasions along with the narratives and Bhagavathams at a mass festival of that community. During these mass festival days, the relatives of community come and join with them to celebrate the function, and they prepare the feast with the meat of the sacrificial animals. Rich people of a community arranges a particular performance, i.e., Bindla or Pamba and Tamba Puranam of Chindu on the occasion of house festival or in a major house celebration. The owner of that house invites both the performers and audience of that community, and they celebrate that ritual. Though the audience have no role in the organization of the performance, they involve in the performance as devotees and bring the ritual atmosphere. It cannot be seen as entertainment program even in the individual's house performance. The individuals arrange the house performance of leather puppet show performance like as caste myths. The performances take place at the time of general festivals, where the financial position is sound. The people gather together and collect money for the expenses and honorarium to the performers and call the performers for the celebrations of caste festival, entertainment performances. Page 59. Of Yakshaganams, Vedanatakas, narratives like Jangam Katha, Burakatha, Harakatha, Ogu Katha, and other folk dramas and leather puppet shows. The hosts create all these contexts at their convenient timings and create the occasions for all the performances too. It is observed that this type of celebration reveals the devotion towards the community gods and enjoyment too. The other side of the coin is that the performers too create contexts. This shows the necessity of the performers for their bread, and they create a climate for it and encash the sentiments of the host caste people. If a performer wants to create a context for the performance, the performers observe the situation of agricultural benefits and professional satisfaction, then they move for the performances. They search suitable place and persons who encourage their performances. Sometimes the host people do not mention their rituals and performances and forget them. In such cases too, the performers themselves remembers the occasion and takes initiative to organize rituals. Then the performance takes place. They also remember about the rituals on the occasions of festival days, caste festival days, general celebrations, marriage celebrations, traditionally fixed days, and prepare them for performances. Now the government bodies are engaging the folk. Art forms for propagating their policies like family planning, adult education, literacy, AIDS, health and child care, etc. Among the folk art forms, leather puppet show performances and scroll narratives also are invited to propagate the government policies. These performers are inserting the policy items in between the stories, myths and caste stories, and are giving performances among the people. The people observe the policy items in between the legend in the entertainment shape, and with concentration and with devotional feelings. Private organizations at their general celebration days, political parties at the time of elections are. Page 60. Making use of these forms. These contexts are not be counted for their goal and only as their additional activities. If the researchers or the research organizations ask for performance, it may be a new context for them, but they, however, perform with a great zeal and enthusiasm. Central ideology. The discrimination started in between the castes as upper class and lower class and the professions as high profession and low profession, great tradition and little tradition. The society respected the upper castes and their professions and show negligence towards giving respect to the low caste people and their professions. This continued for generations together towards the lower classes. Sufi movement came forward in the medieval age to encourage self-confidence in the lower classes and self-respect. Sufi movement turned down the differences between caste, creed and sex and mooted a message that all are equal in getting the moksha. Self-respect and confidence increased in the lower castes and in their professions through this Sufi movement. This was propagated through the narrative forms, scroll narratives, folk dramas, puppet shows, etc. This was utilized by all. Vira_Shaiva movement occupied the minds of people of Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka in the medieval age. The main concept of Vira_Shaiva movement was to encourage the self-respect, self-belief and self-confidence in the lower class people and in their professions. Upper class utilized the written literature and the lower class utilized the oral literature and folk performances of dance, narration, drama, puppet shows as their vehicles. The people of all castes come together and move together. Page 61. This helps to indicate the equality, fraternity and integrity, and it leads to the strengthening the society from gross root level. 1. Drama narratives. The narratives like Tela Shirala Varu, Mandekula Varu and scroll narratives like Kakapadagalu, Madal Puranam, Patam Katha, Goda Puranam, Jamba Puranam or Dakla Puranam, Betala Puranam or Gurambari Kathalu, Adapuvari Puranam, Padma Puranam are the art forms, with some dolls and scrolls. The performances are done in daytime only, and also performed on the fixed stage, and artistes narrate the story showing concurred diagram on the scroll with stick in his hand. Tela Chiralavaru arrange a big tent, and the story of Katama Raju Katha is painted in picture forms on the top of the tent. The audience sit under the tent, and the performer narrates the story by showing pictures with the help of his hand stick. The narration will be in Yakshaganam style, and they use the instruments of harmonium, madela, and cymbals. The narrator wear anklet bells to his legs. The method of singing, the vanta by side singer, the action and expression by main narrator constituency the total drama format. But there will be no stage, no costumes, no actors, and no spent dresses are made use of for the purpose. Mandekulu is also a narrative form, but they introduce dolls for narration. The dolls of Katama Raju Katha are performed by Mandekulavaru, or Potapotrapuvaru, by showing a designated doll according to times the story. The story narration will be in Yakshaganam style with relevant instruments. The singing style, dialogue delivery, and reading out the poem are very district ones. Particularly the cutting of a dialogue at its end and the tone set to sing a poems are peculiar to this form only. It is thus said to be Yakshagana style. No fixed stage is required for them. They sit anywhere with their dolls for performance, preferably on the floor or a mantapam or in the spacious bazaars. Page 62. The scroll narratives have an important role. In the society, these are the promoters of communal stories and dependents on some castes. Madalu Puranam is the caste myth of Rajakas. Padma Puranam is the myth of Padmasal caste. Jamba Puranam is the caste myth of Madiga caste. Betala Puranam is the myth of Mala caste. Kakapadagallu is the caste myth of Mudiraj caste people. These are performed by dependent castes of the concerned caste group, and this dependent caste is a subcaste in the same caste segment. Marchayalu perform the Madalu Puranam, Gauda Jetalu perform the Gauda Puranam, Dakli perform the Jamba Puranam, Guramvaru perform the Betala Puranam, and Pandavulu Varu perform the Kakapadagallu. The method of singing, performing techniques, instrumental of all the above art forms is similar like as in Yakshaganam. Raga method, ending points, narration, markets, conversation are all Yakshaganam style and are having more dramatic values. 1. Scroll narratives. The scroll means a cloth or a paper of 20 to 40 meters of length and 2 meters of width with a legend or a story on it, in the shape of pictures or scripts. The scrolls are used to narrate the mythology through pictures or the scripts. As such, these scrolls are called scroll narratives. Some of these scrolls are used to exhibit the pictures without narration. The same pictures of legends, epics, or ethics or ballads can be seen in the roofs of palaces, roofs of temples, on the gopuras of temples, on the walls of palaces, and on the walls of temple mantapas. In some cases, dolls of wood or clay can also be seen to narrate the stories in front of the curtains in some art forms, glove puppets, and backside of the curtains in some art forms like leather puppet shows. The epics, legends, ethics, ballads, the histories of the great warriors, histories of the historians, Religious matters. Page 63. Social events and caste legends have been propagated through scroll narrative performances in the concerned societies. These scrolls can also be seen as in the shapes of single map containing one picture, collective maps, or group of maps containing many pictures. The scrolls can be divided into 3 divisions according to the style of performance, viz. 1. Sanchara patams, 2. Sthira patams, and 3. Shalana patams. The term patam as a Telugu word which has its conceptual meaning as scroll. In Andhra Pradesh these are called as Kakapadagalu and Patam Kathalu. These scrolls are having basic grip in their areas and hence, they keep their existence with their own identity even today. Several castes from Andhra Pradesh are propagating the caste legends, Kulapuranams, through several performances. Of all the performances, scroll narrative performances have a special place in propagating the caste legends. The scrolls are in the hands of some dependent castes and they are utilizing it for earning their bread and butter. They have a profession of dependency on 7 related castes. The related castes are called host castes. They have a right to tell these legends and enjoy the properties acquired for these professions during their ancestors' days. These are all traced out in the Telangana districts of Andhra Pradesh. In a way, scrolls narrate the origin of particular caste and eulogize the daring exploits of their legendary heroes. Occasionally they incorporate episodes from Hindu mythology and the Puranas, but the traditional characters predominate, woven into the narrative. They were painted by local artists and used by minstrel picture showmen who traveled to the different villages, performing the appropriate stories when invited by people of a particular caste. The caste element was very strong and prevailed not only in the theme, but also with audience, even through other villagers were sometimes allowed to witness the show. 54. This has been an page 64 observation of Jagadish Mittal, a painter from Andhra Pradesh. On close examination of the dependency, certain factual elements about the dependent system can be noticed. The castes from lower strata have this system of dependency. Particularly, some castes depend upon other castes which are having relevancy in all traditional proceedings. These will be the subcastes of that main caste group. The subcastes are further divided into 2 or more than 2 caste groups. In Madiga and Mala castes there are more than 14 subcastes. Among these subcastes, one works from the top position, i.e., from Gurusthana, and another form low position, begging, and some subcastes survive just due to dependency. The main caste has, therefore, to take responsibility as a host and has to feed all these subcastes. These subcastes tell something about the caste legend. And one among these subcastes, some have taken up scroll narratives for explaining the legends. Gauda Jettis tell the Gauda Puranam for Gauda caste people. Mashayas tell the Madalu Puranam for Rajaka caste people. Kakapadagalavaru tell the Mahabharata to the Mudaraj caste people. Kunapulavaru tell the Padma Puranam for Padmasal caste people. Adapuvaru tell the caste legend for the Mangali caste people. Barbars, Gurupuvaru tell the caste story of Malas for Mala caste people, and Dakalivaru tell the caste story for Madiga caste people through these scroll narratives. These subcastes are being fed by the host castes in different ways, that is, through Mirasi, a permanent donated landed property or right to ask the money or grain from the host caste people in some villages, and/or through financial assistance to the performers, or through begging in some castes. The begging has also been referred to as one type of mirasi or vatanu. The top subcaste people would be page 65. Honored as priests, and they tell the legends through narration of the scrolls. The mirasi system, dependency system, deals with almost all the castes of Andhra Pradesh with a degree of variation in dependency. Some castes have more than 3 dependent castes, but more or less all the castes have at least 1 or 2 dependent castes. The host castes and their dependent castes follow the same traditional and religious methods during their life cycle rituals. Each caste has its own identity in the traditional line, and some resemblances can be seen within the group of dependent and host castes. Some dependent castes work as priests for their host castes and codependent castes in the life cycle rituals. But almost all these scroll narrators have an upper hand and grip at the temples of their caste gods and at caste rituals. Rajakas consider the Machayalu as their priest, 55 Gaudas consider the Gauda Jettis as their priests, Madigas and Mallas won't consider Dakla and Garamvaru as their priests respectively, and they treat them at low level. These performers too beg for food, clothes, and money and treat their host castes, i.e., Madiga and Malla, as upper castes. Madiga caste people treat the Dakla caste people as untouchables. The remaining scroll narrators are getting the respectable social status from the host castes as like as priests. There is no marriage relationship between them, but there exists the food relationship. Thus the scroll narrators have independent movements and separate identity in social status and in cultural relationship. Rituals, traditional barriers, cultural integrity, social relationship, devotional atmosphere, life cycle rituals like ceremonies during birth, marriage, death, etc., exhibit the significance and dignity of the scroll narrators. Page 66. The performative they implement are seen from the starting of prayer song to the end of the closing prayer, i.e. Mangala Horata. Performative strategies constitute different human behaviors of the artistes in different events and timings, like in the prayer song, after prayer song, instrumentalists and their operation methods, refrains and supporting stories, simultaneous alternative arrangements for the performance in problematic situations, even including at the time of Mangala Harathi. Every performance has its own qualities and limitations. Here the performance and the audience have social relationship, and that cannot be separated. Almost all the scroll narrators have interrelationship. Gauda Jetti is a subcaste and dependent caste on Gauda caste, professionally tardi toppers in Andhra Pradesh, and they perform Gauda Puranam for the Gauda community people. Kakapadagallu is a dependent caste on Mudiraj caste, professionally agriculturists in Andhra Pradesh, and they perform Mahabharatham for Mudiraj caste people. Machayalu is a dependent caste on Rajakas, professionally was Herman community in Andhra Pradesh, and usually perform Madalupuranam for Rajakas. Kunapalli is a dependent caste on Padmasali, who are weavers by profession in Andhra Pradesh, and they perform Padmapuranam for Padmasali caste people. Adapuvaru is a dependent caste on Mangali, Barber community, in Andhra Pradesh, and they perform caste legend for Mangali caste people. Gurapu is a dependent caste on Harijan community, i.e., Mala caste, and they perform the caste legend for Mala caste people. Dakali is a dependent caste on Madiga, professionally Chemakaras in Andhra Pradesh, and they perform Jamba Puranam for Madiga caste people. These dependent castes people give performances of the caste legends for their host castes people through scroll. Page 67. Narratives. The dependent castes are the performers, and the host castes people are the audience. The performance is not only for pure entertainment but also seen by and large as a ritual. The performers are not only the entertainers but also preachers of their caste legends. In that way, the audience not only enjoy the programs, but involve in the programs for its rituals. One interesting finding here is that all the scroll narratives performed indulge in realizing the human sentiment through the caste element. Whereas in the puppet show, it is purely entertainment and no division in the audience. The host people who arrange the program for themselves, and they involve as participants with devotion in the ritual. They protect the sanctity of ritual of behaving in an honorable manner. These caste legends are narrated among the community people as caste legends through different ways, i.e., in the shape of dramas, dances, story narrations, and scroll narratives by dependent castes. The people of all castes have come together and moved together. This phenomenon suggests to indicate the equality, fraternity, and integrity, and it leads to the strengthening of society from gross root level. 1.4.3.2. Times map narratives. Drama narratives have special role in the folk theatre. Caste legends are narrated in different ways, and among them map narratives are also playing an important role. 20 by 20 feet square type tent is printed with the caste legend in the lower side and fixed by poles. Performer narrates the story by showing with long stick which is in his hand. The audience sit under the tent and observe the legend according to the narration of the performer. Tela Kairalavaru is a dependent community of Yodava, and they tell the story of Katam Rajukatha. They depend for their on Yodavas, and they tell the caste story of Yodavas. 57 to Guru Jogyalu is a subcaste. Page 68. Which they narrate the caste story of Kurumalu through scroll. These Taguru Jogyalu narrate the story of Birappa for Kurumas, and get money as Mirasi. This Taguru Jogyalu narrate it on the floor itself. The audience for these map narratives should observe by looking upward direction in Tela Kairalavaru and downward direction into Guru Jogyalu. Tela Kairalavaru collect the donations in the shape of sheeps and cloths from Yodavas. To Guru Jogyalu collect the donations in the shape of young sheeps and grain. To Guru means young sheep. The caste legend is printed round the tent, and the program will be arranged during day timings. The story is narrated in Yakshaganam style or as scroll narrative style. Instrumentalists like Madalist, cymbal operator give the chorus to the main singer. They arrange the tent in a spacious area, and the tent itself can be counted as stage. There is no necessity of lights. The story always run during the daytime only. The lighting arrangement is impossible, because the tent will be nearly 20 feet in height. These two forms are purely ritualistic, and the audience involve as devotees. 1.4.3.3. Dole narratives. Doll narratives have a place in the drama narratives, and these can be divided into 2 to 3 varieties. Mandechalu or Potapatrapuvaru is a dependent caste on Yodava or Gola. They perform the caste history, see photo number 59, i.e. Katamraja Kathalu for Gola caste people, and get the remuneration for that as in Point59 they are in Mirasi system, they wander the villages. They have to cover number of villages to tell the story in a year. They get the dolls of wood with the height of 6 to 12 inches, and are decorated with different colors. Each character will have a doll and will be in a fully colorful with the fitted manner. These dolls are prepared and printed by Cheriala artists of Medak district. Entire Telangana artists, entire Telangana i.e., scroll narrators, map narrators, and doll narrators depend on Cheriala painters for their page 69. Scrolls, maps, and dolls. Mandekula Varu perform the story in front of a house or a spacious bazaar or open place. They need 10 square feet area, and the performer sits at one place by settles himself in selected area, no stage arrangements or lighting systems are needed, and he lays down a cloth on the ground, keeps his dolls on the cloth in the story order and gives the performance. He uses to sing the story in verses, songs, and conversations, also deals with musical and dramatic manner. He takes 2 dolls into 2 hands and show the dolls to the audience and sings character-wise. He shows the doll first in the height with relevant portion of character in singing way and next the character's dialogues. He brings down the first character and takes up the next character. The audience gather around him and observe by sitting. He gives the performance of war scene also by clashing the dolls with his 2 hands. Madela, cymbals, and harmonium are the instruments appeared in the performance. Only one main performer leads the story and the rest are the instrumentalists, and they give chorus only. He shows the dances of female characters, war feats of male warriors with his skill, and he does not utilize anything except hands. No special dress is seen with them except civil dress, and the performance gets sanctity with its ritual importance. The audience is purely communal and they are involvers, not entertainment audience. This is purely day performance and separate stage is not essential. The method of singing, the ragas singing in the performance, Daruvalu use in it, and performance method is very similar to scroll narratives or yakshaganam. The performer is the leader, main singer, sutradhara, decider, planner, and he is whole and soul. The doll performance can remember the leather puppet show performance, and it seems nothing but puppet performance. Page 70. 1.4.4 Puppet theatre. Puppet shows can be categorized into 4 to 5 types. Mostly leather puppet shows are popular among the puppet shows, and it is also true in the case of Andhra Pradesh. Puppeteers from Maratha migrated long back and settled in Andhra Pradesh. They are spread all over Andhra Pradesh and settled in Rayalaseema districts, mainly in Ananthapur district. The local people who took as a profession by caste. Tagata also perform the leather puppet shows who are settled in Madhavapatnam of Kakinada, 6 Katagudavarapalam near Kotapa Konda of Guntur district and other parts of the state. These professionals perform the plays, manufacture the puppets, manipulate the puppets and operate the instruments too. The leather puppet show performance needs small space of stage and a curtain called screen and lights. The performer is the leader, director, actor, manipulator, finance planner, performance planner, and he is all in all. He controls the puppeteers. Society by avoiding indulging in unlawful things through the leather puppet show performance, and attracts the audience not only to the performance but also outside the performance. He gathers the financial support for the performance from the villagers or from donors. If the performer fails to raise money, he has to disband his profession. So they will be very alert in this respect. They get the adequate training in this regard right from the childhood itself. This may be the reason that the puppetry has been the strongest art forms among other folk forms in the field and survives by itself easily. 1.4.4 Leather puppet shows, Nataka Lakshanas. Puppet shows appeared since BC. At the time of Mukhis it had a place. Buddhism utilized this for the propagation of Dharma, and then the kings utilized it for the propagation of their policies. Abhignan Sakuntalam, Vikramorvojam, Vini Samharam, Uttara Rama Charitam etc. Page 71. Are such themes which got popularized through this art form. Some of the Sanskrit famous plays were written on the lines of Marga Nataka Lakshanas. 61 These are called as Marga Natakas. The influence of classical, Marga, plays particularly Sandhi, Sutradhara, Sandhi Vachanam, Prera, Nondi, Prastavana, Shastyantalu, entry of characters, Phalasruti are seen in the puppet theatre. The Nataka Lakshanas gave a shape and direction to puppet theatre. Desi Prokriya developed the structure of puppet theatre as its existence continued. Traditions, customs, habits, local atmosphere, situations, vocabulary, experiences, lifestyles of different people getting a place in the performance have added some more strength to the puppet theatre. Desi Sahitva Prakrivas of verses. Sisam, Khandam, Gita, Dvipada, Akara, Ragada, Mora Chandam were utilized for the description of the text. The content has been the contribution of the Desi literature, and structure for this has been drawn from the Nataka Lakshanas. Verses gave a life to the puppet theatre. Varieties of verses have secured a place in the puppet performances. Prose, proverbs, riddles, songs, jokes, dialogues, conversations, Padamulu, Daruvalu, Ilalu, Mangala Haratulu, Uyalalu, Railalu, Jakularekupatalu, Sudulu, Ekapajulu, Astapajulu, and varieties of Ragadas i.e. Triputa Rikulu, Jamp Rikulu, Racha Rikulu, Atatala Padamulu, Arthur Chandrakalu etc. are lifeline materials within the body of puppet performance. In a way, puppetry is a theatrical form with a structured performance. Structural elements in a performance like prayer, beliefs, superstitions, devotion, Mangala Harathi, puja, respects and all the traditional formalities are embedded in the performance justify this argument. Page 72. Prathana, prayer, is an important element of the puppet theatre. Praying the favorite gods, Ganapati, three Muthis Guruvu, guide, Adisakti, Bharatamata are some of the main items used in the prayer. Prayers may be in the form of slokas or verses from Telugu kavyas, or from self-coined or written, or in songs. The caste god or Istadevata, or devotional god, is prayed in the very beginning itself. However, the Ganapati stuti is a must in every folk drama and folk form. Puppet theatre is not an exception for it. Saraswathi, Guruvu, Bharata Mata, Telugu, and a referring to hosting village of the performance can also be seen as stuti item as part of performance in the puppet theatre. Such prayer songs are high in number in the folk theatre. Guru stuti can be seen in the folk art forms, in the shape of songs. Puppet theatre also follows this tradition but in the verse shape. Prastavana, Ketigadu and Bangaraka. In classical drams it gives the clue of the book title, the context of the book and importance of the book. At the end of the Prastavana the Noti and Sutradhara indicate about the coming characters. In folk dramas Noti and Sutradhara are absent. But in the place of Sutradhara, Chopudarudu or Pradhani character plays a key role. He stands for Sutradhara, Dwarapala, Humora, and sometimes helper are tipped for big characters. This is an important character in folk dramas. But in puppet theatre Ketigadli and Bangaraka, like as Noti and Sutradhara in classical dramas, start the play. Prastavana has a suitable place both in the classical plays and in the folk plays. Poshakula Prasamsa, appreciation o, patrons. Sutradhara praises patrons for commissioning the play in the Prastavana of classical dramas. In puppet theatre the character Ketigadu mentions the supporters, financiers, advisors of the performance, audience etc., for their valued. Page 73. Support extended to the performance. He presents them through conversation, in dialogues, in jokes, in the form of prose, songs in dialectical languages, in small stories or tales, pitta kathalu, etc. as Poshakula Prasamsa. Ganapati and Saraswathi dolls come to the screen to receive the prayer offered by the performers. After some time irrelevant characters like Balakrishna, Ramba, Avasi come to the screen. These characters are no way linked with the story in any context. These are all called usually as non-textual characters. The prayer god comes to the screen in classical plays from the backside, which has a half screen. Ganapati puppet will be brought to the screen with all the instrumental beatings. Katha songi, the gap in between the incidents, scenes, and gap arising within the main purpose of the characters are connected by Pradhani or Sutradhara, is called Katha Sandhi or Katha Vakyam. In the puppet theatre Ketigadu assumes this duty, and sometimes Bangaraka and Ketigadu together does this. The leader of the troupe who leads all the performance without any particular character and costumes runs this Katha Sandhi in Chirutala Ramayana. The Sutradhara of Tuapu Bhagavatham takes the responsibility of this Katha Sandhi. In Chindu Yakshagana and other Yakshaganas the Saheb character, which has comedy in it, plays this role. This is a role equivalent to Pradhani in Vidi Natakas. The leader of the troupe in puppet theatre deals this Katha Sandhi through Ketigavdu, which is a powerful humorous character in puppet theatre, and sometimes directly by leader himself, where incidents which are not suitable for performance need to be explained through this Katha Sandhi. Vanta or chorus or refrain. Almost all folk performances have Vanta system, including story narration. In all the folk forms the puppet. Page 74. Theatre has a separate identity when compared with the other folk forms in the participant's point of view. All the male and female characters are played by male in all the folk dramas, and in the puppet theatre female participants can be seen. This is a peculiarity seen in puppet performance. Both male and female will join in the vanta for all characters without any discrimination between male and female character. Entering the character. In classical dramas, the katha sandhi works as the bridge between the scene to scene and in between the incidents. This arrangement is there in the folk theatre, and in addition to that, the entry of the character in the shows evokes attention in the audience. Almost all folk dramas have this type of attention through a drum beating, dancing when comes out onto the screen and introducing himself. Dancing is special attraction which helps captivate the audience into its fold. Puppet theatre is not having such type of character introduction because these characters normally appear on the screen without anything to do with the screen. The other elements like drum beating, introducing and dancing are presented with the help of accompanists using the curtain in between the scenes and incidents. But whereas in the folk theatre there is no such type of curtain utilization in between the scenes. In the puppet theatre too, such screen facilities are not used, so it can be identified as play-let or once-act play. Character dialects. Folk dramas utilize the colloquial language, particularly pertinent to the character. Puppet theatre has attained this facility being performed through Kettigadu character. Shruti, RYM. Page 75. At the end of verses, songs, slokas, the Sutradhara or Pradhani or Sahib, or humorous character starts the raga to conclude that song. In puppet theatre, the leader of the troupe will be singing the verses and the female member starts song, or sloka. All the accompanists follow that person, in the same rhythm. Bratavakvam, Mangala Harathi. Both classical and folk dramas conclude with Bharata Vakyam. Puppet theatre utilize this occasion as also for introduction of the next day performance and about the donors, so that the audience curiously observe the ending performance of the troupe leader because they praise the donors. New persons are attracted for that praising and the leader gets more donors. So the puppet theatre has its own style in utilizing every minute for financial support and to improve the social contacts. Social texts. The performance may be about Ramayana or Mahabharata or any other mythological one. The performers introduce the social events of daily life of the people. This introduction can be seen through different characters, in the form of stories, or in the scenes according to their convenience. The troupe leader utilizes this opportunity through the Kettigadu character. It is a character of all-rounder in nature and he can talk to anybody at any time, even interruption into the events. Kettigadu deals the issues and raises the issues in front of another character within the performance which is not relevant to the conversation which is on or issues, and argue with that character, and sometimes expresses his opinion and gives the valuable judgments. But the dealing of the issue depends upon the local situations, social atmosphere, and contextual relevance. Page 76. Romanticism and its involvement. The romantic elements will be introduced through Kettigadu and there is no restriction on it. The places, names, the timings, the stories, the social events, the fantasies, even unimaginary things can also be seen in it. Fantasies are high in number, quality and quantity can be seen in it. Fantasies are high in number, quality and quantity can be seen in introduced by Ketigadu. The creativity can be identified in the events, scenes, and in the texts of leather puppet shows. The ghosts, the black arts, magics, and evil's character qualities can be noticed everywhere in the performance, and they solve the problems easily with their magical instruments. Ketigadu will be the ringleader among all these items and the issues. Training. The puppeteers impart training to their children from the very early part of their childhood. They encourage both male and female children for such training. They are training in the singing the songs, to the rhymes, in tackling of the social issues, in reining the social elements, in playing the dolls, etc. In a way, they have a comprehensive approach to provide training to their kith and kin. This may be a reason for survival of the puppetry meeting the requirements of changing times. Page 77. Chapter 2 Puppet Show Tradition 1.1 Introduction. India has its own traditions relating to cultural life of its people. The cultural life of the people of India finds its roots in Indian mythology. Different media have helped to spread the Indian mythology all through the length and breadth of the country. Movement of people from one place to other for various reasons such as for livelihood, tourist purposes, and pilgrimage contributed to certain influences. Indian mythology has also moved around the world through the media in the shape of cultural forms. Media provided a variety of entertainment to people while spreading the mythology, though the art forms such as singing, dancing, and dramatics. Music, dance and drama are divided further into subgroups. Where the drama when seen in subgroups include classical drama, folk drama, social plays, community plays, Kula Bhagavatams, scroll narratives, puppet show performances, etc. Puppet show performance has been one important format which helped to spread the messages from the Indian mythology. Therefore, puppetry has a historical importance with this backdrop. The present chapter discusses the historical background in detail about the puppet show performances and its existence in India, puppeteers of Andhra Pradesh, traditional and social life of puppeteers, traditional methods and contexts, puppets of the performance, other related issues, and previous scholarship about the puppet shows. Page 82. 2.1 Background story of puppet show. Majority of the scholars agreed that the birthplace of the puppets has been India. However, some believe that the puppetry began in China. The evidence discovered from Sita Benga cave of 2nd century BC of Madhya Pradesh supports that the puppetry has been of Ldian origin. Thiveli and Girnaru inscriptions of Ashoka also outline that the puppet tradition was used to propagate the Dharma along with entertainment and knowledge. 4 types of puppet traditions are recorded from the studies so far conducted. They are 1. Marionettes of string puppets, 2. Glove puppets, 3. Rod puppets, and 4. Leather puppets are discussed by M. V. Ramanamurthy, and these studies are noteworthy in this regard. The author of the Karmataka puppetry discussed about the classification of puppets. There are 7 types of puppets according to him. Point 4. 1. String puppets. See photo number 68, 72, 73, 74. 2. Leather puppets, small size. 3. Leather puppets, life size. See photo number 126, 127, 128, 129, 133, 134, 138. 4. Finger glove puppets. See photo number 69. 5. Rod puppets. See photo number 76, 78, 81. 6. Joint puppets. See photo number 67. Page 83. 7. Kithli Bhavani Kel, puppet made out of thin bark and paper. He also discussed the slight differences in between them. Anyway, the above 7 can be brought under the 4 types of puppets. There is a description about the joint puppets in Katha Sarit Sagaram 5. There are evidences of jointed puppets at Mysore University Museum 6. It existed up to 20th century in Karnataka. Palkariki Somanatha mentioned the puppet show in his Panditaradya Charitra clearly. He has described in one of his poems about the Koya Bomalu. Bharatadi Kathala Chira Marugula. Naranga Bomala Nardinchu Varu. Kadanad Bhutam Buga Kamba Sutrambu. Ladaranga Bomala Nardinchu Varu. Chitra Mamgila Bomala Nardinku represents the performance of leather puppet show. This was mentioned in that book for the Shivaratri festival occasion at Srisalam. Palkariki Somanada mentioned about the joint puppets in his another book Basava Puranam. Performances done with string puppets are reported from the states of Kerala, Karnataka, and Rajasthan. It is told that the joint puppets are in existence in China. The leather puppets are very similar to the shadow plays of Western countries. One relevant point was mentioned in the Karnataka puppetry about the statement of Dr. Jaithas. Paramasavaya. Joint puppets were performed in a small tent, the light sources used was Petromax and the stage technique was entirely different. The puppets were played from under the stage. The artistes hidden below the stage held. Page 84. The puppets in their hands and raised them so as to be seen, by the spectator, within the exposed part of the stage and manipulated the puppets with the help of small rods and strings. The puppets had movable joints, the joints being fixed within a hollow tube, iron, could be moved with the help of the thin rods inserted. The manipulators were unseen by the audience. The movable joints were responsible for the nomenclature Kilu Gombayata, Kannada, for this kind of puppetry. This has resemblance to the technique adopted in the glove puppets. Such puppet shows have always been performed for spectators who could get in by purchasing tickets. The tales were of social content or fairy tales. The main characters were secular, like kings, queens, washermen, policemen, female dancers, acrobats or charmers and clowns. The accompanying instruments were harmonium, cymbals, and madella, percussion. 8. According to the above, there are many relevances in that joint puppets when compared with the present-day leather puppet show performances. At the outset the stage may be different, but the lighting system is equivalent to the present leather puppet shows. Instruments used in the performance are the same. Likewise, the story may be different, but the poems, verbal forms, the method of conversations, dialogue delivery, musical systems are the same as in leather puppet show performances. Dramatization of dialogues can be guessed as equal to the puppet shows as well as yakshanams. 2. The puppet shows in India. Though the puppet shows can be observed throughout the world, many scholars came to a conclusion that the origin was in Asia. Puppet shows traveled to the countries of Cambodia, Burma, Lavas, Siam, Africa, Greece, Rome, Byzantine Empire, Turkey, Egypt from India 9. Page 85. Puppet show tradition traveled from India to the islands like Sumatra, Java, Bali along with the religion, business, and Hindu culture and arts. Now the puppets in circulation in those islands are called as wayang. Many a variety of wayangs are there in existence. Among the so many wayangs, Wayang Wong is very similar to our Vidi Natakam. Wayang Litik is similar to our string, rod, puppets. Wayang Topeng is similar to our Butterbomalata. The leather puppet performances in Java, Bali Islands are very similar to our leather puppet show performances. There cannot be seen any differences in these puppet show performances in the shape of puppets in the story procedure, in the performance, in the songs, in deruvas etc. But it can be observed that there are two types of leather puppet shows in Java and Bali, viz. 1. Wayang Gadak and 2. Wayang Puvo. Mythological plays can be seen in the Wayang Puvo and historical plays can be seen in Wayang Gadak. There is no difference in the performances except in the stories 10. In India, the string puppets of Rajasthan, the rod puppets of Western India, the glove puppets of Bengal and the leather puppets of South India are famous. Shadow leather puppets can be traced in Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Orissa, and Maharashtra. Nowadays the leather puppets and rod puppets of India can be seen in the export market. Cooperative societies are formed to sustain the puppet tradition and to export the puppets to the Arabia and European countries. There are evidences about the string puppets in Andhra Pradesh during 12th century AD. Professor T. Dhanappa assessed that Mr. Kishtapa, son of Bommalata Veerappa of Sidala Gata area of Kolaru Mandalan, Bommalata Kalaya of page 86. Humpai Vizianagara, Bommalata Veerappa of Udayagiri area of Nellore Seema and Bommalata Sidaja of Lapakshi area of Anantapur Mandalam are the contemporaries during 16th century AD. The performances of the string puppets can be seen in Kerala, Karnataka, and Rajasthan in India even today. The string puppets can be seen in a good shape with the height of 1 foot and with beautiful appearance and with ornaments according to the characters. See photo number 72. The historical stories and adventurous stories to a large extent are performed with these string puppets. Mandechalu or Mandagolalu of Andhra Pradesh, who performs the Katamaraju stories for the Yodava community, also used the wood puppet with a size of 1 foot, see photo number 59. But they don't use the strings or cloths. And moreover, they perform during the daytime. They don't use screen or any particular stage. They are the storytellers, but their performance deliver the dramatic styles with dialogue and conversation. They use the dolls, wood dolls, to show them to the audience suitable to the event. This is called as Mandekula Katha. This can be seen in the Nalgonda, Warangal and Karimnagar districts of Andhra Pradesh. Different communities of people owned this puppet show as a profession in South India. Marathas came from Maharashtra and settled in Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. They are called as or Kalekya or Kilakyata Jati people in Kannada. They are referred to as Kilakyata in Tamil Nadu. Urujangalu from Karnataka are also engaged in the puppet show performances. Katubilu and Kuttadis from Bombay, Mysore borders used to perform the puppet shows. This Kuttadis who perform the puppets are there in Madurai and Tanjavur of Tamil Nadu. The Balijas in Bellary, the Eat Bondalis in Vizag and the Straygola families in Godavari Delta area have followed the tradition. There are so many families of puppeteers throughout Andhra Pradesh, concentrating more in Kakinada, Madhavapatnam, near page 87. Kotapakonda, Nimala Kunta of Anantapur district, Kudappa, Visakhapatnam and Srikakulam districts. They, however, do not have any permanent residence and they are moving from place to place, like nomadics. Therefore they are said to be as mobile theatre artistes. However, some people from other communities when originally performed the puppet shows later settled down and involved in agriculture, earning as the profession. They are mostly belonging to Maratha groups from Andhra Pradesh are leaving the profession of puppet show performances. 3. The puppeteers of Andhra Pradesh. Main group of puppeteers now in Andhra Pradesh is our Maratha. The remaining are the part-timers and they take this profession as secondary activity. There are subcastes in the Maratha community. Jyothifa Maratha, Daji, Bandagiri, Ronga Raju, are Maratha. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maratha are the main branches of Marathas. Our Marathas are called as Budabukala in some areas of Andhra Pradesh. Jyothifa Marathas are a type of hunting class. They go for hunting of pegayans with the help of their cows. Daji, Bandagiri and Rangaraju communities are puppeteers in Marathas. They used to work the colouring the cloths as their semi-profession. These subcastes will not have intermarry system. They marry from their own subcastes. But they are having inter-feeding system. Daji, Bandagiri and Ronga Raju communities who are the puppeteers in Marathis follow the traditions both in the profession and in their social life. For groups of puppeteers Sindhi, Vanaras, Kodar and Aveti are the deviated groups from Surabi. The Eats, Bondalis and Balijas from Visakhapatnam district, Telugu Galalu and Gumpu Tega from Godavari district are taking this profession as part-time profession. Due to this reason there is no page 88. Traditional methods of puppet show profession adopted fully by the part-timers. They follow the traditions like other Telugu-speaking people both in profession and in the social life. Training. The puppeteers provide training to their children beginning with Telugu alphabets and then words. Names of Telugu years, Vamana Satakam, Sumathi Satakam, Narasimha Satakam and Amarakosam are being taught later. They will learn that they provide the training to play harmonium and mridangam. The selected parts of this texts which times were prepared by themselves, from Ranganatha Ramayanam mixing with morals from Nathai Sastras and Nathai Satakas. The puppeteers give training to their children at the time of performances, Probably every puppeteer gives the training to his own children. The children learn this from 7 to 8 years. Some puppeteers take the responsibility of other children of their community. The leader must gather a group of 6 to 8 persons for the performance of leather puppet show. 4 members are essential for the operation of instruments like mridangam, harmonium, dapu, or empty tin. 2 members are essential in the main process to conduct the underscore performance. It is always better if these 2 must be 1 male and 1 female. They conduct the performance with dialogues, verses, and actions too. They give full analysis with meaning for the verses and slokas. 2 members are needed to remove the puppets from the screen after completion of the scene and to put in the order on screen. Some troupe leaders used to marry 2 or 3 wives to meet this type of requirements. They give equal share for the children of all these wives. Some troupe leaders keep some. Page 89. Women with them for the performance purpose and meet their physical necessities and daily expenses. There is difficulty to gather all the elder persons for the performance, and so that they follow the above methods to face the performance problems. Women always used to sing for the female characters and men used to sing for the male characters. The musical measurements add a clarity to the performance. They used to sing mainly Mahana, Bhairavi, Devagandhari, Gaula, Nadana Makriya, Todi, Nata, Arabi, Rigupti, Sankrabaranam, Kannada, Kamachi, Atana, Kampoji, Mukari, Danyasi, Malakos, Bilhari, Kalyani, Mayamalava Gaula, Asaveri, Sivaranjani, Valaja, Shyam, Madhyamavathi, Kofi, Udairagam, Bhagaswari, Sriragam etc. They try to know almost all the above ragas. There will be a difference with the classical methods in the ragas in the range of meters and in the gamakas in these puppet show performances. In the case of adventurous events like Hanuman crossing the sea, they sing Nata Raga and Bhairava Ragas. In the events of anger they sing Sri Ragam and Mohana Ragam. When the scene is in the pleasant and calm sequences they sing Kalyani Ragam. There is a proverb in the performances on behavior of performers that Targudu Takavati Sivaranjani Ragam, Targudu Ekuvaiti Mohana Ragam Vasthundi. This means, if they were not satisfied with the quantity of wine, the Sivaranjani Ragam comes from the tongues of the performers. If they are satisfied more than enough with the wine, the Mohana Ragam comes from the tongues of the performers. They perform the show daily nearly 3 to 6 hours. If they want to conclude the show, they remove or omit the positions of some small characters, or they cut down the story and then conclude. The 6 hours performance is a burdensome in the villages. So they arrange the performances in alternative days in the villages. They perform the complete. Page 90. Ramayana. In the performances. They take 10 performances to complete Mahabharata, 10 performances for Ramayana and 3 performances for the Bhagavatam. They complete 1 event for a day. They perform in the nights only. So, they used to utilize the day timings to meet their other requirements, like to do repair works to puppets, cattle feeding, and goats feeding, or they used to gather the grass for their animals. If they move themselves for the performance without any invitation, they used to ask the people of that village for the financial help in the shape of donations. For the purpose they go begging for money and grain from the villagers during the daytime. If the villagers invite them, they come forward for a fixed amount without having much rigidity over the amount. Nearly they earn 200 to 500 rupees for a day. In olden days they carry their belongings including puppets on donkeys, or on horses or on cows from village to village. Some of them are having carts and they carry their belongings through the carts. As soon as they reach the village, the troop leader search for donors for performance. Each troop may have 50 to 100 puppets. This is their main property. They share these puppets among their sons during their separation from the main family. They won't give any puppet to their daughters as dowry during their marriages. They divide their puppets equally as their property between their sons. It can also be seen the selling or buying of the puppets, in large quantity. If anyone is having small quantity of puppets, that performer will join with another small troupe for share in the performances. Inscriptions and donated lands, i.e. enams, are there in the name of their profession. There are evidences still now such types of lands in the name of some characters of the performances. There was a Ketigadimanyam in regular Kunta and in Bodiganidodi village near Bukaraya Samudram of Anantapur district. It is told that they are now in disputes. Ketigadu is a buffoon character in page 91. Their performance, and they use this character to express their opinion about the current society. In another village of Korapadu of Ananthapur district, there is a Ketigani Manyam. One puppet show troupe leader helped in catching the Sivangilu, hyenas, for the Murutla King Chauti Reddy, and he got 10 acres of land as Ketigadi Manyam along with Ketigadi statue. The Nawab of Kurnool gave a Ketigadi Manyam to some troop leader. It is said that this Manyam also in disputes. The children of the Maratha puppeteers are following the footprints of their forefathers. They are following the fully traditional methods of their profession and they are coming from generation to generation as puppeteers, and it can be said that they are protecting the puppeteering. The puppeteers can be appreciated in their role as artistes, and even the children of puppeteers also serving to the theatre a lot. It may be a surprise to say that the impression of their professional experience can be seen in their talks, movements, conversations, etc. So many persons entered directly into the theatre arts through the puppet theatre. One of great man from the puppeteers created a revolution in the theatre and named it as Surabi. He brought so many artistes into the theatre and they gained a good name in the theatre arts. Surabi company worked a lot to the Telugu theatre and sent so many artistes to the films at the early stages of the Telugu films. 2.4 The traditional and social life of puppeteers. Society includes good relations in between the male and female, castes, religions, regions and countries. It expands the public relations in every mode of life. To promote the good health and for good life some human activities, customs, and traditions were introduced. Like this to avoid some in page 92. Human activities, and to promote the public relations some taboos were introduced by the society itself, when and where the necessity arises in the family life as well as in the society. India is a country of multicultural and multilingual. Each language area has number of castes. Each caste is having a separate identity in the society. In every part of India, people are celebrating important events of their life as a ritual. These can be called as life cycle rituals. Birthday celebrations, puberty ceremonies, marriage functions, and death ceremonies etc. are some of the life cycle events. The celebrations in this community at the time of birth is common like any others. Thus birthday celebrations or birth celebrations play a very important role in the life of baby-born women of our Marathi community like other downtrodden communities and backward communities of Andhra Pradesh. It shows the social prestige to the family members and gives mental tonic to the delivered woman. Puberty ceremony is another important and traditional celebration among these people like others. The whole function will be celebrated at parents' house. This is also an important occasion in their families. The eminent anthropologist J.W. Riley stated that death like birth or marriage is universally regarded as a society-significant event, set off by ritual and supported by institutions. Through this we can say that the death is included in the life cycle rituals. Death is the last of life crisis for individual. Every society has evolved some methods for coping with the death of its individual member, and every person lives with. Page 93. Awareness of his own death. So death is the final rite de passage. The Pinda Prathanam can be observed with the elder son of the dead person, and it will be kept near Dimpudu Kallam site. The remaining procedure, they follow like other communities. At the last day of the ceremony, the Purohita spreads punyagam and blood relatives will undergo to hair cuttings. They are influenced by some taboos like other communities at the time of death. The word taboo was got into English from Polynesia tapu. This is a system of religious and social interaction and prohibition, the most famous and fundamental of the social institutions of the world. Tahu sets apart a person, thing, place, name or an action as untouchable, unmentionable, unsayable or not to be done for a number of reasons. They follow some beliefs and superstitions in their social life as well as in the professional life. These people believe every movement of their daily, routine, activities are being observed by some spiritual elements. They believe that these spiritual elements must be satisfied. They try to satisfy these elements through some drishti methods. These methods are every related to the beliefs of the people. These drishti methods can be observed during the birth times, naming ceremonies, ceremonies relating to pregnant ladies, puberty ceremonies, marriage functions, and other family ceremonies. Page 94. 2.5. Puppet making. The profession of puppet show performance is having the industry type link work, i.e. puppet making, with that profession, and the leader only takes this responsibility. Because the manufacture of puppets is not a small job, though it requires the involvement of the so many persons, the leader, who got more and more experiences about the puppets in the daily use, is only having the capacity to take the manufacturing job. He molds the beautification of the puppets according to his knowledge to the pulse of the people. There are many types of puppets in utilization in olden days also. But some got very popularity through appearance. Rod puppets were made in olden days in Andhra Pradesh by sandalwood. Female sandal gill the smoothness and good smell to the puppets. So female sandal was used for making the puppets in olden days. After some time, cardboards were used for puppets. These were not durable. Puppets of both sandalwood and cardboards were colored one side, and these were replaced by leather puppets. When the leather came into usage for the puppets, the puppeteers used to prepare the puppets themselves. The skins of deer, goat, sheep are using for leather puppets. During the rainy season, the skin of the sheep becomes folding. So, the puppets use this sheep skin for unimportant puppets to prevent the inconvenience during the performance. They use the skins of deers and goats for the main characters like Ganesh, Saraswati, Rama, Krishna, Sita, Lakshmana, etc. The skins of donkey 15 and camel 16 are also using for puppets in China, Greece, and Turkey. Even though the skins of buffalo and cow are so thick, these are using now for puppets with the help of machines. The puppeteers collect the fresh skin from the market or from another source. The skins should not be applied by the salt. Commonly, the leather market people apply the salt to prevent the spoiling of the leathers. Some marketers keep the leather. Page 95. To soak with plank of cassia to bring the leathers. Some marketers keep the leather to soak with plank of cassia to bring the leather into good quality. This type of preserved skins are not useful for puppets. Moreover, it is difficult to remove the hairs form the skin. The leather soaked with cassia plank will become reddish. It won't absorb the other colors. The leather will become thick. So the puppeteers dip the skin in medium hot water and then remove the hair from the skin. If the water is too hot, the skin becomes folding. So they test it with the skin leg side, which is not useful piece for them. When they feel the sufficient hotness of the water, they dip the skin 3 to 4 times and keep on a separate stone. They keep the skin upside down and remove the hairs. It is easy process to remove the hairs. Then they wash with ordinary water. They keep the skin upward and remove the thin meat layer of the inner side of the skin with a knife after thoroughly washed with soap. After cleaned the skin, they used to dry the skin on a white cloth adjusted as tightly and after fixing it with some needles. Otherwise the skin becomes folded. Next day they do the skin cleanly and do to dry. Then the skin becomes as transparent. They designed the diagram with a pencil on the skin what they want and cut down the waist. They used to design the puppets with poker, knife, forceps, nail cutter, and scissors, etc. They make different type of holes around the neck, hands, and legs. These holes will appear as ornaments in the lighting. The entire cutting work of the puppets will be done on the horns of the buffaloes, to prevent the loss of sharpness of the pokers and other equipments. They apply different colors. Nowadays these puppeteers are purchasing all the colors from the shops. In olden days they used to prepare these colors themselves only. Some persons used to apply the juice of the fruits of cactus to puppets as red color, and in some areas the boiling bastard teak flowers with saltland dust and apply to puppets as red color. They prepare the black color missing with some. Page 96. Black dust which formed the flames of the oil chimney and neem gum with water. After mixing these two with sufficient water, the solution should be dry up. They use repeatedly to crush it and to mix it with water and then do to dry. Like this way, they used to do 6 to 10 times. Then they prepare it as small tablets and use them applying with water when they want. They leave the leather without applying any color, that appear as white color in the light. These colors will be applied with small man-made brushes of sticks. Two types of puppets are there, viz. 1. Single puppets and 2. Jointed puppets. Each big puppet is needed 2 to 3 skins of goat or deep or sheep. One skin can be utilized for body and another skin can be used for hands, legs, etc. in a single puppets. In the jointed puppet, one skin can be used for body, and another 2 skins for head, 2 jointed legs and 2 jointed hands, etc. The legs and hands can be jointed by 2 pieces, and these can be shown for the movement and actions. The whole life of the puppets shows depended upon these jointed legs and hands only. They prepare these puppets in different sizes for different characters and to utilize them in different situations in the show. Such types of characters are too little in number, i.e. Hanuman, Ravana, Rama and Lakshmana in Ramayana, Pandavas, Krishna in Mahabharata. They used to prepare 5 to 6 sizes Hanuman, i.e. small Hanuman, monkey-like Hanuman and Hanuman Viswayupa like this way. They utilize the small pieces to the puppets of tree, weapons, chariot, posts, baskets, arrows, animals, birds, etc. They prepare small size puppets in 1.5 feet in size, middle ones 4 feet in size and the big size with 6 feet. After shows and in the leisure periods, these puppets have been kept safety from fire, water, rats and dogs, etc. Puppeteers protect these puppets through some long-sized and page 97. Specially made bamboo baskets. They carry puppets in the baskets to the showplace. 2.6. Performing stories of puppets shows. In olden days the Ramayana was performed through wood puppets in the name of Ramana Matarakam. After some time Mahabharata and Bhagavatha and some historical stories were also introduced in the puppet shows. There was a rumor that Vamana, the 16th century Telugu poet, who was considered to be a poet of common people wandering in streets disgusted with his life, changed his way of life after seeing the wooden puppet shows of Ramana Matarakam. With that inspiration he began to write the poetry. The puppet show performers of Andhra Pradesh quote the Vamana's famous poem, Iluka Tulu Teki Indaka Udikina. Nalupu Nalyapi Goni Telupu Radu. Koya Bomanu Teki Katina Palukuna. Viswadabirama Vinura Vima. 17. The puppeteers quote this poem for their evidence that Vamana had seen the wooden puppet show. The meaning of the poem is that the black skin of bear, even if cleared, the color of the skin won't be changed and never become white. In that way, if we brought the wooden doll and used to beat, it would not be talked. We can understand that this wooden doll represents the wood puppets. It can be guessed that the bear skins were also used for puppets in the olden days. It is believed by the puppeteers that the bear represents Jambavanta, who was in the court of Sugriva and who helped to Rama to brought Sita from imprisonment of Ravana. Page 98. During the beginning days of leather puppets, as per my interview, it was believed that the only bear skin was used to the puppets for giving the Ramayana performance, because the bear represents to Jambavanata, who was the devotee of Rama. It was guessed that, after introducing the Mahabharata and Bhagavatha into the puppet shows, the bearskin was replaced by animal skins like goat, sheep, deer, and donkey etc. to avoid the scarcity of bearskin. It is not easy to get bear skin like other animals' skins. Raising of the necessity of the skins to the puppets and the difficult to get the bearskins may be a major cause for the change of skin using in the leather puppets. Lankadahanam, Satisulokana, Lakshmana Murcha, Atikayu Udam, Angada Rayabaram, Merav.Anna, Ravana Vada, Patala, Homam are stories which are performed in the Ramayana. The performers depend upon Ranganadha Ramayanam, Molla Ramayanam, Sukshma Ramayanam, Mukshaganda Ramayanam for the story of Ramayana. Rama, Lakshmana, Bharata, Satrunu, Anjaneya, Sugriva, Vali, Jambavanta, Ravana, Monkey Military, Mandadari, Kaika, Sita, Sumitra, Kausalya, Vibhishana, Kumbhakama, Atikaya, Indrajitu, Lankini etc. are the catacta appeared in the Ramayana. And each character is having a puppet Ramayana. Total Ramayana takes at least 10 days for performance. Virata Parvam, Padma Vyuham, Uttaragrahanam are the main important stories which would be performed in Mahabharata. In the case of Bhagavatham, the Bhakta Prahada, Savithri, and Krishna Leelalu are the important stories which are performed by the puppet show performers. Whereas in the case of historical plays Zinzi, Desingu Raju, Karabantana Katha, Kumara. Page 99. Ramunikatha are the important stories performed in the puppet show. The performers who are in poor condition and who do not have sufficient puppets can convert the puppets of Ramayana into Mahabharata and Bhagavatha, and from Mahabharata to Ramayana and Bhagavata as per their convenience. Such characters have similarities in color, wearing the ornaments, and weapons etc. The conversions can be seen in the puppets. Lakshmana as Karna or Arjuna, Vibhishana from Ramayana as Dharmaraju in Mahabharata etc. are some examples. Murari Asaviri, Devagandhari, Riyagupati, Madhimavathai, Arabi, Ananda Bhairavi are the famous raga sung in the puppet shows. Contexts of leather puppet theatre. The study of context in theatre can be seen as more sociological and cultural based and relevant to the current events. If we study the context of a folk theatre form, it gives so many clues relevant to the same form. The context cannot be seen as same in all the folk forms as equal. It may give different from form to form. These difference depends upon the relation between the performance and the audience, performance and the ritual importance, performance and the local importance or group of invitees or cast who present at the performance and the involved people, the performers, the occasion etc. It is a clear mark in the folk theatre because some of these folk dramas are formed on the basis of ritual importance and some of them are formed on the entertainment dimensions. The ritual-oriented drama forms cannot be seen in the pure social context and can be seen only in the ritual contexts, whereas other forms can be seen in social contexts. Page 100. And as well as in the ritual contexts. But in the presentation of performances, the forms can be seen as firmed, and the change can be observed in the case of audience, i.e. the people in the ritual events can be observed as involvers, and in the other occasions, the people can be observed as pure audience, i.e. in the entertainment mood. According to Professor Peter Clowns, the study of context of the particular performance along with the text must be recorded by ethnographical researcher. 18 can be taken into consideration for anyone to study in the ethnographically. Puppet theatre is growing parallel to the general theatre in the folk society and nearer to the folk theatre. It is unique in its qualities and in the existence too. Both the theatre and folk theatre elements can be seen in the puppet theatre along with its own qualities. It takes the two types of context, i.e., 1. the contexts of general theatre, and 2. as the contexts of folk theatre along with ritual-oriented performances contexts. The puppeteers are having more contacts in the society than any other art form performers. Puppet theatre is having its own audience and its own area for performance. 5 to 6 performing troupes can depict the clear picture of the social life of the puppeteers. Further, the performance levels can be observed through the contexts of the puppet shows. The research considering noticed aspects of the performance, types of activities, etc., interviewed number of people, artists, for the present study. The leather puppeteers of Andhra Pradesh move for their performances beginning with Telugu Ugadi or Sri Rama Navami or in March of every year. During the rainy season and harvest times they used to work at their fields, if they had fields, or work as coolies at the landlord's fields for their livelihood. The leader of the troupe checks up the puppets and rectifying the lapses like decoloring, torrents, and also undertakes the cleaning of the puppets to be ready for the performances substantially. Page 101. He uses the lean time to planning for the next performances season and prepare his schedule. The woman of that troupe, i.e. first wife of the leader or the mother of the elder, uses to take responsibility about the food and maintenance of the house during these rainy and harvest seasons. She uses to order or to fix the work and duties to the family members which include children. The part-time puppeteers are also there, but their work plan is different when compared with full-time puppeteers. But almost all the full-time puppeteers commonly do their own work at rainy and harvest seasons. These timings are not suitable for the puppet show performances because the leather puppet show performances are performed in the open air and in their own mobile theatres. They prefer to perform in the villages. Because they collect the donations in the form of food, clothes, grass for their catties, goats, money, grain, and animals, etc. The people of the villages who are the audience to these performances encourage these shows during the summer season only, preferably during April to June every year. The performer entering the village during the rainy season or harvest season get nobody's attention for performance that will be tribute. So that contexts for the performance would be the conveniences of the villagers. Naturally the villagers, almost all depend on agriculture. During the rainy season and in the harvest they would be full concentration on agriculture. They do not divert their minds from their work to any attraction. So automatically the puppeteers in a way move according to the psychology of villagers. Because they live in villages, they work in the rainy and harvest seasons as coolies in the farmers' fields. If they don't have any fields or houses, they move from village to village to give their performance. These troops were given semi-nomadic status in the government reserved category list. In towns also they won't go for performances during rainy, page 102, season, because the puppets will shink or become stiff. However, the performance during festivals, special celebrations, nowadays special arrangements for government functions, Republic Day celebrations, entertainment for foreigners, for research trips, for TV productions etc. are all the seasons or contexts. Except village performance, the audience for these performances are purely floating. There may not be fixed audience except the organizers and the special guests or the dignitaries. In front of these audience there may not be a real traditional performance can be seen. Each context naturally has a different mode at together. The village contexts can be seen similar from village to village. But these are all agricultural based and non-seasons for agricultural works. But whereas in the other performances mentioned above are having quite the basic difference in between them can be classified on the basis of performances, performance stages, performance contexts, performance occasions, stories, audience, timings also. These are all depend upon the taste and possibility of the organizers. Except in the villages, the performances in the other contexts, general contexts, may not be a night show, but also in daytime. They arrange the shows in the auditorium, in the halls, theaters, and in the rooms. The puppeteers give the performances on their stage and screen, but they use the stage, lighting, and all that. Whereas in the villages they have to give the performances on their stage and screen. They to bring their everything in the villages. This process is quite different from the general and latest contexts. These latest contexts are safer to performers but not to the performances or performance traditions. But the puppeteers get more money and they have to work minimum. There is no fixed times or scheduled timings for the performances of general or current contexts. At a time they may ask the performers and the performers also give the performances. When they go to distant places for performing they keep somebody at their page 103 house to look after all of their family works, i.e., animal feeding, the property, if any etc. The troop leader gets the total information during the rainy season for his performances. Accordingly to his plan, he contacts the village leaders and fixes the date for the performance. When he is ready to start, he writes letters to all the village leaders of that area to attract the villagers for the shows, to tempt for the performance and to give the clue his whereabouts to the villagers. Accordingly to his plan, he moves to one village and settles there up to 1 to 2 months. Before that also, if they don't have touch with them, one of them goes to the village and meets the village leader or official for the help of their performances. Then they move to that village. If they don't have any invitation from any village, if they thought they will get more and more money, and they enter into one village and start the performances. The troop leader probably will be having one cart with bullocks or bisons. They collect the grass from the villagers for their animals. During the summers there is no difficulty with the bullocks, but whereas in the case of buffaloes, they move towards water pools. One of the troop persons must take care of them during the daytime. Some troops buy she-buffaloes for these carts as they can be utilized for double purposes, i.e., for milk and cart pulling. So they move with their total luggage in the cart. When they reach a village, they meet one key person and depend on him to arrange shows. They collect the sticks, the carpets, the screen, clothes, and other material which are essential for the performance. They take 4 to 5 days for starting the performances. During these 4 to 5 days, they assess the position at that village, and if they feel that is suitable to them, they start the show. If they feel the situation is negative to them, they go to common people and depend on. Page 104. Them and they create a context for their performance. They start the performance after assessing the climate. Some puppeteers depend on rajakas. The rajakas give food and shelter for a brief tenure. The puppeteers select a central place of the village or crossroad convenient to the audience. Probably they arrange their stage on the floor. They avoid the veranda as village court places, to attract the people of the village sympathetical grounds. That shows the respect towards the village leaders. In some villages, the people invite them for verandas. In each center they perform 8 to 10 shows. They move to the next center of that village. Like that they change 3 to 10 centers. They repeat their shows in other centers too. If they get more and more offers, i.e., people ask from many centers at a time, they demand for more money and they create competition in between the audience. They perform Bharata, Bhagavatha, and Ramayana at each center. They don't prefer single shows. They perform at least 10 in one center. The earning or the collection depends upon their contexts. Nowadays they are arranging the performance themselves on ticket. They collect minimum 200 to 300 for the performance. Commonly the contexts in the villages will be social ones. Village festivals and drought seasons give more opportunities for the contexts. The puppeteers use this sentiment and they settle. There are beliefs in the villages that if they invite the puppet show performance with Gograhana of Bharata, the rains will come. The villages too give the donations in the shape of grains, animal, gross, money, cloth etc. during the performance of the puppeteers, if every performance is owned by the same troupe leader. We can observe the change between the performance to performance. This change may be an account of the presentation of the performance, presentation of the story, presentation of music styles, music composing, introducing. Page 105. The non-contextual items etc. This variation depends on the feedback of the audience's guesses by the performer through his institution. These changes cannot be given shape without keen observation of the contexts. Then on the texts can be seen as full-pledged. Otherwise they may become lifeless. The theatre helps the text for its liveliness through these contexts only. The successful performance of a troupe is not based on the story only. It is based on the presentation, and the presentation is based on the context only. For the successful presentation of the performance, every troupe leader must introduce something borrowing variations. Then only he will become success. Otherwise he cannot survive himself in the field. These borrowing variations may be in the shape of music instruments, music items like songs, cinema songs, new dance trends, change in the humorous conversations in between the humorous and non-textual characters like Ketigadu and Bangaraka. At the same time, the troupe leader may drop some old items like old songs, old instruments like tasha, old lights, and old stage methods, etc. At the time of the dropping the old items, the troupe leader introduces some variations to attract the audience. These variations may be according to the taste of the audience. If the troupe leader is giving performance at a city center, he introduces here and there the Western songs through humorous characters Ketigadu and Bangaraka. If the audience are educated, the performer may introduce the conversation in English, Telugu, and Hindi mixed dialogues in between the characters and the non-textual characters. This is only for the success of his performance and to attract the audience. These variations may get importance according to the context of the performance. He may introduce the variations too according to the importance of the specific performance context. They may change the content of the performance according to the context, i.e. the same performance content presented on performance in a. Page 106. Village context or ritual context and another performance in a secular context. These variations may be purposeful and conscious according to his experience. The content and the variations will be chosen for the performance depend on the features of the context. Like this way, the context helps the performer time to time and it change its role time to time and place to place. Page 107. Chapter 3 Texture 3.1 Introduction. Here the texture is taken in both ways, i.e., verbal and photos. It means the texture includes the analysis of the puppet show performance and photos relating to theatrical elements in folk arts, folk theatre forms, and leather puppet show performance of Ramayana. The performer or the troupe leader expects always the success of his performance. Though it is routine to him, he designs the planning every performance. He, therefore, handles the entire process, i.e., from the concept to the total performance carefully. He takes pains to make it a success in every respect, moment by moment. Sometimes he behaves tough towards the troupe members and beats the children too. To meet his ultimate goal to perform the show well, he never takes a chance. He even approaches house to house and walk down street to street. The oral permission for performance is itself acceptance of assurance to him. He takes it as the encouragement for the show, sees in it the financial viability to his efforts. With the oral acceptance of local people or village elders, he presents himself to everybody going round door to door. It is a primary step to him. He then goes to second step. He gathers the required stage properties from the villagers in his second step. He will ensure that villagers involve themselves automatically by way of providing stage properties on lending basis. He plays tricks on the psychology of audience. One such trick he adopts is delaying the starting of the performance. He will take advantage in this applying starting of the performance. He tries to apply different. Page 109. Techniques to create a kind of anxiety in the minds of the audience for the performance. I will then be totally diverting the minds of audience towards the performance. This is done in addition to his efforts in making the troupe members work hardly. He is therefore an organizer and a manager, where he will overcome the lapses on one side and controls the troops on other side intelligently. The leader has responsibility to fixing the duties to the troop members and watch their movements. He corrects the movements of the troop members and thereby have a constant check on the performance. He is the director and supervisor until the show starts, and once it starts he relaxes. Observing the audience is his prime concern while relaxing. This will endorse him to communicate the moods of the audiences to make the performance better. Whenever the performance is called as good, it is firstly speak of the troop's systematic cooperation within the troop. It also reflects the careful observation of the troop leader. He changes the strategies of presentation with a change in the mood of the audience. He captures the mood of audience in such a way that no one can move out of his grip. The text is either extended or cut short according to the audience mood, and the texture is always attractive. Sometimes the troupe may get confused by the instantaneous directions of the leader, but they follow it religiously. This experience gradually gives them the exposure for a qualitative performances of the troupe. In the process, the leader may say to introduce the humorous characters Ketigadu and Bangaraka, not to lose the control on audience. Whoever may be in the leader's position, the artistes in the performance will follow his instructions blindly. This is a phenomenon exhibiting the discipline in the troupe, like artistes, the musical instruments. Page 110. Operators too follow the leader's direction. He takes initiative at every point where the artiste is weak. He covers up the lapses in the performance. In essence, the troupe leader is one who is to start or to change or to conclude the events in the performance. The whole exercise for better performance by the leader is with a view that the audience watch the performance for entertainment and to relax from their daily routine. The success of the performance is seen as the satisfaction of the audience, but not the performing the performance. Therefore, the performance is rated good only when they feel satisfied. They need good and neat performance. If the performers are not skilled ones, they don't like to sit there even a minute too. But the total picture is observed by only one man, that is the leader. He observes the troupe members' movements and audience feelings. He works as remote control agency to maintain the grip on audience. He directs and changes his directions time to time to control the audience minds according to his view. The success of the performance is dependent upon the careful observation of the leader. Here the success means not the performing of the performance. Here success means the satisfaction of the audience. If the audience fully satisfied, that can be called as good performance. For this purpose a case study method has been adopted by the researcher in the present study with a view to have a clear understanding of the performance. The performance of a troupe may be different from the another. The performance of a troupe at one place may be different from the performance of the same troupe at the another place. This suggests that at least 4 to 5 performances be. Page 111. Watched for the purpose of observations of various elements. Only such observations will provide reliable data for analysis in a case study method. And hence the researcher in the present study had chosen to watch number of performances of the show as part of case study method. Under the study, the researcher chose to watch 5 performances of different teams at different places in Andhra Pradesh. The detailed notes for one performance has been documented to carry out the analysis through case study method. The observation of the performance can be done for different purposes, such as for folklore research and theatre art studies. Researcher main intention has been to point out utilitarian aspects relating to society. As already pointed out, the success of the performance depends on the benefit derived by the people on observing the performance. The performers try to attract the audience in the folk performances through the instantaneous changes or by altering the scenes of the events of the performances. This may not be feasible with the dramas, as there will not be any chance left to the performers either to alter or change from the performance instantaneously to satisfy the audience. In the present study, an attempt has been done by the researcher to discuss the observations of the folklore and theatre arts research by analyzing with description of puppet show performance and exhibiting of photos of both folk and puppet show. 3.1.1 Views of performance. The success of the performance of the folk dramas depend on the skill of the performers convincing the audience. In the similar context, the skill of the performers in the page 112 presentation of the performance is a prerequisite for the general dramas. Basic difference one can see here is that the folk dramas have a mythological background traditionally transmitted through Indian oral epics. The general dramas are originated from the themes such as social, historical, cultural, political and psychological part and taking shape from the mythological background. These dramas can broadly be divided into two groups. I. Music and dance-oriented folk dramas with narration and 2. The action-oriented general dramas. The leather puppet show performance is a mix of these two forms. It can convince audience as well and be a best presentation method of the performance. However, gives more weightage for convincing the audience, which is the quality of pure folk dramas because of the depend once on the financial support from the audience. There is a marked difference one can notice between the music and dance-oriented folk dramas. The technique of presentation, skill, staging, instrumental operation, set designing, lighting, teamwork, costumes, makeup etc., are important elements determine such difference between these two forms. The leather puppet shows, however, have an importance since they possess the qualities of the both folk dramas and general theatre, and these qualities remain as necessary requirements for the successful performance of puppet shows. Staging, instruments, text, experience, knowledge about the current society, particularly the village or the place where they are performing, performers in the performance, rhythm, melody, co-singing, attracting techniques etc., are the important points for the success of the performance. Page 113. The puppeteers manipulate their skills to please the audience, in instruments operation in the method of folk dramas, for supporting their singing, puppet dancing, puppet acting and creating humor etc. times. The leather puppet show performers follow the basic strategies of the tradition with a weightage for modern trends in the drama discipline. The show is mingle, with so many series of poetical as well as prose in a script mode. The use of traditional instruments simultaneous with modern drums, harmonium, and tabla can be seen in the shows. The puppet playing, particularly puppet acting and puppet dancing, activities are intermixed with modern action. The present day's trend is noteworthy. The puppeteers selecting the historical plays, particularly social performances apart from the routine Mahabharata and Ramayana. The propagation of government policies on education, health through the social dramas, has been major reason for selecting such themes. The researcher has chosen to present his analysis according to his documentation of story in the puppet show and documentation of photos of both folk arts and puppet show. 3.1.2 Narration of performance. The performance began by 8:30 p.m. Vigneswara puppet was at the screen. Beginning with a loud sound of dapu accompanied by all other instruments. The artistes prayed Namu, Namu, Namu. 3 minutes later one elder man introduced Ganesh to the performance. He raised his voice with Vishnu slokam as Govinda, Narayana, and concluded this slokam followed by all the instruments in second speed and ended with the mukta impu to rigidakadim, to rigidakadim, to rigidakatu. Page 114. This ending was followed by a woman with Vanta raga like ah. Romappa, elder man manipulated the Ganesh puppet by singing the famous verse, Tondamuna Kadantamu, which the Telugu people follow as prayer song in Ganapati Puja. In this verse the performer used to explain each and every word according to his plan. The actual words Menduga Gajalu Mroyaga, Gajelu means anklet bells, and meaning of the word represents the sound of anklet bells. The total poem sung is to describe physique of Ganesh. The artiste did not explain the meaning of each word, but he was simply singing the poem showing each part of the body of Ganesh with his hand stick while rendering words. This was very clear to the audience. The ending was followed by a raga of Lady Artiste. It was ended by Mukta Impu as Tatadai, Tatadai, Tatadai. Romappa started another prayer song Gananada Brovavaya Gananada Nivu, and all the artistes repeated it as chorus were operated in the second speed followed by raga and concluded with the Muktai Dimitta, Dimitta, Dimitta. He described Ganesh body parts one by one and total description was in conversation. They were praying Ganesh firstly since he was the beginner of the play, and continued their discussion in a dialogue form up to the starting of the prayer of Saraswati. Times in between these dialogues, the instruments were played in second speed. Prayer was started with Tita Tajhana, Tajjana Tata. After prayer main artiste asked Saraswati who was she, and where she was going, on what work. Lady Artiste replied on behalf of Saraswati, as she was wife of Brahma, going to Brahmaloka and came to wish the artistes an audience along with that villagers. The performer explained himself about Ganesh and the lady artiste participated just as listener whereas in the Saraswati scene. Page 115. Answer was given by Saraswati. Ended with Akatata Takatata Takatata while Saraswati announces about the performance as Lanka Dahanam. At this point of time very opportunity Ketigadu and Bangaraka puppets have been introduced. Entry of these characters were indicated by the performers through conversation. Firstly, Bangaraka puppet comes to the screen with romantic songs as Tagadadi Madana. And two artistes described her movements and family background. Viraha Geetam like Talali Nama Viraham was sung by the main woman artiste and repeated it by the troupe. That was cut down by the Mukta Impu as Tarijita Takataka, Dirikatatika, Dirikatatika, Tadijanata, Tadijanata, Tadijanata. Bangaraka interpreted the relation with the village in a humorous conversation. She used to scrape her body by her fingers and told that her head and wedge were in an itching sensation due to that village water. This type of dialogues attract the villagers to involve them in the performance along with the artiste's problems. Then Bangaraka told that she had husband, the most handsome, romantic Gandholi, who had another two names Juttapolagadu and Ketigadu. She called him with a romantic mood as Gandholi. Her way of calling has evoked interest in the audience. Audience have become involved in the performance. The performers introduced 3 puppets of Ketigadu in different sizes, and Bangaraka announced that those 3 were her husbands. That announcement was made only for the attraction of humor lovers and to keep them as followers of their entertainment. One of the audience sent 5 rupees and asked artiste Romappa to spell out his name as donor from the stage. Romappa praised Konda Reddy, the donor of 5 rupees, chanting the names of different gods. The donors came in line to donate the money and Romappa was reading out their names with praising along with some joke. He spelt out a page L16. Proverb that the donors live 100 years and they, artistes, live 110 years. Then Romappa praised the village elders, and the farmers for their cooperation and helping from time to time. Some historical point he mentioned that Sri Krishna Devarayalu patronized leather puppetry. From that time onwards the leather puppetry has been performed. Anxiety and curiosity transform the people to go to long distances to observe the leather puppet show performances. This led to emerge out the proverb Tombai Armada Puyi Tulubamalata Chudali and Aravai Armada Puyi Avalapabam Chudali means, one has to go 90 armadas, for miles are equal to 1 armada, to see Tulubamalata, leather puppet show, and has to go 60 armadas to see Avulapabam, festival of cows. The performance from praising through historical aspects and sociological situations got into the story, systematically. Systematic method adopted was question and answer method where 2 artistes have been exchanging the dialogue in an interesting way. The experience of artistes kept the audience under their good impression. The small event like donations and spelling out the names of the donors became separate scene, and that was prolonged by the 2 artistes up to 60 dialogues sharing 30 each. This shows the capacity of professionalism in folk theatre improve the artiste's efficiency in improvisation and championism. It was very interesting to note the issues of all relevant items of daily life tagged by the 2 artistes intelligently within a short time. Romappa was explaining the scenes of Lankadahanam as they were to perform Panchavati, Golden Deer, kidnapping of Sita, Vali and Sugriv episode, Hanuman crossing the sea, locating Sita in Lanka, Ring. Page 117. Showing to Sita, Hanuman's tail event and setting fire to Lanka. The audience started raising their voices for the story. They stopped humor and took interval of 2 minutes. They operated the instruments in the second speed. Performers tried to patch to their performance in this scene with the help of instruments and succeeded. Sita, Rama, and Lakshmana puppets have been brought on the scene followed by a song. Rama Lakshmanulu Vakarapudu Sita Bama Toda and ended with Muktai as Tita Tita Tatata. The story has been described in the dialogue form in conversational style. Chitrakuta, the dense forest was their place of living. Rama and Lakshmana were conversing the beauty of Panchavati. Lakshmana was happy to be there and he would like to stay there for a long. Sita entering the scene referred to golden deer. She was pointing at and wanted her husband to see it. She described the beauty of the deer, that the body was shining, the thrones were like manikayas. She felt that if the deer was brought to their place it would be wonder and adds a new beauty to the kutiram. Rama replied, and he would brought the golden deer to honor her wish. Rama told Lakshmana that Sita wanted the deer, so he would go to bring that deer. Simultaneously ordered Lakshmana to take care of Sita. The scene has become quite entertaining with the dapu beatings following the deer's movements. Lakshmana had his own doubt about this deer. He continued with his doubt. He said the deer appears to be no original and a trick that may be played by Rakshasa. Rama clarified to Lakshmana that it would be caught if it was real ones, otherwise be killed there. Page 118. Itself. He reiterated his request that Lakshmana to take care of Sita. All that was an individual scene. The skill of the performers dominated by the dialogues to capture the mood of the audience. Rama was after the deer. The scene created very eagerness and curiosity in the minds of audience. The scene was ended with Ha Lakshmana and Ha Sita, fully followed by the support of the instruments. The performers had taken full advantage from the music, where the transformation of deer took place into demon Maricha. The performance of this scene depicted their control over the audience and performance. Listening to words Ha Lakshmana, Ha Sita, and Sita told Lakshmana that Rama may be in trouble. Lakshmana said confidently to Sita that if anything happened to Rama the entire universe would be upset, the stars would fall down, and the sun and moon would become weak. He assured her that the happened thing would be a demoness trick and advised her not to get upset. Sita could not get convinced with Lakshmana's assurance. She ordered Lakshmana to go and save Rama. Lakshmana again tried to convince her that it might be demon's trick. Scolding Lakshmana, Sita reacted sharply to the explanation or Lakshmana and said that Bharata was believed as brother and he took away the Ayodhya, and scolded him as he was believed as brother, but he came as friend and was trying to expose with enmity. Such hard feelings expressed by Sita made Lakshmana to feel sorry for having said to Sita. Being the folk performance, the performers introduced the behavior of the society through the characters depending on the incidents. Performers took advantage in this incident to depict the common women's. Page 119. Mentality. Lakshmana felt unhappy with Sita's words and went away in search of Rama. The conversation between Sita and Lakshmana revealed some contrast. Conscious efforts of the performers has been noticed from the conversation between Sita and Lakshmana was to strengthen the scene and convert the performance richly. Therefore, the scene appeared as nearer to the hearts of the common people and it worked out to impress the audience very much. Then scene was changed by introducing Yati, i.e., Ravana in Yati shape. The Yati himself tried to create a devotional climate and was crying as Hara Hara Mahadeva Shambho Shankara Satkula Katakshana Bhavati Bhikshandehi Mata Annapurna Swari Hara Hara Mahadeva Shambho Shankara. Sita welcomed him with obedience to sit by showing a seat. Yati said that nobody should stay in a house without the head of the family, and he would not expect anything except some bhiksha. He was inquiring about Sita and why she was staying independently alone there. Sita told about her husband Rama, the son of Dasaratha, and how they came along with Lakshmana to this deep forest to honor the orders of his father. She also narrated the incident as both have gone to bring a deer. Requested him to stay up to their return home. Page 120. Then Yati told Sita that he is Ravana, the king of Lanka, and was waiting since long time to get her, as he told that he was going to kidnap her. The words of Ravana inquiring Sita, the man who got her, was hinting the future story. This may be a professional experience of the performers, or it may be introduced intentionally by the performers. The conversation in between these two was quite natural and the audience can understand easily, as the conversation goes like of scolding as rascal and times questioned him how dare he was to take away by force etc. Sita used a word how many heads you have, nanu karanu eni talalura niku, in the sense how dare he was. The word tala, head, was used purposefully by the performers, and Ravana replied that he had 10 heads and showed her 10 heads. The method of expressing it was also very proud with vigorous behavior. She felt unconsciousness while she was seeing 10-headed Ravana. The introduction of 10-headed Ravana turned the climate into harshness, and the sounds of instruments like dapu created a terror. Ravana scene was attended with special attention by Govindu, and his voice expressed the proudness of Ravana and appeared that high total body was laughing and crying. Ravana was taking away Sita while she fell unconscious by seeing. He lifted her on his plane Pushpak Vimanam. The performers played the Pushpaka Vimanam scene by harmonium sound in high pitch. This scene created as horror atmosphere than 10-headed Ravana's introduction. She was screening while going to Lanka. Jatayuvu saw her and decided to fight with Ravana to save her. He daily went there to face him and advised him to leave her, otherwise he would fight and kill him. They both exchanged the words that, page 121, led to fight. The fight scene was manipulated between Jatayuvu and Ravana. The fight scene gained curiosity and aroused interest in the minds of audience. Jatayuvu fell down in the forest as the Ravana cut down the wings of and was surviving to give the message of Sita to Rama. Rama and Lakshmana met at Panasala and they were walking by searching Sita with sorrowful feelings. Lakshmana found Rama and inquired about demon tricks. Rama asked Lakshmana about Sita, and questioned him why he left her along at the Panchavati. Lakshmana explained Rama that she did not listen anything which he told about the demon and scolded, ordered him to meet Rama. Rama expressed his opinion that though she might refuse his words, he must be waited there till Rama's coming. Lakshmana asked Rama for orders to search Sita around to Panchavati. Both Rama and Lakshmana were searching. Rama felt very bad. The puppet was introduced with weeping and dancing while singing as. She was very close associate, she was disappearing how he was living without her. And all the instruments were operated in the second speed. The raga used for that situation was Vilapa raga. While weeping and was asking Lakshmana how she was missing at Panchavati. Lakshmana explained Rama that the rivers, valleys, and all the area was searched and was not able to locate Sita anywhere. While going by searching, they have seen a wounded bird, and Lakshmana thought that was a demon and ate Sita and sat in the shape of bird. He reacted that the bird would be killed by him. Then Jatayuvu listened and told he was not demon and he was Jatayuvu, a close friend of Dasaratha. He told Rama that Ravana was taking, page 122, away Sita towards Lanka. He described that how he fought with him to save her, and how Ravana cut down his wings and what for he has surviving. Then Rama ordered Lakshmana to perform rites of Jatayuvu on his request on the banks of Godavari. Lakshmana followed Rama's orders and they both moved towards Kishkinda. Instruments all were operated at once to close the scene with music. The next scene was in the court of Sugriva with 72,000 Vanara military and they were searching. They saw Rama and Lakshmana and thought that Vali sent them for fighting and were planning to leave that place. The Hanuman told them that they were not sent by Vali, they were rushes. He would visit them and find out who they were, and reached them, greeted them by Namaskara and asked them as who were they. They told Hanuma that they were sons of Dasaratha, from kingdom of Ayodhya by names Rama and Lakshmana. They told that they were in search of Sita, and they heard about Sugriva, and came to meet him for friendship. Then Hanuma told Rama that he was the minister of Sugriva by name Hanuma, and Vali his brother sent him out from the country and were living there, and welcomed Rama and Lakshmana. Hanuma took them to his king Sugriva and explained to Sugriva about Rama and Lakshmana. Then they told that they got ornaments of Sita and they showed them to Rama. Ultimately, after a long conversation, they become friends. The instruments were beaten in the second speed. Rama told Sugriva to fight against Vali and he would kill Vali and would hand over Kishkinda and Tara too. Page 123. Then Sugriva replied, if he killed Vali, Sugriva would help him in searching of Sita. Then Rama encouraged Sugriva to fight with Vali. Then fighting scene was introduced between Vali and Sugriva. Rama beat with his arrow behind a tree. Then Vali questioned Rama why he beat him from behind. If he interested he would have to fought face to face. He questioned Rama that the kings kill the cruel animals, not monkeys, but how Rama did that mistake. Then Rama told that Vali was not good man, so he was killed by him. The king has to protect innocents and the bad people should be punished. Tara expressed her sorrow at that war scene and Vali suggested her to live with Sugriva and their son Angada would become Yuvaraja. Then Angada was made as Yuvaraja through Yuva Patabhishakam. They discussed about their plan for searching Sita and Sugriva was made king for Kishkinda. Then they took small interval for the relief. Ketigadu entered on the screen and praising the village as he has seen that village, like as Ganga has seen Bajaratha, Vibhishana, and Sugriva got Rama's help, the child found his missed mother. Ramappa the elder performer explained how they got the quarters there and announced publicly times how they opened cooperative society. Then a demand from the audience came to start the performance. Instruments were played immediately and the main singer started Jayarama. Jaya Jaya Shri Rama Raghvara. Subhakara Shri Rama. Page 124. This is a famous song, which is sung by Hanuma everywhere, i.e., in all folk dramas and Padya Natakas. Hanuman character sung this song. By expressing devotion and singing this Jaya Jaya, Hanuma came to screen. Instruments followed Hanuman in devotional lines, and the scene tells, Hanuma is going to meet Rama. Hanuma sang another song as Shri Raghu Ramachandra Mamula Bidala Jiyu Mahaprabhu Mi Taraka Nama Mantram Tapasa Vridulake Nalabhyamu Rama. And reached Rama. The pronunciation of the artiste in the case of Sanskrit slokas was very clear, and they were well trained by their guru, mostly their fathers. Though they did not know reading or writing, they were given training in the performance and in the language too. Rama called Hanuma with intimacy that with a song. Vayu Suta Rama. Tu Anguliakamu Gomu Lanka Ku Viga Pomu Sitaku Nayoka. Simamulu Sepi. Ame Kshemam Sepi. Na Cheta Mudayanimu. Jambavantha told about the Hanuma's mighty and skill and ability to go to Lanka. Page 125. Rama called Hanuma and ordered him to go to Lanka to search Sita. Hanuman got small shape of his body by Rama, and crossed the sea. Hanuma laid down in the sky and crossed the sea. That was very entertained scene, and the audience impressed very much about that scene. He reached Lanka, and the main gate times was watching by Lankini. Performers stopped the story and introduced entertainment event through Ketigadu. Lankini was a tall puppet, ugly in appearance and altered puppet. Ketigadu was also ugly in appearance but small and humorous. For entertainment and for relief, the scene was created in humor in between these two. The main purpose of this scene was to create humor, so that they won't follow the delicacy, balance, politeness, softness, and moreover the performer introduced the nuisance activities through Ketigadu as imbalance, ugly behavior, rashness, rudeness, nasty methods, and with vulgar comments. While Ketigadu was coming, he beats on the head of the Lankini. It indicates the performer is going to create a cheap opinion on Lankini in the minds of audience. She cried who were there. The Ketigadu appeared in front of her, and questioned her, with dual-meaning words, and sarcastical words, and romantic words with vulgarity. To facilitate and to entertain the audience, the performer introduced two folk games in between those two. Finally, the performer created a target scene through Ketigadu, and that lead to be felt happy and got the humorous climate among the audience. At last Bangaraka entered on the screen to avoid the vulgar dialogues, and she had beaten Ketigadu. This was purely humor scene and was removed from the screen. Then Lankini and Hanuma scene was introduced. Hanuman killed Lankini and entered into Lanka. He found Sita and gave her the ring of Rama and took her head ornament and disturbed Lanka. Page 126. Hanuma killed so many soldiers of Ravana. Finally he was caught by Indrajitu and was kept at Ravana's court for punishment for his crime. Ravana tried to give sentence to death. But Vibhishana warned Ravana that would become sin, because woman, child, cow and monkey would not be killed at any circumstances. If it happened, the person who killed the above ones could get sin, and they won't get children and would lose everybody. Vibhishana told Ravana The messenger should not be killed by a Chakravarti, well-known emperor to the world and with 1,00,000 sons, 1 crore grandsons. But Ravana did not agree with Vibhishana and told that monkey was dangerous. Then Vibhishana told Ravana to insult Hanuman by firing its tail. But Ravana expressed that he won't get death by anybody in the world except Nara and Vanara. Brahma gave that concession to Ravana on his tremendous meditation. Ravana thought that Nara and Vanara were the same, so Ravana was observing Vanara and thought to kill him. Then Vibhishana told that when Brahmadeva gave the gift, then there was no Nara and Vanara. So Vibhishana assured Ravana that there won't be a problem for Ravana by Vanara. Because the tail of monkey was very beautiful, the tail could be burnt with clothes brought from 4 lark streets, dipped in the oil and could be burnt. Ravana satisfied with that advice and ordered that the tail of the monkey would be burnt as a punishment. Then Hanuma told Ravana it so that he would burnt the Lanka. Then Ravana got angry and laughed at him and asked him the Lanka was not a grass or wood. Lanka was built by iron, brass, lead and gold buildings and they won't be burnt at any cost. According to the orders of Ravana, the tail of Hanuma was burnt. The instruments were beaten and a general song was sung to gain the sympathy for Hanuma. Dutanu Galachuta Buvigalad like that. Page 127. Hanuma burnt all the golden buildings, weaponry places, towers, chariots and Lankapuram, then gone to the sea, dried up the fire and reached Rama. All these scenes added to strengthen the performance. Hanuma told about Sita in Lanka and gave her head ornament to Rama. Rama felt satisfied to find out the whereabouts of the Sita and took Hanuma to the Nira and gave a gift as Hanuma would get permanent name and respect as long as Rama's name, and Hanuma would be treated as a 5th brother. Then ordered Sugriva to build a bridge across the sea to reach Lanka. Lanka Dahanam was ended with this scene and the performers started ending prayer. Pavamana Sutudu Patu Padaravindamulaku, Ninama Rupamulaku Nitya Jaya Mongalam was a famous ending prayer song and rest of the artistes followed as chorus. Finally all the members said, Govinda, Govinda, Anjaneya Varoda Govinda Tadim, Jainama Parvati Pati, Hara Hara Mahadeva, Shambho, and concluded with namaskaras with folding hands and closing eyes. This is the texture of the both and performance and photos. The puppet show performance is analyzed and photos relating to theatre elements if folk art forms, folk theatre for 1ms and puppet show performance of Ramayana are exhibited. The photos are indexed here for the purpose of observation and clear understanding. Page 128. Chapter -4 Performance Observation 4.1 Introduction. Drama needs a stage for its performance. In other words, without a stage there is no drama. Listening to a radio drama is not considered as a drama in its fullest sense. To impress the audience emotionally, whether the drama may be classic or general or folk drama or puppet show, whatever it may be, stage is a prerequisite. The term used for the purpose theatre itself indicates the requirement of stage. There may be different dimensions, see photo number 1 to 141, as far as the size is concerned. Not only stage dimensions but also patterns of stages also differ variedly. Usually the stages of general and classical dramas are big in size. Stages prepared for folk theatre are of small size. The folk drama can be enacted within the space available for its performance. Depending on the dimensions of the stage, see photo numbers 82 to 87, the performance either enlarge its scope or squeeze in its requirements suited to the space available. In the case of puppet shows, the performances are done on a comparatively small stage, but it has a fixed stage. Therefore, the aspects relating to stage such as quality, scope, characteristics, and existence can be looked at from the point of view of the purpose of the stage and its dignity and decline. These aspects also need to be compared with the similar elements of the other theatrical forms. The puppeteers arranged the stage with bamboos and with dhotis using as curtains 3 sides. There will be one screen used front side of the stage which facilitates puppet presentation. See photo numbers 65 to 141. Page 199. Puppet theatre stage. I. Screen 2. Light 3. Tarball cover 4. Screen pole 5. Bottom. The dimensions of the stage will be rectangular, and size will be very small. The performance of puppet show is given through the screen only. The inside coverage or area of the stage is 8 feet wide and 5 feet in length. Its height will be 7 feet. In the case of folk dramas, the stage is nearly 14 feet wide and 10 feet length. 3. Folk stage. Page 200. In the general dramas, the stage will be covered on 3 sides, but both top and the front sides are kept open. This open side can be used for the presentation and the audience observe the play through this side. 4. But in the case of puppet theatre it is quite different. It shall not have opening and it is a unique in its arrangement. It therefore attains a peculiarity because of the fourth wall of the stage. Though it may be closed, it will be used for the presentation of the performance. The performers used to give the puppet show performance through this fourth wall, which is covered by the screen. The closing of stage like this will facilitate not to see the instrumentalists, the performers, lights, puppets, and the space in middle stage by the audience. 5 Then the arrangements are not good on the stage. Of folk and general dramas, the performance in the open stage cannot get the success. 6 The stage influence can also dominate the performance. Sometimes it can also give the poor opinion of the performance to the audience, even if the performance is good. The folk dramas are the example for it, whereas in the case of puppet theatre this stage influence or domination may have little scope for such a situation. The size of the stage in page 201. The puppet theatre is consultant, whereas in the case of folk dramas and general dramas it is adjustable. The question of compromisation in the screen adjustment in the puppet theatre cannot be seen. Covering of stage like this is very convenient to the performers to move freely either side of stage, i.e. to sit, to stand, to lay down etc., because they are not to be seen by the audience. In the case of dramas, the performers move freely when the front curtain is closed. 9 The instrumentalists and other performers in the puppet shows move freely behind the curtain when the performance is going times on. The puppeteers take advantage of this situation and give training to their children behind the screen, and even sometimes to the old artistes used to sit inside the stage. 10 Inside area of the stage is also used to keep the properties too by the puppeteers. Therefore the stage for a while is nothing but a home for them at the time of performance. The audience cannot see anything except the puppets and their performance from the puppet theatre stage. In the case of folk and general theatres the situation is altogether different, where the entire stage area, settings, instruments and lights can be seen clearly. 11 This open stage system works for diversion of the audience concentration from the observation of performance in the other theatres. 12 But in puppet stage there is no scope for such diversion. The theatres of all categories use the stage as top-covered. The puppeteers always maintain the times same stage measurements, see photo numbers 84 to 87, even though they got better and big stage facilities. 13 Whereas the folk and general dramas utilize the whole area as stage when they got an opportunity of big stage. 4. Stage arrangement and beginning process. The scholar visited Nimala Kunta village of Anantapur district of Andhra Pradesh on 4 January, 1989 and requested the puppeteers 14 for the leather puppet show performance. They agreed for the performance. The puppeteers of that village by caste are Marathis built a co-operative society, see photo number 101, colony with the help of government. They formed as a cooperative society to manufacture the puppets and to export them to foreign countries via Bombay. Some of them go to performances and all of them were members of that society. The researcher asked for their performance at their colony. They obliged. Nearly by 7 p.m., the gents of that group brought the stage equipment and firstly they poled 2 bamboos in the front line. The poled bamboos were 8 feet in length and 8 feet width. Another 2 bamboos were poled parallel to the front bamboos with a distance of 5 feet. This 5 by 8 feet area was the total stage for them. These 4 bamboos were tied up on all the 4 sides by thread connecting the top edges. Then this took a rectangular shape. The top portion of this tied-up bamboos were covered with the tarbal and all the sides were covered with clothes excepting the front. Light thin white cloth was tied in the front portion and this was used as the screen for the performance of puppets. The face of the stage was arranged towards the east. They have a traditional belief in arranging their stage, facing in all sides, except west. 15 4 electric bulbs were arranged in front of the stage and 2 were inside the stage. The stage was built in the central place of their street, and it was neat and clean. Page 203. Puppet show stage. 1. Screen 2. Screen pole 3. Light 4. Puppet basket 5. Cymbals 6. Mat 7. Mrudangam 8. Cot 9. Dapu 10. Harmonium. They planned to gather audience and sent a 10-year-old boy for publicity about the performance. He went round the area with a dapu, drum, to give chitimpu, announcement, in the village. The cooperative society colony was 1.5 km away from the village. 16 That boy was accompanied by 4 boys of the same age group, and they reached the stage after completion of their job by 8:00 p.m. The hair on the head of these boys was like dancing up and down, depicting their mood coming to the place of performance. Their walking pattern was very enthusiastic and they appeared very dynamic. The researcher was observing the stage, during the time, which was just finished. Romappa, 65-years-old man, was fully drunk and scolding the group members in their absence, who avoided his advices in building the stage. He came to the researcher and told that, if the stage was facing northern side in the middle front of 2 houses, the curtains and tarbal won't shake and help air disturbance controlled. But nobody cared about his words. The wind speed was very high and the curtains were shaking. Page 204. Pedavadi Matata Vindamani under Narmada. Mr. Romappa scolded in front of me with unparliamentary words. He told that he was ordering to remove the stage to rearrange. I told him that to remove and rearrange was not advisable at that time. He moved aside and sat for some time. Multi-plugging was arranged to an electric bulb to plug in tape recorder conveniently. They arranged a cot inside in the southern side of the stage. The children and a group of the women were coming to see the show. They inquired the performers about the performance. The performers welcomed them and they sat somewhere in front of somebody's house from where the front part of the stage is seen. At 8:15 p.m., the puppeteers came on to the stage. Saroda, anchor woman of that group, entered into the stage with the puppet basket on her head, and Rama Krishna, her husband who followed her, helped her to keep the puppet basket on the floor. The basket has been made up by bamboo material and covered like a box. All varieties of puppets are kept inside that basket. The basket was brought from the society office. They kept the Puppets Basket 7 at the Cooperative Society office along with manufacturing material. They adjusted the cot half inside the stage and half outside the stage, which was arranged on the southern side of the stage. They kept the basket beside the cot. It occupied the central part of the inside stage. This basket has been 4 feet length and 2.5 feet width. Though the puppets were 6 feet in size, they were kept folded inside the basket. The jointing parts of the puppets like hands, legs and head were linked 18 by thread. This facilitates the puppets to be folded easily at the joint places. Dalavai Romappa, the elder person of that group, sat near the screen and applied the turmeric and kumkuma, saffron, at the bottom of the screen. Then they broke 2 coconuts inside the stage near the screen and Romappa and page 205. Before performance. Page 206. Page 207. Ramankrishna paid devotionally namaskaras with folded hands. The top portion, cover, of the basket has been removed and kept in a cumma. Subsequently, they took over the puppets from the basket which were to be introduced in the very beginning and kept them in the cover and hanged some of them on the back curtain. 14-year girl sat on a folding iron chair in the back middle part of the stage, which was very close to back curtain of the stage. She was tuning the harmonium arranged on a stool. Screen was in the east. A wooden plank 19 was arranged near the bottom of the screen. This can be used with legs to create a musical sound and noise according to rhythm. The main singer of that event always stands in keeping one leg on the wooden plank near the screen. One bonta, cloth bed, was laid down in the center and one Medela 20 instrument was kept to operate it in the performance. One pair of Talalu 21, cymbals, were laid down by the side of Medela on the cloth. The dapu, drum, 22 was hanged inside on the top of the stage. After completion of the stage arrangements, the total stage was like this. 1. Pup 1 basket 2. Basket upper cover 3. Harmonium 4. Medela 5. Cymbals 6. Cot 7. Bottom plot of wooden flant 8. Wooden flant 9, 10, 11, 12. Stage boundaries. Page 208. 4.3 Process before performance. By 8:30 p.m. the audience came and settled thereby sitting in front of the stage. Children, women, men and aged people gathered there and was seen as there appeared full of audience. The process began for the performance with the arrival of the basket. Firstly, Romapur applied turmeric and kumkuma, saffron, to the screen at the bottom and broke 2 coconuts near the screen. They prayed the god with folded hands and with the closed eyes by standing near the screen. Then the elder, Romapur, opened basket and took over the puppets from the basket and hanged them on the back curtain with thrones 23. He kept 3 puppets in the cover of the basket which he should bring them in the very beginning to the screen. A 14-year-old girl sat on an iron chair and was tuning the harmonium 14 Shruti. One 35 years aged man sat on the banta adjusting the Medela Shruti. One lady stood near the Medela man operating the talalu, cymbals. One man had beaten the dapu, drum, with his hand stick speedily. That gave the dab-dab-da-dab sound, and that was the signal sound for the beginning of the performance. Romapur, Saroda tied the anklets to their right legs, and they have to press the wooden plank with these legs. Except Romapur, Saroda, Ramankrishna, and the teenaged girl, the remaining 3 members took betel leaf into their mouths. All the elders of that group and children came inside the stage. Romapur the elder man took the Jenish puppet, see photo number 88, and kept on the screen with thorns. All the instrumentalists operated the instruments at a time and the total troupe cried once with the devotion as Namu, Namu, Namu. Then the dapu was beaten speedily and Romapur took the Vinayaka puppet into his hands and manipulated the Ganesh puppet with prayer song. The situation before the prayer song was very clear and page 209. Disciplined. All the artistes and the undergoing training children took their positions like a well-rehearsed stage artists. See photo number 107. They maintained silence when Mr. Romapur began the devotional process. Everybody observed keenly the process with devotion. Though they took their positions in natural methods that scene can be observed as well-rehearsed one. But that was the traditional discipline and nobody can deviate it under any circumstances. The professionalism was observed in them by the scholar irrespective of their age and experience in that troupe. Mr. Kalayapa spit out of chewing of betel leaf from his mouth under the bontha, cloth, which was under him, and another lady was taking the betel leaf with lime into her mouth, but there was no disturbance from them, and silently they followed the prayer and they were in their business. 4.4 Performers' performance on the stage. 2 coconuts were broken as the symbol of the prayer, and Romapur draw the mantrakshara, with saffron on the bottom edge of the screen and on the stone. The backside of the stage, which was west of the stage, a 14-year girl was seated with harmonium and was observing carefully. She was given signal by Romapur and started to give Shruti. See photo number 108. Romapur moved towards basket from the screen after completion of puja and separated 3 puppets which were to be played at the first on the screen. He moved around the stage for searching a place to keep them somewhere. The hanged drum in the northwestern side of the stage was beaten by Govindu to attract the audience from the village. Romapur stopped himself and observed the drum beating and satisfied himself. He moved to one side and hanged the puppet. Page 210. Page 211. Some cloth carpet bonta which stitched with old cloths laid down in the middle of the stage. An artiste with mridangam was seated on the cloth carpet. He was chewing the betel leaf and enjoying with half-closed eyes. Saroda and Romapur tied the anklet bells to their right legs. Rangama, a woman, was taking lime with betel leaf into her mouth. Venkataya, who was doing Shruti adjustment to the mridangam, spit out the betel leaf from his mouth under the cloth carpet. The harmonium girl was observing all these by searching the feelings on researcher's face. Romapur moved towards Rangama and collected the betel leaf from her and took it into his mouth. Adjustments of all instruments were made ready. 10 members occupied their respective positions inside the stage. When Romapur was manipulating the Ganesh puppet, all the artistes became alert and consciously came into the professional mood. The other artistes sang the prayer song. Romapur manipulated the puppet according to the music of the song. He kept his right leg on the plank, and pressed the bottom of the plank with his left leg. When he touched the other edge of the plank with his right leg, it gave noise. He operated the plank according to the dance of the Vinayaka. See photo number 111. He caught the puppet sticks with his left hand and middle part at joints with the right hand and manipulated. All the other artistes participated in prayer song as chorus. See photo number 112. Saroda brought the Saraswati puppet to the screen after Ganesh puppet dancing and singing. All the other artistes followed the signal of Saroda and participated in the Saraswati prayer. Saroda introduced Bangaraka puppet with dancing along with a song like Tagadadi Madana. Rangama stood somewhere and sang as Vanta song Oyama, 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 Oyama. Ramankrishna brought the page 212 Kettigadu puppet to the screen. Saroda and Ramankrishna manipulated the puppets. See photo number 11. Ramankrishna did not wear the anklet bells. Saroda operated the plank with her leg, even Ramankrishna manipulating the puppets. Actually, that was the romantic scene of Kettigadu and Bangaraka. But that scene appeared like a romantic scene of Saroda and Ramankrishna, who were wife and husband inside the stage. The movements on the screen between Kettigadu and Bangaraka and movements on the stage between Ramankrishna and Saroda appeared as same. They were influenced by these sexual dialogues. They were observed by all the artistes inside the stage. When they observed the researcher, their smiling gestures have faded out silently from their face. After that scene, one girl brought one puppet and two women brought two puppets to the screen. One boy brought the Rama puppet, Govindu, Ramankrishna, and Saroda manipulated the Rama, Lakshmana and Sita puppets. See photo number 118. Saroda herself sang Sita's total portion. Rangama suddenly stood up and brought and manipulated the golden deer. See photo number 117. Ramappa and Ramankrishna followed the golden deer as Rama and Lakshmana. Later Rama Krishna brought the Jangamaya puppet to the screen. Soon after this scene, 10-headed Ravana puppet was introduced. Everybody's eyes searched for Dalavai Govindu for that 10-headed Ravana puppet manipulation, and he came and operated that. He was expert in introducing that puppet. Till then he was operating Medela. Sita questioned Jangamaya as how many heads you have to ask me. This was in the sense of how dare you are. Then answer was very interesting with vigorous voice. See me, how many heads I have. And vigorous laughing as ha 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 ha. Ha. See. 10 heads, see photo numbers 126 to 130, and laughing as ha. Aha, ha. And fearful laugh. When Govindu's body was observed that his total body was laughing. I thought at that moment he was only man in that. Page 213. Troop to act like that way. Govindu came back to his seat after 10-headed Ravana's puppet portion was over. Ramankrishna introduced Jatayuvu on the screen. Then the war between Ravana and Jatayuvu was manipulated by Ramappa and Ramankrishna. Ramappa waited there to join for the war scene with single-headed Ravana puppet. It was observed different behavior of Ramappa than Ramankrishna in the war scene. Really it appeared as real quarrel between Ramappa and Ramankrishna. Ramappa pulled Ramankrishna's left hand and beat with his puppet, Ravana, on the puppet of Ramankrishna. Ramankrishna also reacted with his puppet, Jatayuvu, and moved on the same way. Ramappa, an aged old man, appeared as a powerful and strong man, and he showed all his strength upon Ramankrishna. He had wine before starting the play, resultantly showed his over-enthusiasm to present his strength. After the war scene, Ramankrishna manipulated the Rama puppet and all the artistes including Ramappa followed as Vanta, chorus. Rangama with cymbals, Srada and Ramappa were standing very nearer to the Ramankrishna, and it indicated that they have to help him in manipulating the puppets. Then the scene was the Sugriva's court. All the artistes helped in manipulating the puppets to Saroda and Ramankrishna, who took the main role in conversation. Hanuman puppet was introduced by Ramankrishna. Almost all the major male characters with verses, conversations, dialogues were manipulated by Ramankrishna, and female characters were manipulated by Saroda. Now and then Saroda manipulated some main male character too in conversation with Ramankrishna. Then Vali and Sugriva war scene was manipulated by Ramappa only. There was no dialogue or conversation in that war scene, and he managed that Dwandwa Yudham with. Page 214. Puppets with his two hands. Ramappa was very busy in that war scene, creating sounds with his mouth like ha-hoo and producing loud noise by pressing the plank under his legs, and fighting with each other with his two hands. The children were given training in that performance, particularly in sorrowful events, slow-motion situations, slow conversations. One girl was given training in verse and all remaining were given only in puppet manipulating. One 10-year-old boy was standing half an hour with the puppet without moving or shaking near the screen. That was the beginning point in the training process. After some period they will be learnt manipulating the puppets with voice. Voice would be given by elders. Venkatama, 10 years girl, manipulated the Mandadari puppet. Rangama gave voice to that character. All the artistes inside the stage observed Venkatama how she was doing the job. Mangama, 14-year-old girl, was sent near the screen by her father Ramankrishna. He took the charge of harmonium some time. Mangama sang some verses and songs for the imprisoned Sita puppet. Small puppet of Hanuman was introduced in the way to go to Lanka. Ramappa came into the field very enthusiastically and he was the master to do gimmicks in the performance. Small Hanuman puppet was shown in different positions by jumpings, monkey actions and tricks by Ramappa. Audience, particularly the children, raised their voices with happiness by seeing small Hanuman puppet. Ramappa too increased his actions as a reaction for the audience response. Lankini, a giant demon lady puppet, was introduced by Ramankrishna in watching position in Lanka. Ramappa immediately introduced the Kettigadu, see photo number 124, puppet and dragged into the sexual conversation with Lankini. Ramankrishna tried to avoid the unparliamentary language and, page 215, warned Ramappa cut short the dialogues and conversations. Ramappa didn't obey his commands and was not in a listening mood. He was not able to stand at least and the liquor was controlling his brain. Ramankrishna with all his might pulled Ramappa to the side and closed that scene. The artistes and children who were inside the stage moved out one by one due to the ugly behavior of Ramappa. Govindu, Venkataya, Ramappa, Ramankrishna, Kalayappa, all were the troop leaders and they all tried to show me their talents in that performance. But Ramappa dominated all the artistes and he did not give a chance to anybody. Last scene of firing Hanuman's tail and burning the Lanka was manipulated by Ramankrishna and Saroda. They finished the show with that. Lastly, all gathered inside the stage and involved in the Mangala Harathi, which was the closing prayer song of the performance. Then they all worked in removing the stage curtains, collecting the puppets and instruments and took away to their society office. The researchers' observation is that mostly the puppet show performance was a collective and teamwork and no individual can do with individual effort to give the performance. All the artistes know everything of that performance, i.e., any artiste can do or can play anything in that performance. 25 They were disciplined artistes and everybody gives respect to their elders. They given preference to the elders, whatever they may be, and they follow the footsteps of the elders. They would not try to dominate the others and they have good professional thinking, decent behavior between each of them, sincerely in working and patch up knowledge at any moment. 6 Everybody should, page 216, know everything about the performance has been observed as basic philosophy or this performance. 4.5 Artistes participated in the performance. 1. Dalavai Romappa. 2. Vanarasa Ramankrishna. 3. Vanarasa Govindu. 4. Vanarasa Saroda. 65 years old, experienced male puppeteer, singer and manipulator. He dominated the troupe. 50 years old, experienced male professional puppeteer, singer, narrator and manipulator. He occupied in the second place in the performance. 55 years old, experienced male puppeteer. He helped in all events to give the puppets timely. Singer-musician and manipulator. 40 years old woman, wife of Ramankrishna. She held main women roles. Manipulator singer. Singer and good chorus. 5. Dalavai Rangama. 6. Venkatama. 50 years old woman, chorus singer, cymbal player, manipulator and co-singer. 10 years girl, daughter of Govindu, chorus singer, cymbal player and learner. 217. 7. Mangama 14 years girl, daughter of Ramankrishna, played harmonium co-singer, sometimes chorus singer and also a learner. 8. Sindar Kulayapa. 40 years old, experienced male drummer, he played mridangam. 9. Dalavai Chalapati. 45 years old, cymbal player, singer and helper. 10. Dalavai Venkatappa. 60 years old male drummer, singer, manipulator and scene setter. 4.6 Performative strategies. The aim of this division is to observe the strategies appeared in the puppet theatre. Puppet performers are performing the Indian mythological stories since long time. The capacity of an art form attracts the audience again and again. Leather puppet show performances also have the same quality to attract the audience. The performers of puppet theatre selected new method of presentation, i.e., secular. 27. They introduced the puppets for mythological characters along with the literature and instruments. 1 or 2 social characters were also introduced. See photo numbers 116 and 124, 135, 136, who tagged the public and the performers and performance. 28. Through these social characters, the performers express their wanting, techniques, desires, feelings in a smooth manner and would-be solve the problems. It captures the hearts of the people. Page 218. In this performance, the strategy what they followed to see the success of the performance was very clear. In the beginning the external lights were stopped and the lights inside the stage were only on in the entire colony. Firstly, they maintained the silence and they started puja program. The elder man has written on the bottom of the screen with turmeric and saffron and broke 2 coconuts. Before sitting into puja, the dapu was beaten with high pace and it gave the sound as dab 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 with loud noise. It was the symbol of their style of starting the performance. That was a good marker and the audience were settled thereby sitting who gathered there. The children hurriedly came near to screen and Saturday. Romappa picked up Ganesh puppet and fixed it, see photo number 139, on the screen with thorns. All the artistes inside the stage cried as Namo Namu, Namu, and operated all the instruments. That gave great noise and that leads to commit the audience to do namaskara to the Lord _Ganesh. See photo numbers 111-112. The audience from the village were coming after these dapu beating and the prayer noise. These are all the tricks to attract the audience. Romappa started the performance by manipulating the Ganesh puppet. He read the Vishnu stotram as Govinda, Narayana, and concluded. All the instruments in the stage were operated at once to attract and alert the audience with time's eagerness. The stotram was ended with the mukta aimpu as Rigidakathim, Rigidakatho. Then he sang the prayer verse. Tondamu nekadanthamunu. Tarapu bojjayu varmahastamunu menduga gajelu mroyaganu. Melloni chupulu mandahasam. Page 219. Which expresses the physique resumption of Vaneswara. See photo numbers 111 and 112. Then he explained each and every word with the meaning and analysis detailed by showing the nose, teeth etc., with hand stick for easy understanding of the audience. Mostly the audience are illiterates, so that the explanation and analysis were in colloquial and can be understood easily. After this verse a noise of woman's voice as ah was followed with raga, and then they ended by tatadai, tathadai, tartadai as mukta impu. Then they sang prayer song as Gananata Brovavaya Gananata Ni Ivu, and was followed by the others as Vanta, and concluded with the mukta impu as Dimitta, Dimitta, and Dimitta. One main female singer, Saroda, stood there to give help to Romappa. Without introducing any puppet, Lord Shiva was praised and prayed by songs and slokas. After completion of Ganesh prayer, the leader Romappa hinted about Saraswati prayer. Audience guessed about Saraswati's coming and were eagerly waiting. The leader Romappa was ending the Ganesh scene by the words, Tatai, Tajhana, Tajhana Atata, while the artistes inside the stage were welcoming Saraswati by a colloquial word Sugatam, i.e., Swagatam. Audience felt that was their welcome by the word Sugatam. Saraswati puppet was introduced by female artiste Saroda, and the questioning her was very heartfulness. The way in which it was introduced was very attracting on the part of artistes, i.e., Amma. Who are you? Why are you coming here? Was one's dialogue, and another one woman said the answer as I am wife of Brahmadeva. While going to Bulokam I am just coming to give my wishes to the visiting audience of that. Page 220. Performance. Generally the conversation in the puppet theatre was in between the two puppets or characters. Whereas in the prayer scenes Ganesh and Saraswati puppets were manipulated as individuals and questions were posed by the artistes inside the stage directly. Mampahi, Majaya Jnani, Mjaya Janan, Varavina Pustaka Poni. This was the prayer song sang by the artistes on the middle meter along with the instruments operations. The performers introduce the Ganesh prayer in all the folk dramas in India, particularly in Andhra Pradesh. 28 Some art troupe introduce Ganesh doll in Vidi Natakam. 29 Someone introduces Ganesh with mask. 32 Pu Bhagavatam introduces the Ganesh character. 31 And that will be brought by two persons using a screen with more instruments to alert the audience to evoke eagerness. The way of introducing Ganapati is traditional and devotional. The artistes try to create a kind of ritual mood. If that sentiment works out, their main purpose of performance will be successful. Chiratali, Ramayanam introduces Ganesh by an actor. 32 in Chindu Natakam, 31 Vidi Bhagavatam and Chenchu Natakam. 33 simply sing the prayer song of Ganesh without any character in physical appearance. Story is narrative form like Burakatha, 33 Ogakatha, 34 Jangam Katha, 35 Runja Katha, 36 Saradakatha, 37 also sing the prayer song of Ganapati in a dramatic way. Scroll narratives 38, scroll paintings, Kakapadagalu, Tela Shirala Kathalu 39 have Ganapati figures on the scrolls and do Ganapati prayer by showing the Ganesh figure on the scroll. Mostly the folk art forms try to create a page 221 ritual atmosphere in the very beginning of this Ganesh prayer. It helped to keep the audience to sit throughout the performance with ritualistic involvement. That secures the respect towards the artiste together with financial benefit. Karnataka Yakshaganam Tenkititu 40 introduces the Ganesh and Saraswati for prayer. Shambhu Hegde always introduces two characters in his Tenkititu Yakshaganam. In Andhra Pradesh there cannot be seen anywhere in any folk drama introduces Saraswati except for this puppet theatre. At the end of the prayer the main artiste tried to convert the audience to devotional feelings and somehow managed to succeed. All dramas have a tradition that the Sutradhara hints about the play and the performance as Nandi and Prastavana. 42 Here this puppet performers hinted about the play through Saraswati as she came to observe the performance and audience. Saraswati announced the name of the play as Lankadahanam and the scene was shifted. Then Romappa announced that they were going to bring Kettigadu and Bangaraka. This strategy declared that the audience will get good humorous entertainment. Particularly the children enjoy a lot with those characters. When this announcement came the Vanta artiste asked Romappa with loud voice that call urgently, and that shows the Vanta asking on behalf of the audience. That appeared as a feeling of audience and that call has been their representation. Bangaraka is coming and do you know how she is coming? This was a trick played by the performer to create an eagerness the audience. They introduced Bangaraka with romantic song and dialogues. Saroda manipulated the Bangaraka puppet, see photo number 116, with humorous and informal dialogues. Then Ramaleshna came to the screen with Kettigadu. Bangaraka and Kettigadu were wife and husband and humorous puppets. The performers praised the audience by Somal names for helping the performance through conversation between. Page 222. Bangaraka and Kettigadu characters. They utilized the situation to express their problems, their social conditions, their poverty, and to say something good about the helping hands. Firstly they started praising, then moved to historical evidence of puppeteers and kings like Sri Krishnadeva and shifted into sociological conditions of the society, and the greatness of the art form and finally ended with the present story hint. After praising some humorous and joking conversation mixing with sexual dialogues went on between Bangaraka and Kettigadu. The audience absorbed these dialogues with over-enthusiasm. Romappa who was inside observing the audience feelings keenly hearing the comments of the audience. Vidi Natakam, Yakshaganam, Chindu, Vidi Bhagavatam. Like all the drama forms, introduce humorous characters, one or two, according to their availability and necessity, to give the relaxation to the performers and the audience. They give names like Saheb, Mantri, Asagadu, Khan, etc., according to their area dialects to these humorous characters. But most of the dramas introduce only one male character, 43, whereas in the puppet theatre there can be seen two humorous characters, male and female, and also as wife and husband. 41. All the folk dramas call the humorous characters in the middle of the drama 45, and whereas in the puppet shows they can be appeared from first scene itself. 46. It gives a clue that the puppeteers identified the importance of those secular characters, and they are maintaining that balance for their survival. During this manipulation, all the artistes felt relaxed. But they were observing the laughings of the audience. Someone cried and demanded to begin the story. Then the rested artistes who were relaxing have been alerted to resume their duties. The conversation was diverted from the sexual. Page 223. Jokes to the story of that day and explained all episodes of Ramayana, and finally intend that they are now to perform Lankadahanam for that day. Again someone demanded from the audience to begin the story immediately. Govindu and Rangama came to the basket to search Rama, L_Lakshmana, and Sita puppets. Bangaraka and Ketigadu puppets have been taken off from the screen. Ramankrishna waited for some time anxiously near the screen. Rangama and Govindu tried to pick up the puppets. Automatically there was some gap came as an interval. I guessed that Ramankrishna tried to avoid the raising of the gap, but failed. Ramankrishna picked up the puppets and gave signal, nodding his head suitably for beating the instruments. Then all the instruments were played, in high pitch. Firstly Rama, Lakshmana, and Sita were introduced to the screen by Ramankrishna, Govindu and Saroda simultaneously. One thing observed is clearly have. The artistes know the pulse of the audience. So they shifted the scene immediately. Then they alerted themselves to patch up the gap, and they played a strategy through the instruments beating. Normally there was no necessity to add the music in that gap. But to avoid the bareness in the audience, they played it. Again the audience became alert to observe the story. Folk dramas also follow the same techniques when the gap arises. All the artistes in that performance noticed that urgency and moved to fulfill the need. Nobody said or hinted the others at that time. Each character, i.e., Rama, Lakshmana and Sita, were introduced, see photo number 118, with the music of instruments playing, raising of noise in a high pitch. They manipulated with dancing the three puppets too. The male characters Rama and Lakshmana generally appear in Puranika Natakas 7 without dancing, but in folk dramas 48 every character enter the stage with dancing. The story has begun with Panchavati, and Rama was telling about the pleasantness of that area and mental. Page 224. Happiness about that environment. Then Golden Deer was introduced with jumpings and runnings. Sudden appearance, jumpings attracted the children and the elders too. For every 5 minutes the dialogues were followed by tricks in puppet playing. That method controlled the audience to keep them in watching mood. The running of the Golden Deer scene was attracted by Dapu beatings. Attention was paid by the audience in the golden deer scene without a dialogue or conversation. It stole the of the audience just by introducing Rama running after deer. Wanting the golden deer by Sita, argument between Rama and Lakshmana were all in a simple dialogue form. The golden deer was converted into Maricha, the demon, when Rama beat it by arrow, creating a sensation in the audience. The method of transformation of that scene was very attractive, and the words Ha Lakshmana, Ha Sita remembered the modem technical knowledge, which they have done it simply with electric bulb on and off method. This trick led to the next scene, which has mixed conversation between Lakshmana and Sita. Then it was turned to be hot discussion between Sita and Lakshmana. Sita was expressing her doubt about Lakshmana's loyalty. Humiliation are seen as natural scenes. There was no trick improved in that scene. Yati was introduced with the words like Hara Hara Mahadev Satkila Katakshana, Bhavati Bhikshandehi, Matata Anapunaswari in an ordinary way. But the audience paid attention for next scene. Immediately the climate was changed after the Yati scene, and all the instruments were beaten in high pitch along with Dapu, and 10-headed Ravana puppet was introduced by Govindu, who was master for that character manipulation in that troupe. The gestures, markers through crying and laughing in this scene created a sensation among the audience, particularly in the children. This trick was one of the main points in the total performance, and it helped a lot for the success of the performance. Page 225. They dragged this scene with attraction of 10-headed Ravana and loud noises. The introduction of this puppet itself has been a sensational event, and Ravana in Jangam Devara physics told Sita that it would not be good for an outsider to enter the home when head of the family was not there, therefore he wanted to leave urgently. That is why he was asking Bhiksham. And asked cleverly appearing elderly that who was she, and who was her partner. Sita told about her total history, and Ravana too explained why he came and how he was impressed and liked her. This all went in simple dialogues with impressive conversation. Actually, this scene does not create any attraction or interest, resulting in making the audience passive. But the dialogues used for this conversation were colloquial and very attractive. Then suddenly Sita cries with loud voice saying, "How dare you!" Are then used good relevant words for this scene, i.e., Nanu Kuranu eni talalura niku, how many heads you have to desire to have me. Then the answer was more relative. Chudu eni talalunayo, see photo numbers 126 to 130, when 10-headed Ravana appeared on the screen. The instruments were operated in high pitch along with Dapu. Dapu will be operated in the scenes when the Rodra characters are on screen, or at the entry point, or at the war scenes. It indicates the harshness of that character and creates the eagerness in the audience. This word tala, head, used in this event was utilized for the 10-headed Ravana, and that was very relevant to the 10 heads. The shouts, cryings, and harsh voices, all these created a horror climate and fearful situation and helped to drag in the scene some time. The influence of this scene controlled the audience up to 20 minutes without any deviation. This is a good strategic point which has been observed throughout the tricks. The scene Ravana taking away Sita was made impressive with the help of the Pushpaka Vimana of Ravana in 3 to 4 rounds through the screen. Again they had a chance to introduce an attractive. Page 226. Scene i.e. Jatayuvu entered into the field to attack Ravana. A puppet of bird in big size was another interesting point. Talking and fighting with Ravana attracted the audience. The children had seen more anxiously the war scene of bird and man, and that event automatically advanced them for their strategies of the perform once. Jatayuvu entry scene gave a clue for another marker that the performer in puppet shows read slokas, verses, and then explain the meaning of each and every word of those slokas times and verses. The narration method, which is the main point in the story narratives, appeared in this scene. That means the puppet show adopted the narration method to attain success. Another popular method appeared in the scene was to call the opponent with local and colloquial ugly words like Orai and Arai. The experiment of Ra in colloquial indicates low strata in the society who was called by hierarchical feelers. These two scenes maintained the balance to connect the next scenes. The war between Jatayuvu and 10-headed Ravana was seen as war between equals. Sounds of Dapu, Plarak and Madela were on high pitch to strengthen the feeling of the war. Wounded Jatayuvu cried uttering Rama, Sri Rama, and that scene got the audience sympathy for Jatayuvu. The audience interaction expressed the feeling depicting influence of the strategy of the event on the audience. The dance by Rama weeping and crying was an interesting scene. It's driving the mood of the people to a sorrowful situation with unrest where they cannot sit, walking here and there with weeping and crying. The message of Sita was informed to Rama and Lakshmana by Jatayuvu also added something to the strategies of the performance. War scene of Vali and Sugriva was manipulated by Ramappa with his two hands simultaneously. The scene. Page 227. Created a sensation in the audience as introducing the war technique and monkeys. Even in the audience confused slogans were heard as that he is Vali, he is Sugriva, giving out to the clue of their involvement. The expressions and actions of Vali from deathbed scene reveals the feelings of the people. The weeping of Tara represents the common people actions in troubles, i.e., shaking of nose, beating of head and chest with hands, sitting, standing, etc. Then they avoided 3 scenes by 3 words. And introduced humorous characters Ketigadu and Bangaraka. The story was connected through these characters. Having conversation with other puppets. They praised the Dana one by one and continued the conversation. Hanuman moving, see photo number 133, in the sky was very interesting scene. The puppet exhibited a number of jumpings and upset movements to attract the audience. These upset movements were introduced through small monkey-type Hanuman puppet. Lankini was introduced along with Ketigadu. The scene was purely a strategy. Lankini was the character of story and demon, i.e., textual character, but Ketigadu and Bangaraka were non-textual characters. Lankini did not have any connection with these Ketigadu and Bangaraka. But Ketigadu began the conversation with Lankini as a social, vulgar discussion which was irrelevant, irregular, unequal and not tolerable. The scene was purely designed providing relief to the audience and to divert them from the seriousness of the story to silly entertainment. Naturally, the performers utilized the scene to express their personal problems, about their financial support, about their requests in between the conversation of the 2 puppets Lankini and Ketigadu. Page 228. Lankini puppet was too tall, head attached with an ugly appearance. Its manufacturing itself was like that, to utilize that puppet to generate humor. Lankini was made and watching person near Sita in Ashoka Gardens. The performer introduced one-sided duet to Kettigadu with Lankini. The audience got relief from the seriousness to relaxation. Then Hanuman, small-type monkey puppet was introduced. Some argument with Lankini was prolonged and finally fighting scene, see photo number 132, was imposed. That scene created some sensation due to imbalance between the two opponents, i.e., huge Lankini and tiny Hanuman. The disparity has been a strategy of the performers. They introduced Lanka Dahanam scene and it appeared like firing. The tail of Hanuma was burnt. Hanuma burnt the Lanka Nagaram. They made it as real fight scene and for that they had to work hard. They arranged separate fire by burning clothes, i.e., Kagada, country lamp. The performers tied it with the tail of Hanuman puppet and moved around the screen along with Hanuman. Sita's tragedy scene was introduced by dancing with sorrow mood. The last scene also gained some strategic values by weeping to attract the audience. In the total performance, the great remarkable point was that the performers started the performance with Vaishnavate times tradition, i.e., Govinda, Govinda, Narayana, Sri Rama, Jaya Rama, Narayana, etc. Though they were all Saivates, they did not mention anywhere about Saivism. But at the end of the Mangala Harathi they spelt the last words in Saivate tradition. Page 229. They spelt as Parvatipati, Harahara Mahadeva Harahara Mahadeva Sambhu. The puppeteers of Emirati people belong to Saiva tradition. According to their marriage systems, death, ceremony traditions, lifestyles reveal the Saiva cult. Contrast to this in puppet show they have been rendering Vaishnava stories such as Bharata and Ramayana only. 4.7. Audience interaction. The puppeteers played Nagara, i.e., Dapu was played like a Nagara. Then children from the audience who were very close to the screen cried with joy and shoutings with happiness. The puppeteers started the play with prayer. They began as Govinda, Govinda, and the children also voiced as Govinda, Govinda. Then the audience moved and searched for their seats. The puppeteers manipulated the Ganesh in the prayer song. The audience commented like that the Ganesh doll was very beautiful. Children sat in 4 rows very nearer to the screen and after them the teenaged girls sat there in 3 rows. Women between 40 to 50 sat in 2 rows after the teenaged girls. When the prayer was started the gents moved slowly towards the backside of the women audience. They sat in 3 rows after the women audience. Teenaged boys stood both sides very nearer to the teenaged girls. The boys were commenting on whatever scene on the screen. Few women audience of high-class families of the village sat in front of the gateways of the page 230 houses of that colony. A lady artiste Saroda manipulated the Saraswathi to dance. Saraswathi prayer was over, then Bangaraka was introduced to the screen. Saroda manipulated this character also. In the beginning of her entrance youth commented that came Bangaraka. Bangaraka told the audience that she felt that she got the itching sensation and she scratched for relief from it. Young ladies laughed at the scene clearly and elder ladies laughed with shyness and covered their heads with the saris. Young boys laughed loudly. The conversation of Bangaraka was spelt by Saroda. Ketigadu came to the screen. Konda Reddy of Nimalakunta donated 5 rupees to the puppeteers. Romappa praised him. Researcher also donated him 5 rupees. Romappa praised the researcher for arranging the show. He altered his praises that the donor live 100 years and they, the puppeteers, live 110 years. Then one of the audience commented that this old fellow wants to live long life. Romappa repeated the praises twice. Then one of the audience stood up and asked to begin the story immediately. Instruments were adjusted in interval. The dances of Sita, Rama, and Lakshmanas were attracted by the audience. The puppets of Rama and Lakshmana were 6 feet in size and Sita was 4 feet in size. Golden deer was introduced. Mangama manipulated the character. The children observed the scene silently. Gestures of Rama and Lakshmana according to their movements, particularly the hand movements, were attracted by the audience. In the hunting of golden deer the instruments were played in the higher pitch. All the audience were alerted. During the conversation between Sita and Lakshmana, women audience commented that Sita was misled by herself and she got the troubles. Ravana came to Sita appearing to be a saint. One comment came out from the audience that they were playing well that day. Sita asked Ravana how dare to come before Rama's wife. The Ravana appeared with 10 heads. All the page 231 instruments were raised the noises. O 10 heads, it is wonderful. One comment came out from the audience. The children who seated very nearer to the screen stood anxiously, reached the screen from their places when they want to see the 10-headed Ravana figure. Women audience ordered the children to sit on the floor. Jatayuvu saw Ravana who was taking away Sita along with him to Lanka. Some noise like Hamaya, which was meant for relief that Sita was found, from the audience. Jatayuvu faced Ravana to fight with him and was wounded by Rana. Romappa and Ramankrishna manipulated the war between Jatayuvu and Ravana. The movements of these two were appeared inside the stage like a real fighting between Romappa and Ramankrishna. Children and youth felt happy and while whistling raised slogans like beat, beat. At the defeat of the Jatayuvu the audience felt sorry. Youth involved in the internal discussion about the story of Ramayana. One person from backside shouted for silence. Rama and Lakshmana discussed about Sita with sorrowful mood. Then all the audience observed the play with serious and sad feelings silently. Hanuman appeared on the screen. Then the children felt happy and noised with whistles. They introduced the different types of Hanuman figures. Small figures of Hanuman touched the feet of Rama with devotion. Then the audience laughed. The children made noise with whistles in the fighting scene between Vali and Sugriva. Vali died. After coronation of Angada, puppeteers introduced Ketigadu. He came to the screen by showing his penis to the upward direction. This nuisance, vulgar and sexual scene was introduced to divert the audience's mood and to make them anxious. After serious and sorrowful scenes, the puppeteers would introduce this type of humor for the relaxation of the. Page 232. Audience. By seeing penis of Ketigadu, boys commented that, Orniama, battery velabatindu, i.e., Ketigadu came with showing his penis. The word battery means the hand torchlight which resembled in shape of male sex organ penis. Then women audience laughed with shyness. Romapa began the praising through Ketigadu. Audience asked to play the story. Puppeteers started again the story. Some women audience moved towards their home. Somebody asked why they were going. One of them told that, they have to go too far and feeling cold. Hanuman entered into the Lanka and saw Lankini there. The figure of Lankini was 6 feet in height. When Lankini came to the screen, the children cried with happy and joy and made noises with the whistles and commented that the figure was well, nice, etc. Hanuman puppet was in tiny shape. Lankini danced. Children came nearer to the screen fastly. The audience warned them and ordered them to sit. Then Ketigadu was introduced by showing his penis to the upward and side directions. Somebody commented from the audience that the humor must be told by Romapa only. Romapa began the humor with Ketigadu and Lankini. Stick of machine and battery were words used instead of penis. Ketigadu talked humorously and sexually with Lankini. The conversation was informal. This was only for the sake of audience. Gents came forward towards the women audience. Somebody asked to change the scene. Another man raised his tone to run that humor only. Bangaraka was introduced and then ended the humor. In the sorrowful scene of Sita, women audience observed keenly with sad faces. During the conversation between Ravana and Sita, children asked the elders about the story. Mandadari was introduced to the screen. One stone. Page 233. Was thrown from the audience towards the Ravana puppet which was on the screen. This reveals that how the bad characters are hated by the illiterate audience. One of the audience asked for humor. Then Bangaraka and her son-in-law Sadugalenavadu were introduced with sexual conversations. They discussed each other about the sex, and the sexual attachment was shown on the screen between these two. The audience enjoyed it with happy. This shows that sexual conversations are common among the folk. They won't feel guilty about it. Women audience also saw with shyness and felt laughing. Then Ketigadu was introduced with angry against them and the scene was removed. The Venkatama 10-years-old girl manipulated the Sita. Rangama woman artiste manipulated Hanuman. Fighting between the Rakshasa and Hanuman was going on. Children voiced with joy. All the instruments were played. Audience noise with whistles in the scene of the imprisonment of Anjaneya by Meghanada. Conversation between Vibhishana and Ravana, the firing of Lanka, the construction of bridge across the sea, the battle of Rama and Ravana, release of Sita from Lanka and back to the Ayodhya were keenly observed by the audience. At every scene some response was expressed by the audience. Children responded at every war and humorous scenes of Ketigadu. The youth responded at every sexual dialogues of Ketigadu. The elders responded observing keenly story mainly in tragedy scenes. Totally all were responded at the story. One elder man of 50 years age came to the researcher, observed the researcher, and smiled with lips. Two male youth came to me and observed my movements in the middle of the show. After ending the story, elders had gone. But youth waited for some time and the children waited till the puppeteers left the stage. Page 234. 4. Story delivery styles. The delivery of the story is the important function in puppet show traditions. The delivery styles convey the message of the text from performers to audience. If the artistes gave the performance in a single style, the audience may feel bored. If the artistes introduced too many delivery styles, and not relevant styles of the text, then the audience may get confused. The delivery styles of the story must be more suitable, relevant, attractive, and interesting way to the audience. Researcher followed Stuart H. Blackburn in studying the delivery styles. It was observed that there are 6 types of delivery styles. The poems, songs, dialogues, conversations, speeches, informal speeches were used in the performance. Some parts of the story which were recorded by the researcher on the 4th of January, 1989 at Nimalakunta 1 documented below. These parts depicting the different styles. 1. Markings. Also followed Susan Wadley by giving the marks to the instruments. Some marking 1 also given to the instruments used in puppet show and artiste, performed in the show to recognize easily from the story parts. 1. Markings given to the instruments. Harmonium A. Cymbals B. Mridangam C. Pedestal plank D. Anklet bells E. Page 235. Dapu._F. 4.8.1.2 Markings given to the artistes. Romapa A. Ramankrishna B. Saroda C. Rangama D. Govindu E. Mangama F. Kulayapa G. 4.8.2. Delivery styles. 4.8.2.1 Poem. Kosinger, D. Yayaputra here, A. Take this ring, A. Go immediately to Lanka, A. Say to Sita about my safety, A. And do me as happy, A. CS, D, AA, 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 A. CS, D, AA, 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 A. CS, F, AAA, 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 A. CS, D, Hanuman. Main singer, A. Aha. CS, D, hear me. Take my ring. MS, A. Aha. CS, D, cross the dreaded sea. Page 236. MS, A. Aha. CS, D, go over to Lanka. MTS, A. Aha. CS, D, get me news of Sita, make me happy. MS, A. Aha. 4. Group song. CS, C. I am impatient of separation, ABT. Group, ABDEF. I am impatient of separation, ABT. CS, C. 0 Yama, ABC. Group, ABDEF. I am impatient of separation, ABT. CS, C. He won't come too near, ABT. Group, ABDEF. He won't come too near, ABT. CS, My desire strengthened at dawn, apt. Group, abdef. My desire strengthened at dawn, apt. CS, 0 Yama, ABC. Group, abdef. I am impatient of separation, apt. CS, I am impatient of separation, apt. Group, abdef, AA. Apt. Group, AA. Apt. 4.8.2.2.1 Solo Song. CS, O Rama, ABC. CS, CU, apt. CS, O Rama, ABC. CS, save me, apt. Page 237. CS, O Rama, ABC. CS, OCU, apt. CS, O Rama, ABC. CS, protect me, apt. CS, ABC. CS, AAA, ABC. 5. Dialogue. Main singer, A. This Vinayoka. Co-singer, Aha. MS, A. Beginner of puppet show performance. CS, Aha. MS, A. If devote the name of this fellow. CS, Aha. MS, A. Purpose for which he stayed here, time is passing away. CS, Aha. MS, A. Lord Shankara, Chandrasekhara. CS, Aha. MS, A. Who is Chandrasekhara? CS, Aha. MS, A. Who has 3 eyes? CS, Aha. MS, A. We are paying devotion to him Vineswara who is son of that Lord. Page 238. 4.8.2.4 Conversation. MS, A. Madam, you came here. Who are you, Madam Mother? CS, 0 Child, you are asking who I am. Here. MS, A. Yes. CS, Bharati Devi, wife of Brahma. MS, A. Mother. CS, Aham. MS, A. The Queen of the Creator of this world. Your name is Bharati Devi, it means Saraswati Devi. CS, yes. MS, A. Reason for your coming here? CS, the story of Ramayana being performed here. To tell what the story is. MS, A. Aha. CS, to bestow moksha on seeing the Sundarakanda, i.e., Lanka Dahana. MS, A. Aha. CS, on request I am here to provide good to children and the village. MS, A. Where are you going, madam? CS, leaving to Brahmaloka. MS, A. To Brahmaloka. CS, yes. MS, A. See you, madam. Page 239. 4.8.2.5. Informal speech. MS, A. The farmer is treasurer of servants, gods, and kings. He is the father. He is the host for all. The same is farmer helping us since long time. CS, See whenever and everywhere the farmers are sponsoring the performances. A. Today's performance is sponsored by Venkateswalu from Hyderabad. C. We are here for the performance. Today's play is Sundarakanda. We perform the performance. A. Everybody feels satisfied by seeing this. The King Krishnadeva encouraged the puppet shows. C. The puppet tradition encouraged by the King Krishnadeva is now declining in its charm. 4.8.2.6 Informal conversation. A. Ketigadu, who are you? C. D. Lankini, I am Lankini. Gate keeper of Lanka, this is front gate. A. Ketigadu, why are you here? C. D. Lankini, I am watching the Lanka. A. Ketigadu, what you height if you remove all of your hair? How many blades you need for it? C. D. Lankini, you are a small man, don't talk too much. Page 240. A. C. D. Ketigadu, can you play with me? Lankini, yes. But what play? I have to play with you. Use of varieties of delivery styles. Poems were used in the puppet show performance of Sundara Kanda for few incidents. But the style of delivery of the poems has been different from the poems of other folk art forms. The poem only supported by harmonium. At the end of the poem, co-singer started the raga as A. Actually, this poem was sung by this co-singer Venkatama. At the end of this raga, another co-singer Mangama, who was playing the harmonium, started the raga as AAA. This raga was accompanied by harmonium. Then the co-singer Venkatama explained the poem in orderly manner with small dialogues. Each dialogue was followed by main singer Romappa with aha. At the time of dialogues, no instrument was played. Songs have a role in all important incidents. These were two types. The group song was sung by co-singer Saroda. Romappa, Ramankrishna, Rangama, Gonvindu and Mangama repeated the song in chorus. Each line of song was repeated by the above group. Here each line was sung as solo by Saroda and as chorus by group. Solo and chorus were accompanied by harmonium, cymbals, mridangam, pedestal plank and anklet bells sound collectively in single speed up to the end. Then they repeated each line in double speed in music. In between the lines, there was one dialogue O Yama used by Saroda. Music instruments ABC were only accompanied at that time. At the end of the song, all artists, page 241, sang the raga AA. This raga AA, also accompanied by the instruments abkt in double speed. This solo song was sung by co-singer Saroda until the end of the song. One line was addressing, vocative, and another line was representation. The addressing line was accompanied by the music instruments ABC in double and the representation line was accompanied by abkt in double speed. At the end, rag was sung by Saroda as AA. Accompanying with ABC in double sped at the end of her raga, Mangama, F, began the raga as AAA accompany one-ing with ABC in double speed. In this part, Dialogues were delivered main singer Romapa. This dialogue was followed by co-singer Saroda with a sound aha. No musical instrument was played in these dialogues. In this part conversation was taken. The character here was Saraswathi. So Saroda occupied main place and was answered by her only. Romapa joined in the conversation. Sometimes this conversation was having equal dialogues to each. No musical instrument was played in this conversation. Informal speech. In this part both the artiste participated with equal delivering of the dialogues. Main singer Romapa explained one point and co-singer Saroda explained another point. No lengthy or speedy situations are there. And no musical instruments were played in this part. This informal speech was in between the Kettigadu and Bangaraka, who were the humorous characters. Page 242. Another type of informal speech was also there. That speech was delivered purely in dialectical and spoken language. That was discussed by Kettigadu and Bangaraka, with some sexual and humorous dialogues. Informal conversation. In this part the conversation was in between Kettigadu, who was no way connected with story, and Lankini, a small character in the story. The questions of Kettigadu was purely informal and the answers of Lankini was formal. This has not at all considered by anybody in view of the story. This was introduced for the relaxation of audience. 4.9. Composing of incidents. In the beginning there had a prayer by Kettigadu and Bangaraka entered and followed by their filthy dialogues and the villagers' appreciations. Bangaraka exits and Altapa entered into the scene, who conversed with Kettigadu in humorous way. All these took place in the drama also. This became an incident. Kettigadu disappeared with an announcement about the entry of Ganapati, Lord of Obstacles. This became good scene after praising of Ganapati. The Sutradhara introduced Goddess Saraswathi, Devi of Education. She told, she came to the earth while going to Brahmaloka in the break journey, and also to bless the playtimes and the artistes. There is no other role in this incident. This scene got its own identify. They have taken an interval of half an hour for the play. Meanwhile, usually in other plays the main artistes appear on the dais and praise the people, who have announced and arranged that day alms for them. Then and there he requests the villagers to come forward for their mite. With same compassion for next days. Page 243. Alms also. The villagers come forward to arrange alms for each artiste the next day also, thus the main artiste disappears after announcing the names of the villagers duly acknowledging their support. In this context, as this play is pre-arranged one for a fixed amount, the interval remained as it is. Usually the two characters, Bangaraka and Kettigadu, are inevitable characters from the beginning to the end of the play. They will suddenly appear before the characters that are playing the villainy and they abuse the bad nature of them. They even beat them and run away to create humor, during the scenes of terror, vigor, mercy, romance, etc. These characters try to bring the viewer moods to become normal, make them feel comfortable to switch over to the next scenes. In the dialogues of Kettigadu and Bangaraka, there were comments on the present social aspects, deteriorating human values and the problems of the nation too. They will appear and disappear any time in the drama and add the humorous flavor to the situation. There is no fixed incident for the performance, and it will be changed from time to time. One way these are the characters, or mediators, to take the poor living condition of the artiste to the public through their dialogues. As there is no other way to exhibit their plight, these characters are used to come closer to the public, to reveal their sufferings, and in turn they expect the generous donations from the villagers. These characters also tell the story of the play in each incident, whether it is Ramayana times or Mahabharata. These three characters play main role in each performance. So incident. Page 244.